Hello and welcome to the National Portrait Gallery in London, where, after 7 weeks of etching, sketching and some retching, we've finally arrived at the grand final.
In just a few hours, one of our 3 finalists will claim a £10,000 commission. And because all those finalists work in different media, it's really a matter of pencil versus paint.
Yeah, so brace yourselves. We are about to discover a brand new Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year. It's taken 54 artists, 19 sitters, and nearly 300 tubes of paint to get us to the final.
Oh my God! You could continue painting until you die.
And 3 artists are still standing strong.
I can't really believe it. I can't really get... Yeah, I can't. I'm speechless.
Today, they go canvas to canvas one more time. You promised me more colour.
There's tons of colour in there. You just look.
All for the chance of a £10,000 commission to paint the portrait of multi-award-winning broadcaster Graham Norton for the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Ireland.
But to claim it, they've got to win over our discerning judges. Art historian Kate Bryan, independent curator Kathleen Soriano, and award-winning artist Tai-Shan Schierenberg.
Nice watching you paint.
Thank you.
And breathing down your neck as well.
With 3 distinct styles,
I think I've got a good likeness of Donald Trump so far.
Who will take the title? The Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year is...
Of the artists who've made it to today's final, 2 are professional. Kimberly Klaus and Gareth Reid.
I'm pretty excited. I'm looking forward to seeing who the sitter is because you usually pull out a pretty good sitter on the last day.
When you get this close, the secretly ambitious part of you does come out and gets a little feisty.
They're joined by amateur artist Liam Dickinson.
I can't believe I'm here painting at the National Portrait Gallery, so not every day you get to do that, and yeah, I'm really excited.
Before the gallery opens to the public, the artists have a chance to prepare and set up. But today they have the daunting task of painting amid some of the world's most celebrated works.
There's a bit of a buzz about the place. You know, there's a nice, interesting backdrop, and I hope I can introduce maybe a cinematic quality to it.
I might start off with a bit of colour. I'm not going to be too overambitious. There's going to be no unleashing of any beast.
Today I brought my usual gear, got my big brushes close because I usually start with those, and this time I managed to keep my brushes sort of organized because it will get chaotic over the time.
It's the artist's last chance to impress the judges, so their final surprise sitter could be the key to clinching the title.
Kimberly, Gareth, Liam, welcome to the final challenge.
Your sitter today is an actor whose career has spanned 5 decades. On stage and on screen, he's been nominated twice for Academy Awards, he's won several BAFTAs. Please welcome the absolutely marvellous Tom Courtenay.
Regarded as one of Britain's best actors, Tom Courtenay's varied career has captivated audiences round the world, with acclaimed performances in films such as Dr. Zhivago, The Dresser, Quartet, and 45 Years. Right, make yourself comfortable, Tom. Now, have you had your portrait painted before?
A couple of times. I only ever sat once for any length of time.
Now, actors, you're used to examining your face and the expressions on it.
I don't practice expressions in front of the mirror. I don't have that many, actually, come to think.
But you've played
One
many
or two.
parts, and they've
Yes,
all
I
been
suppose.
found
They all
expression
look
in
the
your
same.
face.
Yeah, yeah.
No, they don't all look the same, Tom. They look very different.
Thank you very much.
Now, the artist will have all sorts of unnecessary demands of what they want from you, many of which you can...
Do I have to take my clothes off?
No. Well,
good.
I don't know. Well, let's talk to them about that. Ideally, what would you like from Tom today?
I think you need to be sitting comfortably since it is going to be 4 hours.
Comfort is very important, I think.
Yeah.
But it seems to be you sit with your that arm up. It seems to be
You don't
that's
like
what
that?
Oh,
No, I like
think
it.
it's great.
I like it.
Yeah, I can do that.
Just find a single point of focus. Ideally, maybe somewhere
Where
central.
can I
If you
see anybody. Actors, you know, when they're filming, they will say, will you get out of my eye line, please? But it seems a bit unnecessary, as I don't have to say anything.
Right, now that we've got Tom posed, artists, your challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your final portrait. Good luck, and your time starts now.
I'm going to take some photographs if you don't mind.
When faced with a sitter, Kimberly and Gareth worked from life.
Okay, Tom, could you maybe look here?
Yeah. I can be there.
Kimberly,
Yes.
is that okay? Is that okay?
That's great. Yeah?
But Liam relies on technology to compose his portraits.
I've taken a few pictures of Tom and I'm just going to put them in my computer, play around with them, put a grid over the top. It helps me envisage what the finished portrait's going to look like before I begin.
Amateur artist Liam Dickinson is from Chorley, Lancashire, and works part-time at a supermarket. His ability to capture lightness was evident with his painting of Dave Myers, but he didn't win his heat. Worried they had let a talent slip through their hands, the judges invited Liam to the semi-final in an unprecedented move. It turned out that his portrait of Imelda Staunton was more than enough to convince them that he deserved to be in the final. At 28, he's the youngest of today's artists.
Are you conscious of age and experience in a competition like this, or is it?
No, I don't feel particularly young, to be fair. I mean,
Or inexperienced,
28.
less experience, maybe?
Less experience of, being a professional artist, I suppose, but I've been painting for as long as I can remember.
But you do bring a youthfulness. I mean, your technique, I think, is very different. Your approach is really different.
I can see the extraordinary painting behind him, just add focus there, which in your submission we had that lovely
I'm going to try
contrast.
and get a bit of that. A lot of artists are almost ashamed to admit that they use photographs, and I just think, well, why can't we? It gives it a different context than it would in a normal photograph.
Nice start.
Thank you.
I'm going to do monochrome. I think that way I can focus on likeness and really focus on the face. I'm looking at a base color and I'm looking at what happens when you mix white to it. I'm just trying to figure out what's the right mix of colors to get a good range.
Originally from Connecticut, Kimberly Klaus is a self-taught professional artist. Her bold and suggestive brushstrokes for her heat painting of Freddie Highmore captivated the judges. And her ambitious composition of Imelda Staunton in the semi-final cemented her place in today's final. Right, Kimberly, let me come and have a look. How are you doing?
Yes.
How do you feel?
I feel good. Yeah, it's always fun in the beginning when everything's still possible.
Big brushes. Let's have a look at this. These are incredible brushes. They're like decorating brushes.
They are like decorating. I think they might be actually decorating brushes. So.
But I've seen you go for it.
It's nice because it keeps it loose. So if I start to realize I'm getting a little too precious or too tight, then I'll go back in and say, okay, no. Psht.
Well, that's terrific. I look forward to more splashing.
Thank you so much. Thanks, John.
Painting in the world-famous National Portrait Gallery and in front of its thousands of visitors may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but it seems our finalists are focusing on the job in hand.
Tom's a great subject. Absolutely the kind of thing I was looking for. I'm just trying to look at the composition. I'm trying to place whether to go just head and shoulders or whether to include the hands and make the figure smaller on the canvas. There's quite a lot of movement, so I don't know what the pose is even at the minute. But time's ticking and I should have decided this by now.
Originally from Belfast, professional artist Gareth Reid now lives in Glasgow. He made it to the final with his favoured mediums of pencil and charcoal. In the heats, he bowled over the judges with his statuesque drawing of Adrian Chiles. He continued to impress with his semi-final portrait of Alda Stuntton with its strong sense of narrative. He always uses the sitter for reference, but today's is proving quite the challenge.
Frank, would you get him to peek round the corner at me? Got it, that's good.
He's a bit restless.
He's mobile.
He's very mobile.
Yes.
So it's hard to see where he's going to end up. So I'm trying to waiting for that.
I think it's fair to say the others are a bit ahead.
Yeah, I know.
But I've often thought that the composition is so crucial that often because of the 4-hour thing, people rush into it and then you're trapped in a composition.
Well, that's why I really want to make sure of it so that I don't regret it and are into it. I'm not.
And what about colour today?
More colour.
More colour.
Maybe a bit of watercolour underneath to give a bit of a glow.
Well, good luck.
Yeah.
Remember, there's champions of drawing all over Britain thinking you are our representative.
Yeah.
Our finalists have been capturing Tom Courtenay for nearly 1 hour. He makes a very good sitter, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's great. But he's having trouble enough keeping his head still.
The only person who sits absolutely still these days is the Queen. She'd be a good sitter.
I was hoping for her today, but he let me down, so.
Okay, positions. Thank you.
I think I've got a good likeness of Donald Trump so far. I'm gonna work on the hair.
Here at London's National Portrait Gallery, our 3 finalists have just over 3 hours to finish portraits of their very restless sitter, multi-award-winning actor Tom Courtenay.
Kimberly?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha.
Kimberly and Liam are sticking to their tried and tested medium of oil. But as it's the final, Gareth has decided not to restrict himself to his usual area of expertise.
I've come here because you're the pencil and charcoal man, and here we've got paint. Are you familiar with paint?
Yeah, I mean, it's not a main part of my work, but last year I tried a little bit of watercolour on the canvas and it worked really well as the first stage of the painting. Quite loose, not confined to the edges.
No, and this is loose too, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit loose, just a little bit of, give it a bit of a glow and then you work over it.
You're used to doing this.
Not really. It's all quite new, actually.
You mean you were experimenting in the course of a competition?
No, only a little bit.
Dave Myers, centre canvas, head and shoulders, looking slightly to the left.
Yeah.
Alda Stuntton, centre canvas, head and shoulders, looking slightly to her left. On your picture, Tom Courtenay, centre canvas, head and shoulders, looking slightly... What I don't want people to start thinking about you, Liam, is you're a one-trick pony.
To be fair, I think that's just the look of the draw. I've been given that kind of...
But you're working from a photograph, so the world is your oyster.
True, but I like to refer to both.
You'll find in the final that questioning gets a lot more... it's like a political programme.
Yeah.
I find it curious that there's so little there, but I can really see Tom Courtenay already. It's almost the essence of the way he holds his head as well. So, but how do you do that? I mean,
yeah, are you doing magic?
Yeah, because that's very kind of you. I think I tried, without sounding too highbrow, but really to have like a sensory experience of the person, so that I'm really like, what does it feel like if I'm Tom's cheek, and what does the slope really look like, and why does it catch the light? Method painting.
Method painting.
Tie. So we've got great actor sits on chair.
He doesn't sit well in the chair.
No, he's a movable feast. I think
When they saw him this morning, they thought, yes, there's
Well,
a
yeah.
fantastic. He's got lines. He's very strangely like a very old boy, a little boy. That sort of boyish haircut, isn't it?
He has a youth about him. But I mean, a schoolboy sort of impishness.
He's sort of settled down now. He's
you
got
think
this
so?
fantastic face. But what is interesting, when he does settle into the zone, it becomes very hangdog.
But I'd love, if anyone can capture both of those in a portrait today, they've done a brilliant job. It's not just today's portraits of Tom that our 3 finalists will be judged on. To give the judges a chance to see how each artist performs with more time, 2 weeks ago, Liam, Gareth and Kimberly each made their way to different locations to be given a surprise commission.
So, the moment of truth. Oh, wow. Your commission is to paint the portrait of the critically acclaimed musician, Dame Evelyn Glennie. This is fantastic. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Your commission is to paint the portrait of the distinguished and much respected High Court Judge, the Honourable Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb. That's amazing.
Your commission is to paint the portrait of the popular classical singer and forces sweetheart, Catherine Jenkins. Wow. That's not scary at all, is it?
Each artist met up with their commissioners to find out what exactly they were expecting from the portraits. Liam went to the Cavalry and Guards Club in Piccadilly to meet the director of the British Forces Foundation, Mark Cann.
We, as a charity, exist to boost the morale of the men and women serving on the front line. Catherine's been to Afghanistan, Iraq, more than once as well.
Are there any particular themes or elements that you want me to incorporate into the portrait?
I'd like to see a little bit of the connection with the armed forces and the serving armed forces, you know, the young men and women who are on the front line.
Great.
At the Old Bailey, Gareth met its most senior judge, the Recorder of London, Nicholas Hilliard QC, along with the Sheriff of the City of London, Charles Bowman.
What we're anxious to have is a picture very much of a 2016 judge.
Yeah, it's the modern face of UK judiciary, but respecting the sort of heritage and history of this wonderful institution.
Okay.
Kimberly went to the Academy of Music in London to meet up with Neil Percy, principal percussionist with the London Symphony Orchestra.
Evelyn is such a role model for not only percussion players, but for musicians across the world. We have some new percussion facilities that are going to be opening, which we're really excited about. So we thought, what better place to hang your wonderful portrait, but in the new facilities, with Evelyn being one of our most celebrated alumni.
Is there a particular style that you have in mind?
We're really open to all sorts of suggestions as to whether it should be an action shot or a portrait. I'm going to be absolutely fascinated to see what you come up with and very excited.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Armed with her brief, Kimberly went to visit Evelyn at her studio for a 1-hour sitting to help formulate her ideas.
Hi, Kimberly.
Hi, Evelyn. It's fantastic to meet you.
Thank you very much. I'm very excited by all of this.
I'm very excited myself. What is it about sort of the chemistry between you and percussion that made that the arena as opposed to another instrument?
I don't actually know. I think it's just, you know, being given that opportunity to try something at a young age, and that's what happened at school.
Yeah.
And I think it starts from the enjoyment, you know.
Yes.
Gareth got the opportunity to sit with the Honourable Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb, the UK's first female Asian High Court judge.
I am excited to see what this artist comes up with. Anything except a cubist interpretation will be more than satisfactory.
When you're getting dressed in the robes, do you feel like it's an essential part of the process of changing into a judge?
Yes. You do feel a weight of responsibility just by the weight on your shoulders.
Liam was able to spend an hour with Catherine to take photos and do his preliminary sketch.
Do you have a standout moment from your
Korea?
So many. The one that's like the surprising one for me was, it was the first time I sang to the troops in Iraq, and I sang Over the Rainbow. It was just a really emotional show. When I got to the chorus, they all started singing along with me. It was just really unexpected, but it had a big impact on me.
So, Evelyn, I think we've got our sketch.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, my Lord, you're amazing. That's incredible. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so
very
much.
Indeed.
Well, that's remarkably impressive for the time you've had and the unpromising material. Thank you. Well done.
Wow, that is not what I expected. It is gorgeous. Amazing, thank you.
Each artist was then given 2 weeks to complete their commission.
I did push myself to do some new things. I worked bigger than I usually worked. I worked with colors I usually don't work with. Anytime you challenge yourself in that way, I think there are some hits and misses, so I hope there are more hits than misses and that everyone is pleased with the result.
I think I fulfilled what the commissioner was after, and I also fulfilled what I wanted to put in a painting as well. Fingers crossed it goes down well. We'll see.
I wanted it for it to be a drawing. I didn't want to do a painting and move to another medium. I think there's something else there, a little, something more developed.
The judges won't see the final commissioned work until just before the judging.
Meanwhile, at the National Portrait Gallery, the finalists have just over 2 hours to finish today's depictions of Tom Courtenay, before one of them will become Portrait Artist of the Year.
Hopefully, get this face done in the next hour and then focus on having a good background as well.
Has it got my sense of fun?
He has, he's got all that. You look like a man who's thinking about the past in a painful way.
Right now I'm trying to make sure that all the general proportions work. I'm trying to hold back from doing something too risky, so I'm having to be very thoughtful about the marks that I make, and that always stresses me out a little bit.
Here at London's National Portrait Gallery, we are halfway through the final challenge to paint sitter Tom Courtenay, and one artist is feeling the pressure.
Name's really far on. It's looking really well. It's really solid. Pretty much done.
Feeling worried?
Not at all.
Right, judges, halfway time to the final decision. How does it feel?
I was hoping by this time that it would be it'd make it easier by having a clear front runner. And they're all doing pretty well.
There's 3 winners there. I mean, they're all exceptionally talented and they're all so different. So this is going to be really, really horrible.
OK, let's take them one at a time. What about Liam?
I was a bit disappointed to see that the format and the size of the head is pretty similar to the ones we've seen from him before.
But I'm excited because I think he's planning on bringing in some of the painting in the background, and he's going to do it in the out-of-focus way he did in his submission.
Now, what about Gareth? What do you think about the use of colour that he's brought into it?
I feel like he's trying to be a bit more experimental. He's trying to give us something more.
I don't think it looks that attractive at the moment because it's unresolved, but I think as the afternoon progresses, we'll see that come together more.
OK. Kimberly.
I think the way she works, it's been nerve-wracking. She had some fantastic likenesses earlier today, and they've come and gone. And I'm worrying that she's still moving elements around too much, and she should actually start to settle.
I love that struggle. I love an artist that has to push and pull across the canvas.
Right, now we've looked at the paintings that you've already seen. What you have not seen is the commissions, but you have expectations. Now, what are your expectations, Ty?
3 masterpieces. We see a part of them under this 4-hour time pressure, so we only see a fragment of the artistic personality. What the commission will let us see is more of them
every time we get surprised by the incredible quality of these commissions. So excited.
I can't wait.
So we're going to unveil the commissions, and I shall be watching you watching them. Yeah. It's going to be very exciting.
Fantastic.
So, Tom.
No, sorry, Frank, you're breaking my concentration.
No, it's all right.
This is the longest I've ever sat still in my life.
Well, you say still. It's a loose interpretation of the word.
Still-ish. Still-ish.
So would you say you were a vain man in any way? Because I wonder if there are things about your face, for example, that you don't like and things that you do.
No, I'm indifferent to it.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I've had to arrive at that position as well.
I mean, it was better when it was younger, but then that's the same for all faces.
If you ask painters who they'd like to paint, they never want anyone young and beautiful.
Really?
They were all delighted that you turned up with your interesting face, Tom.
Well, I was delighted to be asked.
Well,
And I put into practice sitting still.
Yes, well, keep at it is all I can say. Every artist has their own method of producing a portrait, and every method has its own series of stages.
Up until this point is always my favorite part, and then when you really have to say, okay, I'm going to put the eye right there, and it's not just blocks of areas, but more details, that's when I start getting a little fidgety and a little worried.
Liam, you got Tom's head, and now you're going to create something around it.
I want to capture that painting behind him, but suggestively with that kind of blurred, out of focus depth of field.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to paint every one of those.
No.
You've found the image you're going to work from on your iPad.
I'm kind of merging two, almost like a landscape and a portrait, and bring them together. That's the idea. Well,
sounds like a good plan. No, go.
Cheers.
And I'll just watch you, because it's
Great stuff.
nice watching you paint.
Thank you.
And breathing down your neck as well.
One of London's most celebrated art institutions, the National Portrait Gallery was the first of its type in the world when it opened in 1856. And its current director is Nicholas Cullinan. Nicholas, thanks for having us in your workplace.
It's a pleasure.
When I imagine your job, I imagine what you're doing is looking after what's here.
Mm-hmm.
What is the ongoing element of it? Where are the new portraits coming from?
Well, actually, we're quite unique in that we still commission portraits of sitters, and so most galleries acquire, but they don't commission. And we both acquire historic portraits or even contemporary portraits, but crucially, we also commission.
So something like we're doing here today, you see the finished works. You don't see the process.
Yeah, this is a particularly vivid example of giving people an insight into that. 3 different artists making portraits of the same sitter at the same time. I couldn't possibly say which is my favourite, but I think they're all shaping up rather well.
Very different approaches.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
There are only 20 minutes of the challenge left before one of our finalists will become Portrait Artist of the Year 2017.
Do you feel like you had to wrestle to find the likeness? It always seems to me that everyone just finds it, but was it hard for you?
No, it's just like sort of struggling for 2 hours.
In my head, it's all going to schedule, but that could change.
Sometimes fiddling around with bits to get it just right, but I don't know if it's going to make it a better painting.
Do you actually enjoy this stressful method, which is just kind of as if you've got a torch in a darkened house?
I do a little bit. I do enjoy it.
Yeah, okay. It's killing me.
It's killing me a little bit right now, too, to be honest. I won't even lie.
At London's National Portrait Gallery, the final challenge for Portrait Artist of the Year is coming to an end. But there's something I need to clarify. Gareth.
Yes.
I love it. You promised me more colour than this. When we spoke earlier, you told me, oh, today it's going to be like
riot.
Notting Hill Carnival.
There's tons of colour in there. You just look.
This is the colour.
You just got the wrong end of the stick.
Oh, did I?
You just...
The amount of times I've been told that in relationships.
Artists, you have just 5 minutes left. 5 minutes to go.
Come on, 5 minutes.
Are you finished now?
I am.
Thank God.
I figured that I can only do more damage.
I've got stomach pains.
Do you?
Yeah, just from watching your courageous style.
It's close, but it just needs tweaking all over the place.
I personally feel like a good background gives portrait more context. I quite like that's there now, so I'm not gonna play around with it too much.
Artists, your time is up. Your final challenge is over.
Please put down your materials and step away from your portraits.
Having sat for 4 hours, Tom's patience is rewarded and he gets to choose his favourite portrait to take home.
Tom, the loneliness of the long-distance sitter.
Yes, absolutely.
We now have what I think is my favourite part of the whole show, and that's when I turn to the artists and say, artists, will you now turn your easels?
Gosh. Yeah. They all look like me, I think.
Yeah, don't overdo it with a response to that.
You know, I don't like looking at myself that much.
No? What kind of an actor are you?
No, not, I don't know. That's another question. The longer you look at it, the more impressive it becomes.
Yes, totally.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I find this bit very hard, I have to say.
I felt that I could see you thinking in that.
Oh, well,
in
that's a complete fluke.
There was one moment when I thought I caught you thinking.
Oh, yes. Very brief. Yeah, lovely. Fantastic.
Thank you.
What was interesting to me, you took some pictures of me and looked at them mostly, but did you occasionally look at me?
Yeah, I did. When I looked at you, you were taking a picture of me.
Oh, right, sorry. I just hate having to pick one.
So I'm going to have to ask you. You've given no clues, really.
No,
which one would you like?
No, Liam's.
But Tom's choice has no bearing on who will be today's winner. That's down to the judges. They must now consider today's portraits as well as the 3 individual commissioned pieces, which they're about to see for the first time.
Incredible.
Wow.
Fantastic.
That's amazing. It's so different.
Yeah.
From what they've done today, in
Yeah.
a way.
It's really hard because you're so used to seeing them in a certain way, and these are even way beyond their submissions. Everybody, I think, is pushing a lot.
Yeah.
One of the things I really love is the monochrome palette, the choice of a single colour or slightly related colours. And normally it gives her a freedom and a freshness, but in the commission it feels to me like it became more of a pair of handcuffs.
It's interesting, the monochrome works there because it's transparent, and the monochrome doesn't work in her commission, or even in Glennie, because it's not transparent in the body. That's what it is, isn't
That's
it?
exactly what it is.
She has introduced different tonal variations more than she has in the other things that we've seen. I think it works well, actually. I was quite surprised that she's able to pull that off.
And I've got these gripes, technical gripes, but, you know, even Glennie is standing there. She is there in space, and she's been introspective. It's quite an interesting idea of her looking at her fingers and playing with her hair. There is a presence of the person there, so it's, you know, it is a good portrait. What's interesting about today's painting of Tom is the delicacy of not only his face and his hair, that shirt collar. I've always had a question mark against her skill with likeness, and she nailed it today, and she's nailed it in the commission. So, you know, she can do that. That's been answered.
No, I'm excited to see what she would do next.
£10,000 would just be life-changing and out of this world, incredibly helpful, and a real honour.
I love the background, actually. I really like the context.
I love the piano. It's beautifully painted.
What I have a problem with, ironically, is the portrait. I think the portrait itself borders on the caricature.
A lot of that is to do with the expression of the sitter.
It is notoriously difficult to paint people smiling or laughing or with any kind of expression, and I think this kind of shows you why, because you do end up tipping into something which doesn't seem serious. I really love what he did today, and I like it a lot more than the commission, I have to be honest.
I agree. I think the portrait today is really fabulous, and it's still got elements of that filmic quality that we love so much from his original submission. So, you know, tick, tick, tick there.
That last hour seemed to just kind of go like that. This time I probably attempted to maybe do a bit more than I've done in previous rounds. I just hope that the judges will see some potential. It depends what they're looking for, but I can hope for the best.
I think what is remarkable, which we haven't seen before, is the treatment of different textures. From her skin to the ruff to the wig. Everything has its own weight and feel. I've never seen anything like this before.
No. And also, actually, the second thing that's happening here is that this medium, which is not painting, is showing that it is absolutely categorically serious and should be treated on the same level as painting. There's too quick to denigrate working with pencil as saying it's not serious. Are you kidding me? This is an absolutely exquisite finished piece of art. I honestly can't find a fault with it.
And how marvellous to see a woman taking on the swagger, you know, confident pose that we normally see a man dressed in robes of office. I think it's fantastic to apply those masculine principles to a female model.
I find it's overstated.
No.
It needs to be overstated,
You wouldn't be saying
maybe.
that if it was a man. We're going to totally gang up on you now.
No. I think the power, you know, she's got the power. She doesn't need to overstate it like that. What I like in Tom today is the emotional depth. I'm in two minds about the use of colour. I think he was trying to impress us by because he knows we like it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. With that one, it works phenomenally. With this one, I don't really think it makes a difference, does it?
I don't think that the pink wash really works.
It's not finished, though, is it? That's the thing. He clearly hasn't got to a point where he was happy. What he obviously has is a nobility that he manages to extract from his characters.
Yeah.
And, you know, Tom, I know it's maybe slightly inward-looking, but there is still a strength and a nobility there.
I didn't get anything done in the first hour, really. So my work had to be accelerated, 4 hours compressed into 3 hours. If I won, I don't know what I would do. It's been such a long day, I would start weeping or something, I don't know.
With today's winner receiving a £10,000 commission to paint Graham Norton for the National Gallery of Ireland, I want to know how the judges plan to come to their decision. These commissions are game changers, aren't they? I mean, in my own personal opinion, these commissions have really changed my view on quite a lot that's gone on thus far.
You're right, Frank. You know, all the way through the competition, we're looking for potential. And what the commissions do is they show us what that potential is delivered.
Personally, I want to pick someone who is really on a journey and is doing something which excites me.
So you have much more in your mind than the two portraits, the that you see here, you have all the things that have gone before.
Yeah,
And
and what we're hoping will come next as well. Because I'm thinking, well, what happens if you give each of these people the prize? You know, what are we likely to see? But I also want it to be something which is innovative and pioneering.
It's the quality of the artist, it's the freshness, the newness, and it's all the work that came before.
They're going on to win a commission which will hang in a public gallery. That's quite a responsibility.
They've made it very difficult for us. Yeah.
Liam, Gareth, Kimberly, congratulations on being our 3 terrific finalists. We've so enjoyed watching you over the weeks and indeed getting to know you and how you work. It's been terrific.
Yes, but the judges have made a decision. I can tell you now, and this is, I know people always say this on shows, I can never remember the judges having a more difficult decision than this. They have been sweating droplets of blood in order to arrive at this, but they have chosen a winner. The Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year is Gareth Reid.
I can't quite believe it. Absolutely delighted. I'm dazed. I'm over the moon. When to get the cash?
So the wonderful thing about Gareth is I think he has one foot in art history, but he's got the other foot very, very firmly stepping forward into the contemporary, and he does that through his use of colour, in the way he describes texture and form.
He's been consistent in his cleaving to drawing. And actually, when I thought it came to the commission, I know he paints as well, I thought he's going to go and do some painting. And no, he stuck to drawing.
He transcended what I thought you could do as a draftsperson. The kind of marks that he made were sublime. He could tell all kinds of stories using those pencils.
I'm really happy for Gareth. It has been amazing. I'm quite emotional. I can't feel a negative feeling right now about the results at all because it's just been really good for me in general.
We've got plenty of time. We've got plenty of time.
Do you know what? I think Gareth more than deserved to win, so no complaints. I'm happy just to get back to normal, back to the supermarket. I'm not happy about that, really.
Obviously the money's awesome, but the fact that it's in the collection of the National Gallery of Ireland is even better. The potential that might come from it is the main thing, I think. I couldn't be happier.
Next time, our winner Gareth paints the fabulous Graham Norton.
This is how the Queen must feel, endlessly seeing portraits of herself.
As he embarks on his £10,000 prize commission for the National Gallery of Ireland. Hello, we're at the Wallace collection in London, where, once again, Joan and I march forward in the name of art.
And in today's heats, we have among our artists a watercolourist, a printmaker, and someone whose self-portrait is just this size.
Wow, she could paint her own passport picture. Yes. Guess what? It's Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year.
The Wallace collection is home to this year's heats and today hosts 9 new artists doing what they enjoy most.
There's nothing else like it. It's paint.
They'll have just 4 hours to capture 3 celebrity sitters.
I want them to look like a still out of a film.
And produce a piece of work strong enough to impress our judges, independent curator Kathleen Soriano, award-winning artist Ty Shan-Shirenberg, and art historian Kate Bryan.
You're going to get every second out of this, I can see.
Within their grasp is a life-changing prize, the chance of a £10,000 commission to paint the portrait of Graham Norton for the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Ireland.
Nobody seems 100% confident, but that's just artists, isn't it?
So who'll be able to pace themselves?
You could continue painting until you die.
And produce a masterpiece worthy of a place in the semi-final.
It looks a bit like a little Leonardo drawing.
Oh, thank you so much.
It really, really does.
We have 9 artists taking part in today's heat, 4 of whom are amateur. Stephen Tew, Callie Ann Healy, Liam Dickinson, and Ross Macaulay.
I didn't sleep very well, no. I went to bed specifically early to, prepared. Got to be rested, got to be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. But lots of tossing and turning. I think it is quite nerve-wracking.
And the other 5 are professional artists. Claire Falconer, David O'Malley, Leah Nagado, David Caldwell, and Connor Walton.
I know I can do it, but I don't know that I will do it.
So much stuff.
While the artists set up, the judges view the self-portraits they submitted to enter. Although they've seen a digital version, seeing the real thing offers new insights to today's artists.
I don't think people realise how significant these paintings are. Am I right?
Yeah, it's crucial because this is what they really believe themselves to be as an artist. This is them sort of well-dressed with best foot forward, here I am.
Yes.
This is like a sort of 18th century etching, both in the feel of the marks made, but also in the pose. He could be suffering from tuberculosis and he's in an opera, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Perfect. And it's great. It's got a lot of texture in it, too. It gives it a lot of character, doesn't it,
Absolutely.
I think?
I love this painting because it really transports you to this time and place. You know, the portrait of the artist as a young man wrestling with himself, maybe in a cafe, just enough money to buy a cup of coffee. It's really evocative.
Fantastic palette, lovely use of colour that gets the eye bouncing around the picture and then honing straight in to this head that sort of shouts character at you.
Now, never have we had such a submission as this. So we can see it's less than hand size.
It's a miniature.
I also like the idea that the artist has put it on this block. It becomes a little object and sort of intrudes into our space. And also the idea that it is a miniature, but she still put herself to the side in a, sort of as a compositional device.
I really hope we get something minuscule like this today. It would be great.
And the last of the self-portraits.
It just struck us for its youthful idea of composition. It's outdoors at night in a busy city.
I mean, it's a painting about light, really, isn't it? There's all different kinds of light, the electric light, the natural light on his face.
And that fantastic sharp focus in the foreground and sort of haziness in the background. That's what gives it that sort of filmic quality.
Yeah.
I brought my own personal shop today. Inks, oils, acrylics, charcoal, graffiti, some of my daughter's finger paints as well.
I brought all my brushes, well, not all of them, but most of them. Some of them go back to my days of art college.
David O'Malley is a professional artist from Lancashire. His self-portrait is one of a series of paintings exploring his interest in space science. Since graduating in fine art from Teesside University, he's worked on a range of creative projects such as acting and design, but spends most of his time painting.
This is going to be a very strange exercise, the fact that I've only got 4 hours. I've been doing some paintings of various celebrities and I'm ready for any game really today.
But who are today's surprise sitters?
Artist, your sitter today has lived a varied life. He worked in a steelworks, he was a makeup artist, and now he's a hairy biker. Forget the oils and the acrylics. Today it's all about gasoline and gravy. Please welcome the fabulous Dave Myers. The envy of anyone who loves food and travel, Dave's role as one half of the Hairy Bikers duo means he gets to entertain audiences while in pursuit of his passions.
Hello, Frank.
Dave. No, you were an artist yourself, Dave.
Yeah, I got a degree in fine art from Goldsmiths in the late 1970s.
And do you still paint now?
No, I'm rubbish. I'm much better with a plate.
Artists, your sitter is a musician who's a master of the keyboard, and he's collaborated with people like David Bowie, T-Rex, and Cat Stevens. Please welcome Rick Wakeman.
Finding fame with the 1970s band Yes, Rick went on to sell more than 50 million albums and continues to juggle a busy schedule of composing, touring, and recording in the studio.
You've had portraits done before, presumably?
I've had a couple done before, yes. My piano teacher, who I was with for nearly 15 years before I went to college, the first thing she ever said to me was, remember, as a musician, you're a painter. You paint colours. And I've always felt that art and music go so closely together.
Artist, your sitter today has had a very, very successful music career. More importantly, she has the most exquisitely beautiful voice. Please welcome Katie Kassoon. Katie has sung alongside such musical giants as Eric Clapton, Elton John, George Michael and Robbie Williams, bringing the magic ingredient to over 30 years of live performances. Katie, what a joy. Please, can you make it in that?
I can make it.
I thought I might have to carry you in with that. So it's very frustrating having you here and you being quiet all day.
Oh, yeah, I know.
If you feel the urge at any point...
To burst into song.
Just do it.
Oh, please do, please.
It'd be very inspirational, wouldn't it? Can I ask, is there anything you'd like from Katie? Anything you'd...
Well, we'll have to decide whereabouts we want you to look, I guess,
Yes.
more or less. Can we give her something interesting on the wall for 4 hours, maybe?
I'll stand over there. I do quite a lot of mime.
Could we do something with the hands? This is sort of very defensive, you know? So if you could sort of...
married as many times as I have, you are very defensive, let me assure you.
The legs, is anybody...
Do you reckon you could look at something a bit further in the distance? I just want to get that distant look.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got you.
Artists, I hope you've all settled in now because your challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to create your portraits. Good luck, and your time starts now.
I'm just going to take a photo of you. This must feel really strange.
For many artists, capturing not just a likeness, but a sense of character begins with the fine art of conversation.
So, Lee, do you use a grid to get the likeness?
Yes, just faster, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not the most fun, I don't think.
It's the same in the old days, I suppose. An artist would have used calipers and a ruler, and Canaletto did all right, didn't he, with his camera obscura?
Yeah, you see everything upside down.
Yeah.
Leah Nagado is a professional artist living in London. From magazine art direction to fashion design, her career has always been creative. She even has a master's in fine art and a PhD in typography. At 63 by 85 millimetres, her self-portrait is the smallest submission we've ever had.
This is 20 times bigger than your submission?
This is ginormous.
It's enormous comparing to that one, yes.
What are the different challenges doing something absolutely tiny to working on a bigger scale? How do you think about it in a totally different way?
Well, I don't know if I'm doing the cleverest choice of all, but, you know, I think Dave has a big personality.
Yeah.
So I think to reduce him to a smaller size would have to constrain it a little bit. So I wanted to give space for some of the flow. And I'm loving the flames on his back. Very Harley Davidson.
Yes, very good. I hadn't spotted that, absolutely.
Yeah.
Where did you grow up?
I was born in Trinidad. There's a particular part, though, in Trinidad called Diego Martin, or Diego Martin, but it's very lush. A lot of beaches.
Okay, so sea.
Yes,
Yeah.
a lot of sea.
Sounds magical.
Professional artist Claire Faulkner lives in a remote part of Donegal. Not a huge fan of technology, instead of referencing photographs for her paintings, she prefers to rely on memory, observation and imagination.
I noticed you jumped around the other side to catch her.
I was asking where she was from because I might try and incorporate a little bit of something into the background if at all I have time.
So that symbolism is quite important to you because your self-portrait's clearly loaded with it. So...
Yeah, but I haven't a clue what it's going to turn out like.
Well, you know, it looks a bit like a little Leonardo drawing.
Oh, thank you so much.
It really, really does.
Whether acrylic, oil or watercolour, there's a certain freedom for an artist who uses paint. But for a dry point etching that will be printed, the portrait must first be scratched onto a metal plate, a process that requires precision and patience.
I've gone in with a scribe, and I'm gradually building up tone, starting off with lighter surfaces. It's a shallower mark, so there's less ink that goes into it, and then I'll build up to the real darks.
A printmaking graduate, Stephen Tew is an amateur artist who lives with his family in Norfolk and works for the family business, a flower bulb wholesalers. He does also paint, but says he particularly enjoys the suspense involved in printmaking. There is a theatrical element to it, in that it's kind of nothing. It's nothing, and then ta-da!
It's got to be revealed. When you peel back the paper from the press or what have you, it's always great to see a print, or horrifying.
Well, I say it must be quite a reveal for you,
Yeah.
because you can't be absolutely certain.
No, you can't.
When I first came over, it looked a bit more like Rick Wakeman, but now I've settled down and realised I'm looking at shadow and stuff rather than...
it's very hard to tell.
...than white beard. I can see Katie in there, definitely. I can also see me if I stand in the right position.
The artists have been working for almost 1 hour.
At the moment, it's the construction phase. Kind of just cracking on and trying to be not too critical of myself and look out for some happy accidents.
You're obviously trying to get a likeness, and oh my gosh, I'm so far away. This is so frustrating. Come on.
The whole situation is quite unifying, like we're all going through it together. Nobody seems 100% confident, but that's just artists, isn't it?
Here at the Wallace collection, singer Katie Kassoon, hairy biker Dave Myers, and musician Rick Wakeman have been sitting for our artists for just over an hour. While some are etching and sketching, when it comes to portraiture, one prefers the stuff of the old masters.
I really like oils. Part of the amazing thing about it is that there are so many different effects that you can do. I think it's a terrific medium. There's nothing else like it. It's paint.
Originally from Toronto, amateur artist Ross Macaulay works at Glasgow University Bookshop, but paints in his studio every night and at weekends. In his self-portrait, he used cool colours to capture the fact that his old flat was so cold, he always had to wear a coat.
Ross, within 10 minutes of you having begun, you'd sketched out your portrait in such beautiful strokes, just like some unfinished master would have left a canvas, and I admired it so much. I just thought, stop now. You know, you'd only done 20
it could be
minutes.
done.
But you've done it in a very loose and vital way rather than being sort of painstaking about it. Is this how you usually start?
It is. When I'm doing life drawing, I try to draw the same way, kind of with the whole arm and try and make big sweeping gestures on a great big piece of paper. So I've got practice doing that.
It's looking good, though.
Thank you.
While some artists draw their inspiration from the old masters, others are influenced by contemporary culture.
Quite like capturing a kind of cinematic quality about a portrait. I think there's this kind of taboo that that film, photography and painting shouldn't intersect, but I disagree actually, and that's something that I try and capture within my painting. Like, I want them to look like a still out of a film.
Since leaving Canterbury Art School, Liam Dickinson works the 5 a.m. shift at his local Tesco and paints in the afternoon at home in Chorley. His self-portrait combines the light and focus of photos taken of Liam in his front room with that of Manchester streets at night. I heard that you learned to draw by sort of frame freezing Disney films.
That's true. I used to have all the videos, and I started with Aladdin in particular, and I put it on, and then I would just pause each frame, draw it.
On video?
Yeah, I used to even write the dialogue underneath, so
Okay.
it was almost like a storyboard. I've got books that are about this big.
Have you? Well, I suppose if you flick them through, if you've drawn them...
Yeah, it's something there or thereabouts.
I really want to put in the other side of that moustache.
Oh, I'm saving that.
Oh, that's so tantalising.
Like yeah.
We all know Dave from television.
Yes.
Very vivid personality he is. But what about him as a sitter?
Well, it's interesting, he's just transformed himself into... it reminds me of Van Dyck, the self-portrait with the sort of curled moustache.
Do you think he's a bit of a dandy?
I don't know whether he would... Yes, I think he absolutely is. The way his hair sits on his shoulder...
That's wonderful,
It
isn't
is.
it?
He's got this beautiful emerald-coloured suit, which I think he's taken from his love of pre-Raphaelite painting. It's perfect.
You like it?
Yes, very good.
He looks to me like he'd be the ideal face to paint.
He has got a fantastic head, but there is still lots of complexities. Rick's got particularly fine, fair hair and a fair beard. And how do you deal with all that paleness in a way and still give it a solidity?
Yeah, stop him sort of drifting away into the...
Into paleness.
Yeah.
You know.
She's got a very smiley face, and her face isn't ever really in relaxed mode.
Yeah, I mean, I always think it must be much easier to paint someone whose face goes down, because a painting can be quite immediately strong with a bit of a mildly grim face. When someone's quite positive, you have to work a bit harder, I think, to keep that sense of liveliness in your painting.
I'm gonna do your hands, so if you, just the way they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You still haven't looked at any of them?
Nope.
Wow.
Don't get me wrong, I really want to.
David Caldwell is a professional artist who paints portraits, landscapes and still life. After graduating from Glasgow School of Art, he spent 2 years studying at the Royal Drawing School. His submission includes a small portrait of Vincent van Gogh, whom David's often told he resembles. Well, I hope he's a bit happier.
Did you know when you arrived today you wanted to give us a sense of her in the chair with the background, you know, getting her dress exactly as it is?
Yeah, it's not just about the features of the face, it's about creating a space and a believable person. I like trying to work with the whole image, you know, using the dress as an excuse for rhythm and pattern, and the hair as well, you know, the way it all sort of flows.
Yeah.
Very frustrating doing very light hair because I'm using watercolour as well. It's harder to get lighter colours in because there's no strength to a watercolour white.
Amateur artist Callie-Ann Healy lives in South Wales. Having studied creative writing with the Open University, she now works as a retail auditor. But she's also writing a book of poems for children which she plans to illustrate. She's the only one of today's artists using watercolour. I like that often when you speak to the artists, they say, yeah, I'm very influenced by Degas or Renoir.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah. Yours was Marilyn Manson.
Yeah, because I really liked his music, and he did watercolour paintings.
I'm not astonished to discover that Marilyn Manson painted, but the fact that he used watercolour.
But you can get watercolour looking really miserable, see? If you tip this up, everything looks like it's crying.
Yes,
So...
well, that's a good thing.
I think Oscar Wilde said, by the time you're 40, you have the face that you deserve. And I want to try and get that lived-in face.
Conor Walton is from Donegal in Ireland. An established portrait artist, he also paints still life and landscapes, and his work has been exhibited internationally. He took part in one of the heats of Portrait Artist of the Year 2014.
Often in the past, I've suggested that some artists really sort of almost create a form of a self-portrait when they're portraying someone else, but I have never ever felt it as closely as I do here.
Well, maybe there's always an element of narcissism in painting, you know? You're always so deeply involved with it, and the end result is a picture, and you're in it in some sense.
The artists have just over 2 hours of their challenge left.
There's a lot happened quite quickly this morning. There should be time for some of them to develop. You know, maybe I'll see some of the set or some sort of unusual take on it. Something more than a portrait, I guess, is what I'm looking for. I want to be told a story.
I'm starting to put a few elements in, which I think perhaps will remind Kate of home.
I'm just putting the background in now. It'd be such a shame to not include it, because it is quite remarkable. The challenge now is to make sure that things aren't kind of growing out of his head.
It took a while to get going, just to get my rhythm, but it's going quite well so far.
I mean, I'm just trying to get the face in more than anything. It's looking a little bit salmon. So it might be better in half hour. We'll see.
Here at the Wallace collection, artists have been painting musician Rick Wakeman, hairy biker Dave Myers, and singer Katie Kassoon for 2 hours. But at this point, do the judges have any favourites? So we're at the halfway stage. Let's consider the people who are painting Rick. What about Ross's painting? I think he's probably the least close to the likeness of Rick.
I'm wondering whether it's going to sort of emerge more. The nose, you're just about to say the nose isn't quite right.
No, it's not right, but there's something about the I don't know, something about the nose that is very Rick, but it doesn't look like him.
But it might be because this is the kind of face that comes together right at the last minute.
Well, this is the nature of the halfway chat. Some painters, they don't give you the magic until the last throw of the dice.
Keep us waiting.
So, in Katie's section...
Claire's quietly working her magic. I'm only sorry that the really lovely drawing that she had early on has now disappeared.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what happens with Stevens. It's the kind of thing that we are really going to be left for the last half an hour to work out if he knows what he's doing, because what you're really seeing is preparatory work.
Let's consider the people who are painting Dave Myers. You know, we talk a lot about getting the spirit. I think Liam got what I feel he is.
He doesn't have one of those faces that when it's resting kind of goes down. It stays up, and he's picked up on that.
Leah's looks interesting. Very delicate bit of drawing, and now it's very sort of atmospheric. I don't know where it's going.
When she started today, she didn't know if she was going to do miniature or large or what kind of style she was going to use. She really is an artist that wants to tell a story. And I feel like there's a few people like that today. So we're starting to get sort of sets, bit of narrative, bit of storytelling. I think we could conjure up some quite weird and wonderful things.
One of the things I'm not going to do is to have a little sneaky look. I hate people coming to the studio when I'm working, when we're doing music, especially if it's an orchestral session, because you're bound to get somebody go, well, I can't hear the French horns. You go, we haven't done the French horns yet. And you think, why don't you just listen to it when it's finished? I think one of the great joys of any art is seeing something for the first time. So I'm deliberately not having a sneaky look.
I've got Dave this side, and he's very serious and everything, you know, and then there's Claire, who we've talked about all different things. And then we've got Steve, who's using a different technique altogether, you know, with the print and everything. And I'm curious, I want to see how that turns out.
Do you know what was amazing when I came in here? The first thing that struck me was the smell. The smell of the oils, the turpentine, the liquid, the various elements of painting are what was so familiar to me. But I kind of lost my passion for painting. And I think once that passion's gone, then the paintings that I were doing were just wallpaper. They didn't have what I am hoping as artists here have, which is something a little bit special.
But to achieve something special, things sometimes have to get messy.
My vision of it is to work with something that's really dynamic and colorful and free. Of course, Dave is the inspiration. He's my color palette. I'm not inventing anything. I'm just emphasizing some bits.
Hi, Ross. You are actually tackling the background. How important was it to you to have that there?
Well, I was sort of going forwards with it, not having it there, and it was just a sort of background brown for ages. But it was looking kind of bare. Like his head was there, and I was happy with his head, but I think it needed some life and some energy to it.
I agree with you. I think it's shifted the lightness as well in a way. I think
it
it's
has.
sort of given that depth.
I think that was the right choice. I was wrestling with that.
All today's artists have seen their portrait evolve with every brush mark, but Stephen will only know if his etching shows any resemblance to Katie once it's been printed. Without a proper press, Stephen has to ink up the plate and transfer the ink to the paper by compressing weights with a clamp along the length of the portrait. So down there is Katie Kissoon waiting to come out?
Yes.
Oh, please don't drop it. Okay.
I'm a little bit anxious now.
Okay. Ah.
There we go.
It's good. You happy?
Yeah.
There's a quality to it which it's hard to describe, but I can imagine leafing through an old book in a second-hand bookshop and coming across this looking exactly like that. I like it.
Yeah, I think that's all right, actually.
There is just half an hour to go before the judges will decide which artist will take a place in the semi-final.
I'm going to try and get the outfit in, but again, I think it'll be quite blocky.
It's just about coming together. Looking forward to just getting finished. I'm flagging a bit now, if I'm honest.
Time flew. I don't know, it's the last flourish. I need to think about a way to finishing like a punchline. I need a punchline.
Here at the Wallace collection, artists are in the final throes of their challenge to paint singer Katie Kissoon, musician Rick Wakeman, and hairy biker Dave Myers, and they must decide whether to risk more meddling or leave well alone.
I suppose you could continue painting, working on a piece until you die, till the end of time. There has to be a point where you're kind of just content with what you've got and it's resolved.
Artists, there are 5 minutes remaining.
You're going to get every second out of this, I can see.
5 minutes. And I choose to paint earrings. What's that about?
It's just about coming together. I'm just adding a few final flourishes.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and stand away from your easels.
After observing the artists hard at work over the last 4 hours, our sitters can at last see the fruits of their labour and choose their favourite portrait to keep.
Artists, would you please turn your easels?
Oh, wow. They're all me, aren't they? Every one of them.
It would have been really weird if one of them had been Sir Bruce Forsyth.
It's quite flattering, really. Thank you very much. But it's got the look. Sometimes when I'm thinking about what to cook, where to go next. It's a wonderful painting. See, now that looks like me. You know, when the cameras have stopped.
Yes.
And I can be myself, and I'm going, should go to the pub, Kingy. It's very honest. Wow. I love that explosion of colour and vitality. You know, I have been known on occasion to have a bit of humph. And I love it.
So, Dave, I'm going to have to ask you to choose the painting that you spend the rest of your life with.
I think I'd like to take Liam's.
Wow. Gosh, they are different too, aren't they?
They're all different, but they're all true.
They are. They're all an ageing rock and roll pensioner. That is brilliant. The detail on that is, I must iron my shirt. This is absolutely fantastic. See, you've captured that's a different me. That's really good. That is really clever. I love what you've done with the background there. That's really good. I felt, this is so almost impossible. I mean, and tomorrow I'm going to go with you, Ross.
Ah, terrific.
Right. Okay. They're all so different.
So different, aren't they?
Wow. I kept trying not to smile.
No, but I think it's good because it's one of those Mona Lisa smiles that just whispers across your face. I like that it set you up in a tropical eye.
In a tropical eye. That's the conversation that we had.
Oh, OK. I can smell the papaya.
And this is the etching.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And it's quite a moment there when it's pressed and then the...
Yes, I mean, that's a lot of work too, isn't it?
So we now reach that moment where you must choose the one which you take home.
Okay. I think I'm going to go with Dave's.
With such a rich variety of styles to choose from, the judges narrow down their selection before they decide on their final choice.
This is a little gem. I don't think it's Katie, but it's very beautiful.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think the eyes work, it's the lips that didn't work for me. But I mean, it's a fascinating process.
I didn't quite get the likeness, and obviously I'm going to be a perfectionist about things, but I think anyone would be the same, really.
I think she talked to Katie a lot about her childhood and where she grew up, and I think she felt she wanted to incorporate it into the picture, and it has that sort of illustrative feeling to it.
She loves her work clearly to be full of symbolism, and I imagine that what happened today was it was such a controlled environment that she couldn't find that freedom that she likes within herself.
I was watching Ross paint this and I was thinking, this is very rough. And I thought, is he going to refine it at any point? And the moment Rick left, I suddenly realised he'd caught him in his essence.
But it was difficult to watch because it was so in his head and there was a process he had to go through. You know, it was an ugly painting all day and then he just kept adding just the right amount of information.
We had an amazing couple of artists. So I'm very thrilled that Rick chose mine.
It feels like we've got the whole package here, nearly. You know, he's caught the mischievousness. It's a great likeness. The quirky moments, the glasses are treated beautifully, the sparkly eyes.
I mean, I really like this painting, and I think a lot of people will like this because it does have that lovely, warm energy of Dave.
But what really irritates me is the beard. Why everything has got to be painted with the same brush mark. And it's one of those aberrations I know for myself as a painter. Otherwise, it's a really good painting, so I'm kind of torn. Having picked Leah from her submission and the tiny self-audit, this definitely wasn't what I was expecting. She really has just responded to the moment and who was sitting.
I love its colourfulness and its playfulness. She's really tried to get the character to come out as much as anything else.
I would never have pictured what I've done, but I wanted to do something different, something fresh for Dave, and yeah, I think it worked out really, really, really well.
But there's only room for 3 on the shortlist.
That's a good spread, isn't it?
It's great. I think they're brilliant, actually.
That's looking better now.
Much. But for me, I'm torn between which of those 2 we take into the last 3.
Yeah.
I'm headed this way with Kathleen to these 3.
Okay. Final 3?
Final 3, yeah.
OK, great.
But which 3 have they chosen? The first artist is Liam Dickinson.
The second artist is Leah Nagado.
And the third artist is Ross Macaulay.
Commiserations to those who didn't quite make it, but you all did superb work as well, and we've enjoyed it very much.
Absolutely. Well done.
I feel all right about that. I kind of guessed as much, but I'm pleased I came today. It's a good experience. Story to tell the boys. I'm happy.
6 portraits, 5 men, 1 woman, and she's only 2 inches high.
She holds her own there, doesn't she?
Yeah, she does.
So I really fell for this, and I thought maybe you hadn't.
Interestingly, we've found that we have a feeling about a painting, we're not certain about it, and we pull them out and put them next to other paintings. It seems to clarify their strengths or their weaknesses, and this certainly happened with this one, where suddenly Dave, as a kind of psychedelic wizard, has actually worked very well.
She's the kind of artist you think, what is she going to do? I mean, she's clearly very talented and she's so creative. I think our problem here is that it's a competition. We're going to go to the semi-final and then to the final. It's a big prize at stake. I don't know, it's a bit alarming not having any sense.
I think there is a question that she's going to have to ask herself as to whether she's falling into the illustrations or whether she's going to stick more with the painterly side of things.
I wanted to be risky, but maybe not that risky. I don't know, I think I got a little bit carried away. I was too much in the moment, maybe.
So what about Liam?
I still think that is one of the strongest submissions we've had. I think it's just, I can't stop looking at it, so it takes me on this journey. I found today he's done very well. I have question marks about certain brush marks You know, the beard is sort of falling apart in a kind of mosaic, digitalised pattern. And in his self-portrait, he's got those marks, but there's a better rhythm to it.
Yeah, I think it's also difficult with artists that work in this photorealist style because it sort of feels slightly as if it's almost sort of slavish copying, and you wonder where the creativity of the artist's coming, even though they're obviously very creative if they can create something that's such an obvious likeness.
It doesn't just look like Dave, I think it feels like Dave. It has Dave's sort of kindness about
No,
it.
it does.
But it looks like the beard later refused to take part in the programme, so it had to be pixelated.
But my goal at the beginning of the day was, oh, let's hope the sitter takes my portrait home. And he did. And then now I'm in the top 3, so yeah, dizzy heights, but we'll see.
Right, what about Ross?
I loved Ross's submission. It immediately tells you a story. And I thought it was excellent that he was able to take his time today. It looked really sketchy earlier on. It looked a bit ugly, but it was a process he had to go through. And he just started to refine it in the afternoon and pull the whole thing together.
Rick's monumentality comes across, and it became really apparent once Rick had left the stage. I felt it had the scent of Rick in it.
What I like very much too is the relationship to the background.
I think it actually helps the reality of Rick's face, because there was a problem slightly with the profile, and the minute the background went in, it helped push him forward, so you did get that depth.
I think it's a marvellous crop of pictures.
Yeah, it's been a good
Terrific.
day.
The other pictures are really good. They're really good pictures. It could be anybody's game. I'm just happy to be at this point.
Leah, Liam, Ross, you've all done incredibly well, but only one can go through to the semi-finals, and the judges have made the decision.
The artist that they have chosen captured absolutely the energy and essence of their sitter. And that artist is... Ross Macaulay.
Oh, it's amazing. It's truly amazing. There are so many incredible artists and so many amazing pictures that it could have been anybody. So I feel thrilled.
I think the judges made a good choice. Ross was a worthy winner. I didn't really even expect to get into the top 3, so yeah, all in all, it's been a pretty successful day, even if I'm not going any further.
I think Ross' painting was brilliant, and I really like how fresh it was, and it looks, amazing.
Portraits have a very special place in my heart, so I'm glad I nailed it down this time. Now I have to do it again, don't I?
Hello, we're at the Wallace collection in London, where 9 artists are about to paint 3 famous faces.
They're not always using paint either. One's using charcoal, one's using wax, and one has thrown the canvas away entirely and is using a tile that he bought at the local DIY store.
Joan, I love you.
Get on with the programme.
Welcome to Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year.
This year, the Wallace collection in London is home to the heats of the competition. And today, 9 new artists tackle the portraits of the great and the good, of the big and the small screen.
She's got a really interesting face, really beautiful.
Over 4 hours, they must showcase their talent to the judges. Art historian Kate Bryan, award-winning artist Tyshan Schierenberg, and independent curator Kathleen Soriano.
So I think we go with those 3, can't we, for sure?
They just take all the attention, don't they?
Yeah,
The strong
absolutely.
painting.
all for the chance to win a £10,000 commission to paint the portrait of one of our best-loved broadcasters, Graham Norton, for the permanent collection in the National Gallery of Ireland.
I mean, sort of fiddling, whether it's good fiddling or bad fiddling, I don't know.
But whose keen eye and masterful brushstrokes?
Maybe a gamble, but what the heck.
We'll see them through to the semi-final.
Someone came up to me and said, Bill's about to start waxing.
About to wax.
I nearly arrived in a robe. Among the artists who have made it to today's heat, 6 are amateur. Robin Bonar-Law, Michaela Walker, Bill Bone, Millie Midgley, Harry Wills, and Amit Vadher.
I've been just constantly just painting in my head. Even last night I couldn't even sleep. I think I was just dreaming painting.
And 3 are professional artists: Christopher Bannahan, Emilione Palmer, and Phoebe Cripps.
I think with the time it's really good to try these limits. It can push me to maybe try a new technique and maybe discover something.
As the artists set up, the judges take a look at the self-portraits they entered with. Having only seen a digital version, confronting the real thing can be a bit of a revelation. So, we begin.
I find this a bit overwhelming, to be honest.
Shall we stand back a bit?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to.
Yeah.
What was great about this, though, I think, is a lot of portraits submitted had artists standing at their easels with their brushes, but here she's taken actually the medium of the paint and is smearing it all over herself, because actually she's the portrait. And this is our more traditional School of Florence painting, isn't it? That sort of very capable, very good portrait painting.
What I really loved about this was the intensity of that gaze and that expression, that you really were transported somewhere with them.
Feels like a scene from a novel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
While this is their first encounter with most artists, the judges are very familiar with one of them, who took part in the last series. Let me take you for a little walk down memory lane. So this is Bill.
We've got that same brilliant pointillism style he uses, but actually you can see he's progressed, hasn't he?
You're absolutely right. It felt before like the portrait was imposed on the surface, whereas now it feels like the portrait is emerging from the surface. So there's maybe more of a subtlety in the way in which he's constructing the outline of the image.
To me, it's like this idea that we're all composed of all these atoms. You know, we've all got stardust, and here we just happen to have gathered a few of them together to make this individual.
Yeah.
And finally,
it's perfect selfie generation stuff, isn't it? It's got this sort of very youthful, fun, you know, dismissive attitude.
As a sort of middle-aged painter, I look at this and I think, wow, that is cheeky. And using photography and not being ashamed of it, you're right. It's being very honest and saying, I'm doing this and I'm of this generation. I don't care what you think.
I hope they can bring some of that kind of cheeky spirit today.
Well, we'll soon find out.
I think everyone else's work looks so amazing. It's so diverse and so different. I feel everyone's got their own style, which is really interesting. It's a bit daunting, actually.
Amateur artist Amit Vadher is from Hayes in Middlesex. After completing an art foundation course at Central St Martin's in London, he went on to study for a degree in animation. Eager to loosen up his style, he's been experimenting on different surfaces and has painted his self-portrait on a floor tile.
In my self-portrait, I wanted it to look quite regal, quite elegant, just quite fragile, which I kind of thought the tile looked. But I decided to work on oil painting paper today because it's slightly quicker to work on, and I practiced on the tile, but I couldn't give the tile any justice in 4 hours.
What am I doing? Okay, focus. Sorry, I've just seen your brushes.
Actually, that's only about a third of my collection,
Really?
but
Oh, wow, we've got a feather as well.
yeah, you never know.
The artists have almost everything they need: paints, canvases, brushes, even wax. The only thing missing now is someone to paint. So artists, you're wondering who is our sitter today. Well, let me tell you, I often watch Sky Atlantic's Hotel Secret screaming, "This is the best job in the world." And your sitter is the man who has that job. He's also a fabulous and much-loved actor. He's Richard E. Grant. Richard's career has spanned over 30 years, and his more recent roles have seen him join the cast of some of television's most popular shows, from Downton Abbey to Girls to Game of Thrones.
Hi, what's your name?
Rob.
How old are you?
20.
Hi, I'm not 22. How old are you? 58. I'm 59. How old are you?
I'm 59.
I'm 59. Snap.
We both look great on it, don't you think?
I do.
That's the joy of not having a proper job. Are you thinking, oh God, I hope they don't point out my ...
I have a face like an undertaker's assistant. Big slab, and unless I smile, I look miserable.
As presenter of the Great British Bake Off, your sitter is no stranger to celebrating creative talent, so please welcome Sue Perkins.
A writer, actor and presenter, Sue's TV roles have introduced her to everything from baking to super eating and even conducting orchestras.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
How
Nice
does
to be
it
here.
feel? How does it feel?
It feels good. I'm going to do this a lot. Is that okay?
Oh, that'd be wonderful for
Okay.
painting. I think the challenge is to capture something of your personality, which is already restless.
Well, that's why they've brought the nail gun, I think, just so that they can make sure they're static for a while. I'm going to give them the best sort of still Susan I can, and we'll see how it goes.
Artist, your sitter today is an extremely talented and versatile actress. She's the fabulous Nina Sosanya. Star of W1A and Last Tango in Halifax, Nina can tackle anything from Shakespearean drama to TV satire. Nina, welcome.
Thank you.
Please, your throne.
Thank you.
Is there a level of performance in sitting to be painted, do you
I
think?
have no idea yet. I'll find out.
This is your first time ever?
Yeah. I posed for a sculptor once. But that was more to do with sort of torso twisting, and I was on a lazy Susan.
Were you really?
Yeah,
No.
like a piece of cheese.
Right, we're going to hand you over to the artist as to how you might sit. So what do you think, guys?
However you feel comfortable, really.
All right.
Yeah, it's 4 hours. I guess you're going to have to be comfortable.
This might be it.
Yeah, you very naturally put an arm on the armchair, so I think if you have an arm up...
And maybe pick a spot where you're just looking at, so...
OK, I'm a face. If I face sort of there, then I'm sort of giving everyone sort of equal access to the full horror.
face.
I'm just working on the face, so
Yeah,
over
I'm
to you
just going to
two.
be working on the face too.
Just the face?
So
Yeah,
you've got to come
so-
up with a good
Just the
expression
face.
that you can keep.
OK.
It'd be hard to keep up a smile, though, for 4 hours.
See, that's
That's
nice.
good, actually. That's
Just
very
how
good.
you are
Yeah.
is really nice.
Yeah.
Artists, your challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your portraits, and the time starts now.
Right, this is where I'm going.
Whether it's to help decide composition or secure an accurate likeness, 8 of our 9 artists are all starting their portraits with a photograph before putting any kind of mark on the canvas.
If you could find one with a jawline, that would be amazing.
Brilliant.
Just gotta wait for Photoshop to open up. Ha ha ha. Come on now.
Since graduating in graphic design from Falmouth, Robin Bonar-Law works a 54-hour week in his local North Devon pub. With his photorealist style and not used to having a sitter, Robin's relying on his standard setup to help him today.
This is actually Photoshop, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I did graphic design at university, so Photoshop's my baby. It's like, the colours on the screen aren't necessarily what I'll put on the page.
But for the drawing, it's what you need, yeah?
Yeah, I need better reference points, so I got my dots, just to...
It's interesting, yeah, because you say that you've trained in graphic design, and there is definitely a kind of very design-like quality to what you've done so far.
Yeah, I did fine art for university, and then went into graphic design. I always love the problem-solving aspects of graphic design, but then, like, I just love painting.
By placing a grid over a photograph and drawing an identical grid on the canvas, artists can plot their portrait to ensure everything's positioned correctly. But it won't work unless it's spot on.
I've made one of the grid boxes too narrow, and so it's not a square.
At just 17, Harry Wills is the youngest artist ever to take part in Portrait Artist of the Year, and he's preparing to take his AS levels a week after the competition. He mainly paints during art lessons at school, so he's considerably less experienced than the others here today.
You're taking your time?
Yeah, I've managed to mess up the grid a little bit, but I think it's fine. I just got to keep it in mind.
Given that you're right at the beginning, I don't think you want to redo those sections. Because if you're going to use maths,
yeah, exactly.
you want to get the maths right.
Yeah.
It's like the school exams. The working out is really important.
Yeah.
This is the longest I've sat still since I was born.
So tiring. I've sat before. It's hard and you want to go to sleep. I can't paint my mum in the afternoon because I look up at her and she's going... And she makes that face deliberately so that I'm going, OK, we can have a break.
Professional artist Phoebe Cripps lives in New Romney in Kent. She developed her more traditional style of painting after studying in Florence. Today, she's the only artist not using a photograph. But her technique for capturing her sitter is a lot more interactive.
I've seen that you've been chatting away. Do you find that actually helps the process and helps the way the paint comes on?
Technically, no, in the sense that they're moving. But it would be what my process would naturally be. I would get more of a connection, and I think it translates, hopefully.
Yeah. Which portrait artist from history do you love?
Where we studied, Sargent was always the king, because he made it look so easy.
But the Sargent lesson is very important. He makes it look so easy. And lesson one is, it's not easy.
It's not.
The artists are already 1 hour into their 4-hour challenge.
I definitely feel like I've got going a bit more, but I mean, I'm struggling. It's quite a challenge so far.
Just getting the likeness down first, and then I'll be a bit more relaxed.
Just got to not try to get distracted and worry about other people, what other people are doing, and keep painting.
Here at the Wallace Collection in London, our 9 artists have been painting sitters Sue Perkins, Richard E. Grant and Nina Sasanya for just over 1 hour.
And while most artists are content with paints and brushes, one is wielding some less conventional tools of the trade. Someone came up to me and said, Bill's about to start waxing.
Bill's about to wax.
I nearly arrived in a robe. Is this all about texture?
Pretty much. You really kind of see it once you start to put the paint on. There's like little microscopic dots in there, and I want lots of those. I don't want too many big kind of...
Big splats.
Big splats, yeah.
An amateur artist, Bill Bowen is a website designer for the Welsh Government. He made it to the semi-final of Portrait Artist of the Year 2014, impressing the judges with his unique use of wax and painted dots. But, eager to progress, Bill's been on a bit of a journey with his technique. I noticed, looking at your self-portrait for this, that your style it's changed, hasn't it?
Yes, thank you for noticing, yes. No, it has changed, partly because of the show.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good. Or is that good or bad?
I think it's a good thing, yeah.
So did you discard the dots?
I did for a while. I went through a dark phase of no dots.
What I like
But I'm
then,
back to the dots again.
because now that it's like the dots have gone away and they've come back
They
bigger
come back
and
with- yeah,
stronger.
yeah.
Is it difficult to paint a beautiful woman? She's very beautiful, isn't she?
It kind of is, I suppose, because my painting style is quite patchy, and so I don't do blended skin tones.
Michaela Walker is an amateur artist from Edinburgh. She chose to study for a PhD in biochemistry, but when her youngest son turned 4, she finally found time to indulge in her love of portraiture.
And now you're putting on the blue.
I'm just going to try and get some of the background in, because again, that'll help me choose my skin tones a wee bit, in terms of there will be a little bit of sort of bluish reflection.
Now here, you've got your tablet. How are you using this?
Well, I used that for the initial drawing.
Right.
And then after that, it's probably going to just get ignored.
We don't worry about that
Yeah,
now.
because the colours are so much more vibrant in real life.
That's great. Well, on with the blue.
Thank you.
While most artists use a palette to mix the colours before transferring them to the canvas, one artist can't see the need.
I've got these blocks of paint on my canvas. They're going to stay there. I like the history of it. I like incorporating the palette. I think, you know, the blobs of paint are exciting.
Emma Leone Palmer is a professional artist from Surrey. She divides her time between helping in her mum's restaurant and painting in her studio, and her self-portrait was the first in a series that she calls Paint Play.
Why did you put the paint on your face?
It was a January, and I was thinking, oh, what should I do? So I was in the studio, and I thought, OK, self-portrait. And I just started playing with the paint, and the more I looked and played, the more interested I became in.
What's interesting here is that you've got quite a tight crop here.
This is quite small for me. I think this is a good size in the 4 hours.
Exactly. I mean, although it's not as big as you might normally do, actually, in terms of the amount of head you're giving us, it's a lot.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a
It's
big,
monumental, isn't it?
Is this annoying? Is this annoying? Is this annoying?
That's really useful. Do you have a Susan and a Sue in you?
If someone's calling me Susan, I've done something very wrong.
Sue's a restless, moving person.
She's very animated. She tried quite hard at the beginning to sit still, but now she's moving quite a lot, you know, drubbing her legs, and she's chatting. She's having a really good chat with Phoebe. It's interesting because Phoebe's painting directly her from life, no photograph, whereas the other two artists in the section...
Using tablets.
And they're not having that conversation with her. So it's actually weird. They're all in such close proximity, completely different approach.
If you had to paint Richard, how would you view that as a subject? Would it be something you'd be eager to have a go at?
I think of the 3 sitters, he possibly has the most craggy and interesting architecturally.
For me, his face, it's like a cathedral with all this cragginess, but then these beautiful stained glass, icy blue windows.
That's a fantastic simile. Have you told him?
No, I don't know. In case
face like a cathedral.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Some people don't like Gothic as a compliment.
What's interesting is that you're not looked at much by the actual painters. They've taken photographs and are painting from a screen. Something that I was very struck by that David Hockney talked about is that the difference between a photograph, as beautiful or brilliant as they can be, is that it is a second in time. Whereas a portrait, there is time compressed into it. Something happens between you and the artist that isn't fixed. And no photograph that I've ever seen has conveyed that in the same way.
We've got really a very limited range of tones here. Background blue.
Yes.
She's in blue.
Yes.
Is that
But
a problem?
No, I don't think it is a problem really, because I think for any artist, they're looking far more carefully at colour and light than we ever would, because we make quick decisions with our eyes. OK, you're wearing a pink jacket, but actually the more I look at the shadow and the light, it's filled with different nuances of colours in that range. So I think that the artist will find that difference in amongst the colours.
But what you're saying is that we don't look hard enough, do we?
No, and I think that's what artists do.
It's kind of fascinating, and the 3 different approaches already without even having seen the canvas. They're all very different. One of the artists is apparently using a green colour for my skin at the moment, but we'll see what colour I end up. But I don't mind, if she wants to paint me green, that's fine.
She's got a really interesting face, really beautiful, so it'll be nice to see how that comes along. And it's nice how the light comes down her face in some different colours.
A recent fine art graduate, Millie Midgley works as a teaching assistant at her local primary school and paints in her spare time. With its texture and fine detail, her self-portrait took 50 hours to complete.
Do you know, I know that you know what you're doing. Do you know why I know?
How?
Because you're painting that green, and this is blue. So there must be a reason. Why is this green?
I always use green when I do skin colours. It's always like a translucency you get through the skin.
Well, I can see that it looks promising, but I can see that it's got a long way to go because she's not green.
No.
I've used a grainy piece of wood, which in the end will bring out some of the texture, which kind of suits Richard's face. He's like me, he's getting on a bit, and yes, he's got a lot of character to his face. Don't tell him I said that.
Christopher Banahan is a professional artist living in Galway. With an art degree and an MA from Goldsmiths, he won a scholarship to the British School at Rome, and a trip to Pompeii prompted him to explore ways of making his own paintings look similarly aged.
In your self-portrait, the palette is quite reduced to blue, very beautiful sort of blues and greys. Yeah. Now, here it's quite contrasty with the red background.
Yeah, I'm a blue painter and I'm facing a red background, so this is a real challenge.
And of course, it's not just the colour of your submission that really struck us, it was the crackling. It's like something unearthed in Pompeii, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. I spent a long time in Italy, and that's where a lot of the ideas came together.
But I can see already, though, the tilt of the head and the detail in the eyes, it's already getting that kind of classical approach, you know, like a figure from the past.
Oh, thank you.
One thing I don't understand is your checklist. What is that?
It's not a massive thing, it's just got a book. Look at shadow as shape, think only shape. Crisp edges of cast shadows. Just little notes that come back to the end, so I haven't forgotten, like,
but
I
it
haven't
says
done
hair.
freckles.
You
But
wouldn't
hair-
forget the hair.
Yeah, but hair equals shapes and light. Hair does not equal hair. You don't draw it in strands, you do it in shapes and patterns.
Half squint.
Oh,
So
yeah.
does that mean that you're
so
supposed to...
if I'm looking at Richard there,
And you
I
might
can, like,
forget
squint
to
and you'll
half
see-
squint if you hadn't written it
I
down.
know what, I haven't even done it yet, so...
Well, it's a good
thank
job
you
I
for
brought
reminding-
it up.
Thank you for getting me my book out.
There are just over 2 hours left to paint before one artist will be chosen to go through to the semi-final.
Going over the detail in the eyes, see if I can get them to come alive a bit more.
What kind of are your eyes? Brown?
No, they're actually blue, really dark
Are
blue.
they are.
I've got a lot of love for you, Phoebe, but it worries me that it's taken you 2 hours to work out my eye colour.
That is awful, I assumed.
What are they? Are they blue? I might change something.
It's sort of like you tickle it and tickle it and tickle it. It never comes together at the beginning, it comes together further towards the end. So at the moment, we're just painting and hoping for the best.
Here at the Wallace Collection, our artists have been painting sitters Nina Sasanya, Richard E. Grant, and a very chatty Sue Perkins for 2 hours.
What's this pose saying to you? Is it saying sort of pensive, deep, layered, complex human, or is it just saying tired, perimenopausal woman in hot room?
Oh, honestly.
And as the portraits progress, the judges have been watching.
We're halfway through. I think they're doing enormously well. But do you have any particular judgments to make at the moment?
I think they've all come on a lot. And in the last hour or so, I think there are a few that are racing ahead for me.
I mean, Bill is doing his wax. But he's doing it differently. Is it an improvement?
It's definitely an improvement because he's using the dots to have the portrait emerge rather than placing the dots on top of something in a decorative way.
Well, Phoebe's very interesting because it started green.
She's been playing around with redrawing the head, and she's the only person who's not using technology, and it's becoming better as the day goes on.
And what about the pictures of Richard E. Grant, then? How do we feel about that?
My favourite is Emma Leone's. I mean, she's got a great relationship with paint. There's no palette. She's just working the paint out actually on the canvas, which I think is great. And really good tones coming through.
Robin's, I mean, you can see his background is a graphic background. Everything's there, the eyes are fantastic. I'm quite interested to see where it goes, whether he can give it a kind of Christmas that he had in this portrait.
But it is coming together, and I do feel that it might really reveal itself quite positively.
In a portrait, is there stuff that you're particularly good at and stuff that you think, oh no, I've got to do?
Stuff that I'm good at, stuff that
I can't do ears or something.
I love an ear. I
Oh,
love
you
an
do?
ear.
I can see that you're good at
I don't
ears.
like a neck. Necks are a bit of an afterthought, really. You know, they're just holding your head up, really, aren't they?
I suppose that is true.
I'm really bad at mouths. Well, not bad at mouths, but they do annoy me. I find it hard to work out whether it's like a convex shape or a concave shape, or whether it's going back and go forward. And I just struggle more with them than noses, because noses don't change with your facial expression, but with mouths, they change so much.
So you're starting to put the hair in.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're there with the face, or...?
I'm not done with the face. I just want to like outline the other features
Yeah.
that I'm probably not going to get time to do today.
But just sort of give a sense
Just
of...
give a sense that she does have hair, you know?
Yeah, but she has a head.
Yeah.
It feels okay. Fine. I'm just itching to see what they're doing. Yeah, I'm really trying not to. I need a little periscope that I could feed round and have a quick look, but I don't think it's allowed.
So, Richard, how's the sitting experience been for you?
It's very curious because I've not had any conversation with anybody. Is it the same for the other people sitting today?
There is a lot of people working from tablets. I mean, you know, one could argue, like, you know, Vermeer used camera obscura and stuff like that. People have always used the easiest method.
Okay.
Do you think it might be the actor in you just screaming, "Look at me"?
Well, there's already look at me just by sitting here and doing this.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very thrilled to have you here.
I'm likewise thrilled to meet you.
Oh, well, there you go. So at least we have each other.
We are two 59-year-old duffers.
Don't mind me.
Will you do this again if you're asked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, just cut myself on it. I suppose because I'm a very verbal person. I don't... To be the object of such visual scrutiny is quite weird, but good and quite freeing in a way. I've got to that stage of my life where I just think, you know, this is who I am. You know, let's deal with it. Let's put it in oil. Let's hang it in a bog.
30 minutes to go.
The thing is, with the painting, you can just keep going and keep going and keep going, and it comes a point where, you know, you just actually need to stop.
The background's quite flat, so I wanted to add a bit of pattern to it, so it looks a bit more interesting. It may be a gamble, but what the heck.
I'm feeling like kind of nervously okay. It's odd how much a single dot can affect a painting. It could either help it or hurt it. Sometimes, particularly maybe with the expression, if I haven't got it quite right, just a single dot, I'm like, oh, there it is, I got it. Or vice versa, I could lose it.
It's been mostly Sue's eyes that I've been finding hard still. I've been sort of fiddling, whether it's good fiddling or bad fiddling, I don't know. But if I don't get the eyes right, it can really let the whole picture down.
The eyes, I know it sounds corny, they capture the soul of the person. I'd like to give it a bit more substance. That's the soul doesn't come into it really. That comes in the 5 minutes to go.
Earlier today, 9 artists set about painting the portraits of Nina Sasanya, Sue Perkins and Richard E. Grant. But their 4-hour time limit is nearly up.
It's going all right. It's just I didn't get enough time to do certain effects I want to do. Please, somebody, put the clogs back.
Artists, there are 5 minutes to go.
Right. Come on. Come on, just draw the glasses on. Come on, just draw the glasses on.
It's going to be a push, but I might do it. I'll make every stroke right.
I'm worried I'm overdoing it now. I sort of have adapted my style to be quicker, and now I just kind of want to just start over again.
I can hear my mum in my ear just saying, stop, 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 and it's really bugging me now.
Oh, I see something.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and step away from your work.
Finally.
At last, the moment has arrived. As a reward for sitting for our artists, Richard, Sue and Nina can choose their favourite painting to keep. Sue, you look remarkably fresh,
And finally still, which must really annoy these guys.
You're finally settled.
I know. It's taken me 4 or 5 hours, but I feel now I'm ready to go.
OK, so, artists, could you please turn your easels?
Oh. Oh! You are so clever. 4 hours. And you've done that.
There is something about the staring off. You look thoughtful.
Yes. That can't be true. What's great about this is many people have said over the years you're no oil painting, and now I can say I beg to differ. It's just all dots, is it, or is there any line work?
All dots, yeah.
It's amazing.
But, Sue, you have to make a decision, of course. You have to choose which one of these will be forever in your life.
I'm just deeply impressed with all of them. It's very... Oh, I am going to... I'm going to go with Phoebe. Well done, Phoebe.
You see, this person is so ancient and old, I can't recognise myself at all. So they've all failed. Thank you for giving me so much hair. It's sort of Liberace-like.
Yeah, it is.
I
It
love
is
it.
a little bit, isn't it?
You recognise him?
I'm afraid I do. Yeah. What you've got exactly is what my wife said, is unless I smile, I look as if I'm smelling something none too good. She'll be delighted. As that most approximates what my wife thinks of me, I'll have to choose yours, Em. Sorry, boys. Oh.
Oh my goodness me, well done. It looks like someone in my family.
You?
Hair's amazing.
I'm
Me
hoping
and,
a bit
and
like
others. That's stunning. Look at the colours are amazing. It's really beautiful.
You look like a real kind, caring, warm, loving person.
How did you do that?
I'm not saying that you are.
Completely different style. And the light, the facets of the surface of the face.
So now you choose your very, very favourite of the 3.
Okay. That's kind of tricky. It's this one.
In the privacy of an empty gallery, the judges make a close study of today's finished portraits.
I think Em's really captured Richard's disgruntled look. I'm a bit doubtful about the painting around that, but I think the likeness is fantastic.
Yeah, and it's nice to see someone who's sort of really enjoying the paint and sort of pushing it around as well, I think.
You know, Robin does have that graphic design quality. It's quite a compelling thing to look at, isn't it? He does look very kind of handsome and strong.
You know, I think he works over a much longer period and actually coming and going away from something. You just didn't have that distance here.
I'm very pleased with my portrait, but I do see errors, and I wish I could have painted for a couple more hours, but that's just the way, you know, it's competition, so we'll see.
I love it. I think it's very confident.
I must say, I thought it a pity that she didn't do more, and she kept reworking the head, and I thought she was going to mess it up, and she just found more and more. She's really gone in there.
Funnily enough, I think he caught most of the character.
Yeah.
I think the passages of paint here in the cheeks, and particularly around the mouth, are just absolutely exquisite. We didn't get that from him before. This is definitely a development.
They've seen my work before, so it'd be interesting to see what they think of it now, because I think I've moved on, and it'd be cool to see if they feel the same.
I love watching Michaela work. She's a real painter. Her marks are crisp, and I think she really caught Nina's character very well.
But the blocking that she did and that she promised was going to be so much apart, I think we've lost some of it, and she over-blended it slightly.
I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't, because everybody's got such different styles. I think there's so many good paintings there. I wouldn't like to be in their shoes, really, to be honest.
To help decide who goes through to the semi-final, the judges first whittle the 9 to 3.
We swap those round. Kate, we swap that one with this one.
That's a very strong end, isn't it?
We go with those 3, can't we, for sure?
They just take all the attention, don't they, the strong
absolutely.
paintings.
But which 3 have they chosen?
Firstly, Emma Leone Palmer.
And the second is Bill Bone.
And the third is Phoebe Cripps.
Commiserations to all those who didn't win, but you have made tremendous efforts and wonderful work, and it's really appreciated. So thank you to you.
That was a very crazy experience for me, and just working with such lovely people today, it's been a very enjoyable experience.
Judges, OK, explain to me how you came to these decisions.
Well, Bill was really difficult because, you know, we're familiar with his work, so you have to sort of bring a fresh pair of eyes and really test yourselves as to why you're keeping him going forward.
There were absolutely magical passages of paint on the cheeks and the nose. There's a real likeness in the lips.
But the hair is a distraction, and it's strange he didn't find a way to give us something there without actually putting in this strange tea cozy.
To spend so much time painting and just to be immersed in that kind of art world for a day is good. It makes you want to just go home and paint some more. Maybe not tonight, but tomorrow.
Right, well, this is a head-on picture of Sue.
It was a nice likeness to begin with, and then this afternoon, for me, it really came alive. There's a kind of twinkle in the eye.
Yeah, it's that sort of classic grand portrait that you'd want as a record of yourself.
We sometimes complain about this kind of school of painting, and the worry is when someone's quite good at a particular style of painting, you worry about who they are as an artist. And when I saw her submission, I was thinking, well, she's kind of got that quality. But actually, it was her take on it, and it was beautifully, beautifully done. And a bit more contemporary, like there's got one foot in history and one foot in now.
I really like this, but there is an element of local councillor. It has a formality which the submission doesn't
I'm
have.
glad Sue isn't here, because I think maybe she has got that sort of inner counsellor in her.
Yeah, Alderman Perkins.
I feel really tired and drained, but in a really nice way. I feel like it was an accomplished day, and it's wonderful to be picked with a 3. That's still an honour.
The third.
Emma Leone. She's an unusual artist for me because we've got this like absolute fascination with the stuff of paint, which you get here with this being the palette. I have to say, I'd prefer these not to be there.
It's a slightly a device, isn't it? There's something naive about it, that sort of love of the paint and wanting to sort of place it all there. But it's charming.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that it's a great idea that one day she'll look back and think,
Yeah.
what a very good image of Richard.
You speak about it as being a very good likeness. I think she's got something wrong with this part of the face.
Swollen. It looks like it's got a big
This is
jowl.
not how Richard looks. I don't think that matters, but I think it's worth pointing out.
No, but we had an interesting idea. I've always thought, we will disagree on style,
Yeah.
but I always took likeness to be an absolute. And actually, in our discussions today, I realised I think something looks very like, and you would disagree with me. I think, oh God, that's a surprise.
I feel very, very honoured. I can't believe it. I feel like my heart's going to jump out my mouth. A crazy day.
I've learnt everything I know about art from you three.
Yeah.
4. You've said of artists before, yeah, they're really, really good, but I kind of know what they're going to give us for the rest of the competition. Do you think that we kind of know what Bill and Phoebe would give us? But there's a sense of Emma Leone of a sort of maverick streak that we don't quite know.
I'd go with that.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I think actually all three of them are really, really good artists. Bill's developed his style, and with Phoebe, she's a really gifted, confident young artist. And definitely, you're right, with Emma Leone, you don't know what's coming next. And that's why they're our top 3, because they're all good, strong artists who are definitely going places. It's just really difficult to work out which one you want to follow in this particular instance.
It's a great top 3, I think.
Oh, thanks.
But only one of the shortlisted artists can go through to the semi-final.
Congratulations to you all on getting this far, but as we all know, only one of you can go through.
Yes, the artists that the judges have selected have, and I quote, produced more than a likeness. They captured a sense of vitality that will stand the test of time. And that artist is... Phoebe Cripps.
I feel quite strange. I thought maybe I was going to be a bit traditional, maybe a bit boring, I don't know. So that's mind-blowing that they chose me. I can't believe it at all.
She's obviously very good at capturing a likeness. She's got that classical thing going on. It is timeless.
Phoebe's portrait was amazing. I kind of had an inkling that she might do very well.
I think the plan is tonight. I've got to get home with Mum. I think probably a bottle of something will get opened, but I think just slowly taking it in, keep pinching myself, that's going to be the best bit.
Hello, we're back at the Wallace collection. Well, in fact, we haven't left since last week. Such is our dedication to finding new artistic talent.
In today's heat, we have an artist who's working on a door, which he found in a skip, and throwing a bit of concrete into the mix.
Or into the mixer. Anyway, welcome to Sky Arts, Portrait Artist of the Year.
We've set up home in London for the heats of this year's competition.
As 9 more artists compete to paint 3 of the country's best-loved personalities.
A sitter who's got a big scraggly beard, a big nose would be great.
But to win a place in the semi-final, they will have just 4 hours to impress our judges. Independent curator Kathleen Soriano, art historian Kate Bryan, and award-winning artist Taishan Schirenberg.
You're the only man, Frank, I've met who can multitask.
Don't ask me to do anything else.
Can you put the kettle on, please, Frank?
This year's prize is a £10,000 commission to paint the portrait of broadcaster Graham Norton for the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Ireland.
So, as our artists showcase their skills,
You love painting eyes.
Love painting eyes, love painting faces.
Which of the 9 will claim the next place in the semi-final?
It'll look pants for a long time, and then all of a sudden something beautiful will happen.
I look forward to seeing it post pants.
among the artists who've made it to today's heat, 2 are amateur. Hannah Murray and Frank Davey.
I've been preparing by doing speed drawings, speed paintings. I'm not saying that they all worked out pretty well, but fingers crossed it'll all come good today.
And 7 are professional artists. Oliver Winkerneck, Greg Mason, Mark Heng, Inga Duplessis, Jamie Green, Joe Beer and Chris Kent.
I'm feeling a little bit of tingly feelings, really quite excited about getting some paint tubes open and getting some brushes out.
To take part in the competition, the artists uploaded an image of their self-portraits for the judges to inspect on screen. So for the first time today, they get to see the originals. And first is a submission chosen by only one of the judges, Kathleen.
You know, I'm always looking for something that's just a little bit different. You only have the eye, but what a fantastic eye. I'm hoping today they'll do a little bit more than the eye, but it's very unusual.
I think I probably would like it more without the eye. I think I love the treatment of the wood, and I love the other eye. I don't like your eye.
I never thought a criticism of this would be I don't like the eye.
Yeah.
That's all we've got to hold on to.
I know,
here.
exactly. But anyway, it's going to be brilliant to see what they do today.
What I really like is that total look of concentration that goes, it actually looks through you.
I think I was really struck by the compositional device here. So you've got all this space behind with this really, really bold red, and you can see all the red shadows on the face. I think it's brilliantly observed.
We've actually hung it too low. If you just go down a little bit, you can actually see it looks better.
Should we do her justice and all just go down quickly?
On our knees, you mean?
Like this.
Yeah, that's much better. We love this one, partly because of the composition, the way in which she's filling the frame, and that fantastic reflection in the glasses.
Yeah. What I really like is that the check shirt is not just what he's wearing, but it informs the rest of the painting. He's got checked eyebrows.
Yes.
It's in his hair as well.
What's nice to see is that it's monumentality on the screen. Of course, we've seen all these things at the same size. Now we see that it really is monumental.
For me, the real star of this is that look. I find it really draws me in.
Yeah.
We love this submission because of the composition and the fact that he's clearly pushed himself off to the side, but he's looking down.
It is part of the 80s album sleeve genre. There's even left space for the title of the album.
You've got this gritty jumper with paint splodges on it. I mean, he's really good at getting paint on.
I mean, that head is a phenomenal head.
Yeah.
I mean, the light bouncing in it, the patches of colour, it's fantastically rendered.
I love it when you crane in.
At this point, the artists don't know who today's sitters will be, so they prepare for every eventuality. But for one, regardless of who they will paint, there's one colour that has to be on her palette.
This beautiful light red. It's just my instant happy colour. Once that's on the palette, then I'm home.
I personally wouldn't go for this much blue. It's a very saturated blue, which means it's going to pop forward. But it'll be an interesting challenge.
Professional artist Mark Heng has travelled from his home in Limerick, Ireland for today's heat. After formal training at art school, Mark turned to a rather different artistic career, working as a caricaturist at weddings and events.
I'm hoping to get a sitter who's got a big scraggly beard, and a big nose would be great.
I would probably rather have someone who's got a bit of character to their face. The worst case scenario would be someone who's an absolute porcelain-skinned young beauty.
Artist, your sitter today is an award-winning actor who's done just about everything. Detective drama, classic Russian theatre, Shakespeare. He's just very good at acting. He is Trevor Eve. As one of Britain's best-loved actors, Trevor Eve has brought to life unforgettable characters on stage and screen, from Waking the Dead to blockbuster hit Troy.
Looks very crusty, doesn't it?
It's only 4 hours. It's like a mammoth horse ride. That's how you feel at the end of it.
Yeah. Well, it's the responsibility. You don't know what you've got to deliver, really.
We sort of want the quintessence of Trevor Eve, if you can manage that.
I'll do my best.
Artist, the person who is sitting for you today expresses his imagination in words. He's a poet and a writer. He's been translated into over 20 languages. Please welcome Ben Okri.
Nigerian-born Ben Okri has won countless awards for his writing, including the Booker Prize for his novel The Famished Road, and an OBE for his services to literature.
You're a writer, so you sit at work every day?
Nowadays, I prefer to stand.
Oh, you stand at your desk?
The thought has to go down, so you may as well stand up.
What will you be thinking about today? Will you empty your head, or...?
I think I'll go for stillness and emptiness of mind. When your mind is empty is when you tend to have your best ideas.
So we may be the source of some...
I hope so. Of some surprising inspiration.
Artist, your sitter today is an actress who can bend it like Beckham. She also has had a painting in the National Portrait Gallery. No pressure. Please welcome Paminda Nagra. Paminda Nagra's roles have seen her as a doctor in ER, an FBI agent in The Blacklist, and even travelling to the Arctic for Sky Atlantic's Fortitude. So, you've already had your painting in the National Portrait Gallery?
I have. That was quite an experience, that one. I think I won't fall asleep today, but I did fall asleep on that one.
They didn't wake you?
I was a little bit mortified, actually, at the end of that.
What do you want from a portrait?
People think I get very stern-looking, so I would hope that my eyes don't sort of glaze over. So I'd like for...
I'll just be glad if they're open. I can ask the artist, is there anything Paminda can do that will make your job a bit easier?
Stay awake.
Stay awake.
What would you like?
And I don't mind where you place your head as long as I can have your eyes towards me at some point during...
I'll try and arrange for 4 eyes, then.
Yes.
I personally like a fairly steely expression.
Do you want steely?
Yes, I do.
Do you want steely?
I'll go with steel. Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay.
Artists, I hope you have everything you need. Sitters, I hope you found a spot at which to stare.
You have 4 hours to complete your portraits. The best of luck, everyone. The time starts now.
Smile, maybe? Did you see some teeth?
Don't really like showing my teeth that much.
I was trying to go for sort of thoughtful.
Really thoughtful would be this.
It does look very thoughtful. I like it.
We're used to seeing portraits emerge in a range of mediums from paints to pastels. But one artist is using a material more suited to work on a building site.
So now I'm just mixing my concrete. It's probably going to take about half an hour to dry, so I want to get it on fairly quickly. I'll mix things up quite a bit with my painting. When I've got a canvas, I tend to cover it in this concrete stuff, make it all just this one big textured kind of piece.
Originally from Liverpool, Jamie Green moved to study fine art in Manchester, where he now lives and works as a professional artist. His self-portrait was the first he had ever attempted and is a mix of concrete and paint on a piece of wood he found in a scrapyard.
What sort of degree of paint are we actually going to see on the surface of what is this, a kitchen cupboard board or?
Found in a skip, actually. It's going to be much more refined than my
So there'll be more...
Yeah, it's hopefully going to look a lot like him.
And given that your concrete is white, is the blue background sort of totally irrelevant to you here?
It's a tough decision because I don't normally go too bright. I'm
Pale
much more
and-
neutral.
Yeah, no, I can see that.
Yeah.
Each artist has a different way of approaching today's 4-hour challenge. And for one, time doesn't seem to be a constraint.
What I like to do is like have an hour to sort of look and mess about and think about it, because it's easy just to jump in and make a heck of a mess.
Chris Kent is a professional artist who lives in Roxburghshire in the Scottish borders. When he's not teaching art, working as an illustrator or publishing his own graphic novels, Chris finds time to paint in his studio at the bottom of the garden. You're sort of exploring Parminder's face at the moment with the sketches.
Yes, so I'm not getting onto the paint just yet.
It's fabulously laid back of you. So how many more sketches do you think you'll do?
2 or 3, I suppose, yeah.
You're like those blokes. When I worked in a factory, blokes used to get in the morning, they'd have a read of the paper, have a cup of tea.
Well, yeah, I would be doing that at this moment, I think.
Yes.
Otherwise.
I just have this feeling I might come back in 4 hours. You'll be going, oh, God, what did I say?
I know.
Every artist does a different version. Now, yours is canvas with a grid.
Yeah, I've been working on a grid basis just recently because the drawing is really foundational. It gives you really the basis on which you can then explore a more creative response.
Before becoming a professional artist 8 years ago, Greg Mason ran a graphics business, working as Vidal Sassoon's principal designer and art director. He lives in Exeter with his wife and 3 daughters.
Using a tablet for the close-up, is that the frame you're going to use?
Yeah, I've homed in on this. It's got a little bit of expression on the eyebrow, and it was just a moment that Trevor held there, and I'm hoping that that will just take it somewhere else. It's really challenging to bring an emotional expression into a portrait, but I think that's something that maybe will make this stand out today.
The artists have nearly reached the 1 hour mark.
I think I'm sneaking up on the likeness, but I think it needs to be refined and the expression needs to be brought out more.
Parminder's hair is a sculptural feature in a sense. The form of it is really interesting. It's a shape, but also moves, and it's very light, so how we do that, I don't know.
Here at the Wallace Collection in London, our 9 artists have been painting actors, Trevor Eve and Parminder Nagra, and poet Ben Okri for almost an hour. And one artist in particular isn't wasting any time.
Inga, you are quick.
But I do feel like I need to slow down a bit now.
But is it a bad thing? Because it feels like something that's been painted with tremendous gusto.
I mean, I have done portraits and gone at it like crazy, and then 45 minutes later I'm done.
But that's okay. There's some lovely seating areas here. You can relax. Originally from South Africa, Inga du Plessis studied fine art in Cape Town before starting her own furniture design business. Now a professional artist, her studio is an old derelict building in Maidenhead. How was the beret for you? Were you pleased to see a hat? Or
The colours on it is so dramatically different. I mean, more
on
time
this
on that.
angle, you don't quite get the... I don't know the technical term for that thing in the centre of a beret. I think if it was a nodule.
The nodule.
I'd be so tempted, just for slight suggestion of nodule. would make that beret. I was just so happy to use the phrase suggestion of nodule.
The composition of a portrait isn't just about what looks aesthetically pleasing.
Now, you made a decision right away, a big head.
Trevor's got a massive amount of character to his face, and I think to concentrate too much on the figure would be a mistake. For me, it was really essential that the head was the main feature.
Oliver Winkeneck has been a professional artist for 2 years and lives in Cambridgeshire with his girlfriend. Using bold chunks of colour, the aim of his self-portrait was to create something that might not be instantly engaging, but is certainly intriguing.
You love painting eyes.
Love painting eyes, love painting faces.
Eyes are very difficult.
I know, they are, but when you get them right, that's all you need.
I know you used to work in an optician's.
God,
You
years
looked
ago.
at a lot of eyes in your time.
Definitely, absolutely fascinating. And I love the fact that you can take someone's eyes without any other information, and that's enough to recognise a person.
I can see the drawings coming in, but also some colour. What's this, pastel?
Yeah, it's just soft pastels and a mixture of pencil crayons, if I get round to doing it.
The hair is a lot of work. Are you going to do both sides? And
Yes,
then...
with the graphites, I can work that in when I add some colour too.
Yeah.
So it'll give it a bit of a natural shade.
Born and growing up in Leicester, amateur artist Frank Davey worked for an engineering company for 25 years. Since retirement, he has taken up his love of drawing photorealistic portraits and drew his first ever self-portrait for this competition.
How are you feeling about the time? I'm wondering how long that very meticulous self-portrait took.
It took a long time, actually.
That's why you're kind of studiously ignoring us while you're doing
Yeah,
continuing.
no, I really am.
You're
go for it. You're doing
a very
just
good
the
job.
right thing.
I think
You're the only man, Frank, I've met who can multitask. You're actually
Really?
drawing and answering our questions.
Well, don't ask me to do anything else, because that's as far as it will go.
Put the kettle on, please, Frank.
You're very still, Trevor.
Is that all right? Too still?
Yeah, no, you're fine. No, you were great.
Trevor Eve is a very famous face. Does that make him a good sitter?
He really has got immense charisma. As he projects out from his face, that's ready to be painted. They're going to have no problem painting him today.
Is it an actor's skill to remain as still as that? Or is it just natural to Trevor?
No, we found that I think actors are very good at it. I think they see it as another role, could it be? It's a very subdued role as there's no dialogue, but they do seem to be giving us something.
If you had to paint Ben, is he a good sitter? He looks very still.
I think what tends to happen is that gravity begins to win, you know, usually. So you...
Oh, I know that.
So you sort of start to slump back and the arms come down, and then eventually that means the neck comes down, the head comes down. But he's got that chest out, so that's really helping him stay alert and, you know, give good face. I'm interested to see if they use the blue. If they do bring in that background colour, is it there flat in the background, or will we get to see, you know, reflected light on the face? I love that.
When you just see the odd line down there,
Exactly.
just reminiscent.
Yeah, and also it just reminds you it was painted in a time and a place.
Now, Paminda didn't want to be painted looking too serious.
It's very hard to maintain a smile for any length of time, I think, unless you have one of those faces that naturally sits in a smile. So I think what artists tend to get from a sitter is something that's more serious and more contemplative. That air is coming through in the portraits of her at the minute, so I hope she is happy with them at the end.
Got very upbeat hair.
She certainly has. That's the smiling
The
bit.
hair is smiling.
You okay, Parminda? You're still awake? You're still with
Yeah,
us?
I'm still with you.
Having a sitter in front of them is a luxury for some of our artists who are more used to working from photos than real life.
So here's the photograph here on the screen, but how much are you looking at our real life magnetic human being?
I've got a slightly different angle on my photograph.
I feel sorry for Hannah because she didn't want to do profile. So every now and then I feel I owe her one over here.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
Send some face our way, please. Yeah,
Send me
lovely.
some face
There's a bit of face coming your way.
After completing her fine art degree at Leeds Metropolitan University, amateur artist Hannah Murray moved back home to London, where she paints part-time and assists at a gallery. Her self-portrait took 3 weeks to paint and blends the traditional with a more contemporary style.
The colours that you're seeing on the screen here, they don't have any of what I can see here. So what will you do? Will you mediate between the two?
I think I make up a lot of colour as well.
Okay, yeah.
So I see a brown and I make it purple.
Technically, if that wasn't on that drawing, I might not know that that was skin.
When I start painting, the forehead always looks like a rainbow. Once you've done the rest of it, you don't notice all the different colours so much.
Yeah.
They kind of all blend in.
I love skin tones. I love different colours that you find on human flesh. What most people would just consider flesh colour isn't. It's an absolute kaleidoscope full of colours.
Professional artist Jo Beer lives in Cornwall with her husband and 2 children. She works part-time at a GP surgery and spends much of her time painting at her kitchen table. Her self-portrait is called Flesh and took over 30 hours to paint.
What do you think are the hardest things about her as a sitter? I can see you've stylised the hair slightly.
Yeah, she's got beautiful ringlets, which have sort of lost themselves, so I'm going to have to pull them out of the bag somehow. But I'm not very happy with her nose at all. Her nose herself is lovely, but
So how would you correct something like that?
I have no idea.
Well, I'll let you have a go at that nose.
Thank you. Yes, it needs some work, doesn't it?
Okay, good luck.
It's nearly halfway through the competition, and bold colour decisions are being made.
I toyed with keeping the background red, and that didn't work out. I tried holding various colours in front of it. So at the moment I'm going with greenish yellow background. Well, I completely hate it and wipe it off, but at the moment I think it's forming quite a nice contrast.
The more you use colour, you become sort of more aware of the fact that there are certain colours that do go together and colours that don't even want to sort of be in the same place together, so they do what's called colour vibration. So there's lots of things that you can play with.
I've done the whole face, but I don't know about how much we're going to do with the jacket and the hat. I might just leave them as almost like quite ghostly.
Is this one of your motifs to have quite a lot of space at one side?
So what I'm trying to do is accentuate the character of Trevor's features, make the sitter hit the edges of the page so that he's trapped in this space.
You've cropped him?
I've cropped him hard.
Okay.
We're halfway through today's painting challenge here at the Wallace Collection, where our artists are painting poet Ben Okri and actors Trevor Eve and Paminda Nagra. Only one can go through to the semi-final, so the judges have been observing their progress carefully.
Now, I think Inga lost out when she covered the red background.
Interestingly, I think the red, although it was the wrong colour, had the same vibrancy as the blue vibe, and it was a good simile for it.
He has this extraordinary rich skin tone, and if you're going to use the background colour in the painting, then you've got to let it inform the face, otherwise it won't really hang together that well.
Well, let's move on to Jamie.
What you see is not just a sort of a throwaway thing, let's lose some concrete, let's make something that's cool. It's actually about a material that means something to him.
It's fantastic. Out of this concrete mist, a beautiful, evocative image of Ben that suggests a long history and a story.
I also like what Greg's doing. His drawing was beautiful. I wanted to just take a photo of it before it was painted. It's not just that he captured him so well, but he chose just the right image to work from. You know, the head's at just an angle, he's slightly crumpled into the corner.
What we're seeing here is a very honest representation of an older man.
Now, Oliver roared ahead from the very word go.
He's got the groundwork laid out and it's very strong. Trevor, being an actor, is exuding great charisma, and the painting is matching that sort of strange sort of saturnine power.
After lunch is the worst bit of the day for me. You think they're doing an amazing job, and it's that sort of this crucial moment of like, can they see what is good there and ensure that they keep that?
don't think I've ever kept my mouth this shut for all this time. I've not got a script in front of me. I'm not playing any character. I guess I'm playing the character of a sitter. I think I thought that this is how a sitter would sit. But now I'm stuck staring at the urn.
Feels a bit like a sort of managerial position with a team. I want my boys and girls to do well. You're kind of on the touchline here, and you're just willing them on. So there's nothing remotely boring about the sitting. It's very meditative, but there's a little passion that whirs inside you all the time going, come on.
Well, I come from a culture in which we are a little bit suspicious of being looked at for too long in that sort of way. And artists, they look at you in a very strange way. It's very analytical. So you have to surrender, actually, and be receptive. So it's been a very profound experience.
Getting to grips with the fine detail of the face takes skill and patience.
I had been struggling with the skin tone. I'm getting the gist of it now. I always expect a painting to happen in front of me immediately. Just got to relax and realise that it'll get there.
Skin tones can be an awful lot more buttery than what we sometimes realise. What I sometimes call ice cream colours, because you get those really interesting vanilla-y colours that the skin is quite often made up of.
I like these smatterings of blue that have entered in. I mean, that's presumably your nod to the background.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to put something in there. I think it needed it just to bring it forward.
So I'm getting the sense that you're quite an intuitive artist.
Yeah, this is very different for me. I've almost made oil paint into watercolours here. I kind of liked how it was going, so
yeah,
I
just went with it.
Yeah, went with it.
Graham, you're Jamie's dad.
Yes.
So where does he get his artistic talent from?
Well, it's not me. His mother was an art teacher, but...
Oh, well, there you go.
No, because really she's not that good at drawing. She was kind of like
Hello, if you're watching.
Yeah. She's on the golf course.
Oh, she's on the golf course, okay.
What I find astonishing is there's everything different, and I've watched him for years, how he just puts a few marks on the page, and then a head appears, and it's proportional, whether it's bigger, larger, you know, whatever.
I love proud dads.
Now, Godwin, you've been here all day, not surprisingly, because you're Ben Okri's brother.
Indeed.
And Daisy, you're his goddaughter. Yeah. And what do you think of the painting so far?
I'm looking at Ben through the eyes of the artist, as it is. And there are different styles and different shapes, and that I find that very amazing.
And they're all capturing different parts of Ben in different ways, so I'll be interested to see what he thinks of them, because he's used to observing it's all being turned on its head, and he's the one that's the source of the attention.
Do you have a favourite?
I'd rather not say.
But you do?
I do, yes.
The artists have just 30 minutes left to complete their portraits.
That's actually my bathroom cabinet door. I've come for it back.
You can't have it. Now I'm just kind of grunging it up a bit, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
Make it belong in this door that's obviously been around for years and years and years.
Everything's going to plan. I've just hopefully not over-egged the pudding, as they say.
I was surprised when the green went on because I thought that was very purposeful that you wanted the red to be the background.
I really didn't know what colour the background was going to be, and I actually toyed with the red for a bit, and I made it deeper, and I put a little bit of red, and it was just, no, it didn't work.
And it might seem like a silly question, but blue didn't cross your mind then?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, it just didn't.
What I'm really looking to try and do is get beyond the familiarity that we all have with him as a personality and look for something a little bit more unique. So I'm going to try and see how far I can go in the time and space I've got available.
Actors Trevor Eve and Parminder Nagra and poet Ben Okri have been sitting for our 9 artists at the Wallace collection in London for nearly 4 hours.
Are you fiddling?
I'm fiddling, definitely.
I see you're fiddling with the white background, which is probably a safe place to fiddle.
Yeah, it's good.
Go, go, go.
I'm
Yeah,
going.
Like you've got...
No, I'm happy. I'm just fiddling and tweaking now.
Artists, there are 5 minutes to go.
I think I've got to the point where I'm happy with it now. Ish. Maybe not. I don't know.
It was kind of touch and go for a while, and then I think I got a second wind. I'm liking it.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and step away from your portraits.
It's now time to reveal the finished portraits of Parminder, Ben and Trevor, and for them to choose their favourite one to keep.
Whenever I came past, I thought, you know, I'd like to have a go at drawing Trevor. You look like a really good subject. And I think the artist would agree with that, would you not? Obviously, two of them are going to go off you quite a lot in the next 5 minutes. So, artists, can you please turn your easels?
Wow. Fantastic. I like the weight you've got in the body. There's definitely a sitting, you know, you've got that. I look vaguely off.
Do you quite like that?
It's the default position. Interestingly, I recognize me in this less than I do with Greg.
I think you have an intensity about you, which I quite like. I mean, how are you on intensity, generally?
Pretty damn good.
OK.
The detail and the fineness of stroke is extraordinary. I look a little vacant, which is another aspect of my personality I'm perfectly prepared to accept.
You're just versatile, that's what you are.
What have we got? Vacant, intense,
and
fed up.
Yeah.
Well, that's 40 years of a career.
This is the moment, to paraphrase the Spice Girls, when 3 become 1.
Right. I have to go with Greg. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hope you enjoy it.
So, artists, will you please turn your easels round?
Wow. Wow. Very different visions.
As a likeness, do you see yourself here?
Likeness is a very strange thing. I think visually we're a mystery to ourselves.
Well, this is a clue.
Yes. It's kind of almost expressionist, isn't it? It's kind of rich with colors, very intense. You've given me that still upward look. I'm fascinated by your blue background.
It is a most beautiful colour. It's affected your skin tones.
It's a wonderful portrait. I want all 3 of them. Do I really have to choose?
I'm afraid that's the nature of the competition.
Wow. I'll choose Jamie's.
So shall we do that special moment?
Let's do it.
So, artists, would you please turn your easels?
I really do like it. I was wondering what all the colours on your palette were, and I like the different bits on the tone of my skin.
The eyes, you feel you could poke them. They look so moist and jellyish. Your pose today was very sturdy.
Yeah, and I felt like I was really holding it up, and I guess that's what's coming through.
I think it gives you an ability.
Yeah. Got my smile, my half smile.
It's a fabulous explosion of Van Gogh-like colour.
I love all the texture.
So, You now must choose the one that you'd like on your wall.
I think this one.
It's Joe's. Congratulations.
Left alone with the finished works, the judges have a chance to examine each piece in close detail.
I love that red popping through everywhere. I mean, she really used it to great effect.
I've got a real sense of him, not just as the man who was sitting there, but I think she's got more a mood of the man when he was talking and chatting as well, somehow in that still portrait.
I loved watching him work into the board with all his tools and chisels. It's such a sensitive piece of work. He's not using watercolour, but it looks like watercolour.
I don't know where this has come from. It's quite a mysterious thing to have found. It feels from a different era.
I think I definitely took a risk with the pose that I chose. I was trying to get him to look thoughtful because he's a poet. At times I think he looked a bit drowsy.
I thought Oliver did very well today. He had that drawing down, the head was monumental, he knew what he was doing.
There are some lovely passages around here. I don't feel like it's completely resolved, although it has a good likeness.
Yeah. We were blown away by Jo's rendering of flesh in her very complex self-portrait, and I can see those things appearing here.
I do like the lusciousness of the paint.
It's sort of slightly fantastical, slightly comic-like in its graphic qualities, and this is the style that she adapted from the submitted painting. She can do much faster.
I like it because he's kind of crumpled into the corner without being too dishevelled. There's a lovely rhythm that runs up the arm and then goes into this shoulder, and the head's just at a slight angle.
I don't think it looks like the Trevor who was here. He saw a part of Trevor that he was maybe possibly trying to hide. It was sort of the darker, melancholic side. I think it's a beautiful painting.
I took a lot of time up front to work on my composition, so I'm hoping that that's what they'll see.
I three of these.
OK, I like these two for sure.
OK.
Shame we can't have 4.
But it's only 3 who can make it to the shortlist.
And the first of those artists is Greg Mason.
The second artist is Inga de Plessis.
And the third artist to be shortlisted is Jamie Green.
You were all deserving. You all did wonderful work. Thank you all very much.
I was hoping that I would get through and, yeah, obviously haven't, but I'm happy with what I produced in the time I had.
To help understand the judges' choices, Joan and I quizzed them for more detail. Can we start with talking about Inga's Ben Oakley?
It's a great likeness of the man as I experienced him today. It's a beautiful bit of painting.
The only thing I would prefer, actually, especially now seeing it next to the submission, is if she'd just been a little bit more exaggerated with the compositional framing. I'd like to have seen even more above his head.
She began with red, and it looked wonderful like that, and then she started putting on the green.
I think she was really happy with this green colour. I think that red is wonderful. It kind of gives it a glowing quality, like he's really...
It is fab. It makes him look electrical.
I think the red background, green background might be a contentious thing, whether they like it or not, but I am pleased with it.
Greg found something out about Trevor that it wasn't apparent when you saw him posing. And I look at it now and I understand that feeling.
He caught a moment in which Trevor was suddenly rather melancholy.
I do think it's a very sensitively modelled head.
I was way over there looking at this, and that eye sought me out. It's quite special.
I really love seeing the combination of the submission and that together. I think it's brilliant because he's just taken away some of the refinement of that one, but we still get enough there.
I guess I put enough in my painting of Trevor for him to be able to see something unique of himself in that, and I'm happy with the result.
So, Jamie?
What I really like about him is this development. You can see the connection between the two really elegantly.
I always like an artist who isn't quite sure what he's going to do as the day starts, and he found Ben's head in there somewhere with a beautiful drawing. And so I think he was as surprised as we were that he had made this amazing step forward in his progression.
The only thing I'm thinking is, can he develop enough for a big commission? It's tricky because you're enjoying that journey with them, but at the same time, there's a risk.
I'm the kind of weird outsider with my techniques and stuff, so who knows, maybe that might swing it for me. I'm looking forward to finding out.
It's a difficult decision.
It's really difficult because, look, this is three really interesting artists.
And all very different and very good at what they're doing.
It's an intriguing picture of the day. Inga, Greg, Jamie, we've had such pleasure watching each of you work today, but as you know, only one can go forward into the semi-final.
Yes, and the judges have decided that that place goes to an artist whose combination of self-portrait and the way they adapted their techniques today gives the judges real confidence going forward. And that artist is... Greg Mason. Oh, wow. Oh, my God.
Truthfully, I didn't expect to win. I literally thought they were reading out someone else's name.
Oh, my God.
Such a lovely guy. It was just a fantastic day.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Love your paintings.
There might have been a little bit of me that had a bit of hope, but I can be proud of myself today, I think.
Congratulations. Yeah, thank you. It feels amazing to have my work measured by people who I really respect. And I think that's going to really spur me on to work even harder next time round.
Hello, we're at the Wallace collection in London.
Today, our 9 artists are here to paint 3 outstanding actors in shows as varied as Game of Thrones and Hunger Games.
You know, we should call this programme Game of Tones.
Oh, yes, I like it.
Oh, it's good. But it isn't called that. This is a brand new series of Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year.
Over the next 8 weeks, some of the most talented artists from Britain and Ireland are coming to showcase their talents.
I've been just constantly painting in my head. Even last night, I couldn't even sleep. I think I was just dreaming painting.
In front of the public, they'll have just 4 hours to paint the portraits of some very famous faces.
How does it feel?
Feels good. I'm going to do this a lot. Is that okay?
Oh, no, that'd be wonderful.
Do you want to look noble, interesting, quirky?
I mean, yeah, you all taking notes on those that would be fantastic.
Wow.
The reason they're putting themselves under such pressure? A possible life-changing prize, a £10,000 commission to paint the portrait of broadcaster Graham Norton. It will hang in the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Ireland.
Someone came up to me and said, Bill's about to start waxing.
About to wax.
I nearly arrived in a robe. But just who wins the prize is up to our judges. Award-winning artist Tyshan Schierenberg, art historian Kate Bryan, and independent curator Kathleen Soriano.
It's great. I think they're brilliant, actually.
So, from today's 9 artists...
Every brush I put down, I'm kind of excited, but also terrified at the same time.
Who will be the first to make it to the semi-final? So your measurements are all instinctive?
Which can go horribly wrong.
But it'll be great television.
Okay, perfect.
Arriving for today's heat are 5 professional artists. Michaela Del Campo, Charlotte Baines, Marek Ducter, Kimberly Klaus, and Charlie Schaefer.
My strategy today is to just put as much paint down as quickly as possible and just have fun with it.
They are joined by 4 amateur artists. Charlie Collins, David Douglas, Kieran Meehan, and Michael Roberts.
I've been practicing a lot, so I think I've got it pretty tight, hopefully.
Today's artists were selected after sending in a digital copy of a self-portrait. Now we have the originals, we've created our own exhibition for the judges to study.
Well, here it is, the Wall of Hope, the pictures that you have selected from those that were submitted.
It's such an engaging portrait. I'm so pleased we picked it.
It's packed with character, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I love the character of the face, all the different colours, but it feels really natural at the same time.
And I think we were really pleased to have that amount of the body covered, because often you have just the head. So someone who's brave enough to take on almost a full length.
It's a really honest bit of painting.
Back to the camera, as it were.
The figure's fantastically observed, and I love that composition where the head is sort of sliced across.
Tricky to paint a portrait of your back.
Yeah.
What attracted me to it is the light. It is a real body in space in light outdoors, and as such, I would say it's a portrait.
For me, it just wasn't qualifying enough for a portrait, but I like being proven wrong, so let's see what happens today.
Look at those great squashy brushes.
I love this, to capture so much, like a whole, half body with doing so little. It seems so easy, and I know that it's not.
I think the way in which she's constructed a sense of character with that economy of the paint is incredible.
And what is interesting about it, we know other people who use brush marks, but not these sort of brush marks. So it's very original in the way it feels.
Amongst the submissions in today's heat is a portrait chosen by just one of the judges, and today it's Kate's choice.
I love it. I'm so pleased I chose it. The combination of all these different patterns and colours, the stripy fence, the kind of lawn going into the background.
What's not to like?
Seeing it in the flesh, it's much bigger and more monumental than I thought it was when I saw it on screen. I have to say, it's very nicely painted in a sort of dry, unflashy sort of way.
Divided into 3 groups of 3, the artists will have just 4 hours to paint a portrait, striking enough to win them a place in the semi-final. And for some today,
even more brushes.
they've come extra prepared for the challenge ahead.
I thought, better safe than sorry, you never know. So I brought the whole studio, the whole kit and caboodle.
This box, it was my granddad's box. He made it himself. He was an artist as well. It's been a bit of a family heirloom, and I thought I'd bring it along for luck.
Amateur artist Michael Roberts lives in Aberystwyth with his wife and 2 young children. After studying for a PhD in fine art, he now works as the university's IT manager. His self-portrait is in coloured pencil, which enables him to capture the fine detail of the skin.
The 4 hours to me seems like a very short amount of time, because I normally spend 6 months to a year painting things.
With canvases prepped and paintbrushes poised, the only thing the artists are waiting for is their sitters.
I haven't painted any famous people at all, ever. I've just painted family and friends and a few enemies.
The ideal sitter is somebody that is very still and perhaps a very beautiful woman.
So, artist, your sitter today is an amazing actor. He was in The Lovely Bones, he was in Hunger Games, he was in The Devil Wears Prada. You are very lucky because your sitter today is the brilliant Stanley Tucci. As if being a huge Hollywood star isn't enough, Stanley Tucci's varied career has seen him direct films, own a restaurant, and even write a cookbook. Stanley, it's fabulous to have you here. What are you looking for in this? Are you looking for some grand portrait that will be above your fireplace?
Oh, without question. Yeah. Yeah, because I just love images of me.
Yes, me too.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, you have some in your house.
I have a few. I think you're on my screensaver.
Yeah. I used to draw and studied drawing, and I'm just fascinated by the process, always.
There are two types of sitters on this show. There are ones who can't resist having a bit of a peep, and the ones who hold back for that special moment of revelation. Which one do you think you'll be?
It'll be very difficult for me not to peek. Yeah.
Try not to look really disappointed.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'll act.
You're so good at that, dear.
Yeah.
Artist, your sitter today doesn't shy away from drama on either stage or screen. Please welcome Indira Varma.
Actress Indira Varma has gripped audiences as a murderer in What Remains, a victim in Luther, and out for revenge in Game of Thrones.
Now then, this is going to be an interesting day for you.
Yes, it's interesting, the idea of being an actor sitting here. I'm not going to be conveying anything or communicating particularly, not in an active way.
You don't think you're going to be acting a sitter?
No. Well, I'd like not to be. I'm really curious to see what you will see with me not doing anything.
Artists, your sitter today is an amazing actor who made his screen debut when he was 12 months old. Please give him a big welcome. He is Freddie Highmore. Award-winning actor Freddie Highmore spent his childhood acting alongside Johnny Depp in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and Finding Neverland, and now stars as a crazed teenager in the hit thriller series Bates Motel. Do you own any paintings of you?
No, I've never sat for anyone before.
I think it's a beautiful thing to have, and one of these paintings will be yours. And later today, you will have the terrible choice when you will break two hearts simultaneously.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't apologise in advance. Also, don't look at a particular artist when you say sorry.
I try to look at everyone.
As if you know already, you think, well, that one won't be very good. So can I say, what would you really like from Freddie today in an ideal world?
Is that the way that you would sit
Is
if you were
this
at
good,
home?
Yeah.
I like the leg up. I don't know if that's going to be too...
I could see you better if you weren't wearing
Do you
glasses.
want these without glasses?
Well, I prefer it, but I don't know about them.
I would personally, but it's up to you. I mean, if the
That's
glasses
fine with
are,
me, yeah.
who you are, then wear them.
I don't have to see you do.
That's true. That's very true.
So, are you ready to be the sitter? Yes.
Yes.
Good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Artists and sitters, your challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your portraits, and the time starts now.
You're seeing all my defects, my spots, my wrinkles. Quite liberating, oddly.
She's fantastic. Strong features, very big contrast between the hair and the skin tones. We got a beautiful woman, and I'm happy what we got.
Michaela Del Campo is a professional artist. He completed his Masters in Fine Art at the University of Milan before moving to London to teach and paint. Michaela enjoys creating stories in his work, as in his self-portrait entitled The Fall.
In your submission, I can't see your face, so to what extent do you think it's a genuine self-portrait?
It is not a self-portrait of appearance, but it is a self-portrait of situation. I prefer to see myself through other people's faces.
So will we see this today? Will we see an element of self-portrait in the portrait?
We always see an element of self-portrait in all the paintings that somebody does.
The artist can choose any medium, but most of today's competitors have chosen paint. And one artist is enjoying the flexibility provided by using oils. Can I tell you that from over there, I thought, oh, Kimberly's using watercolours. You're obviously not doing that, but you've taken on a sort of a whispery, light, shimmering style.
It might be a little too whispery. I do tend to be a little bit romantic, so
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to be able to get rid of it completely.
Please don't fight romantic. New York-born Kimberly Klaus lived in Tokyo and Germany before moving to London with her husband. After making a career in product design, Kimberly decided to commit to life as a professional artist only 3 years ago. So what is the next stage for this
So
portrait?
I'm trying to work out some of the proportions in his face, because I think he has a really sort of the distance between, let's say, his mouth and his chin.
Do you do that thing that you see artists do when you hold up the brush and do that measuring?
I don't do that much. Maybe I should every once in a while, just to be sure, because sometimes you go a bit blind after looking at it for too long.
Yes, so your measurements are all just instinctive.
Yeah.
I respect you for that.
Which can go horribly wrong.
Yes.
So we'll see.
But it'll be great television.
Okay, perfect, perfect.
When starting a portrait, there are no hard and fast rules. While most plot out the whole figure first, one artist has begun with a single feature.
Charlie, I'm used to people starting all over the place and getting there, whereas you started with the nose and you're working your way out. Is that how you usually work?
That is how I usually work. I would usually be going a lot slower than this and paying much closer detail to every part, try and get it right, and then move on and spread out.
After studying fine art at Brighton University, Charlie Schaefer moved to London and now works as a professional portrait artist. Having reached the shortlist of his heat in the last series of Portrait Artist of the Year, he's come back with new determination to face today's challenge.
So do you think we'll see that playfulness that you sort of introduced in your submission?
I hope so. I'm trying to actually play around with what you can do within a picture as well and trying to make them exciting for me, because if it's not exciting for me, then it's not going to be exciting for anyone else to look at as well.
You found a very nice grey there.
Yes.
It's a great start. It's very good.
The artists have been working for almost an hour.
I'm a bit worried I might have made him look a bit older than he is. As I paint into it, perhaps those lines will be softened and he might get his youth back.
At this point, things are looking wonderfully. When things start going well, you get more nervous that you might muck it up, and that's when things can go really wrong.
Battling it out for a place in the semi-final, our 9 artists have been painting actors Stanley Tucci, Freddie Highmore and Indira Varma for nearly an hour at the Wallace Collection in London.
While most artists paint the colours they see in front of them, one is interpreting them in a highly original way.
Tell me about the black, because you've ignored the black slightly.
There's so many colours being reflected, that I'm getting very excited because all of a sudden, I really want to add that bit, that. So I'm trying to pack quite a lot of responses in.
Charlotte Baines worked in childhood development before becoming a professional artist. After falling in love with the south of Spain while on holiday, she now divides her time between there and her home in Kent.
You've probably got more paint on than anybody else at this stage of the day. Are you kind of confident that you can not put too much on, or that you can just get it on there and play around?
I seem to want to do that today. This is my response, and I'm sort of trying to go with it.
You're getting a very kind of Matisse vibe from it. This lovely, all these brilliant colours. I think that's a really interesting bit of painting.
Thank you.
A critical element in any portrait is the angle chosen by the artist. It already looks sort of monumental.
Monumental?
Yeah. You know when they find these enormous heads in Egypt?
Yeah, I'm looking from below. So that's why it's got the look exactly like you're looking at the sculptures.
Exactly,
because
as if I'm looking at an
sitting
enormous...
down and I'm looking up.
Slovakian Marek Dukta is a professional artist who lives in London with his 6-year-old daughter. His self-portrait took 2 months to paint, using tiny marks of red, green and blue oil paint to replicate a digital image. So what's the philosophy behind that pixelated look?
That's really how we see each other these days. On screen, on mobile phones, everywhere. It's all pixels. There's not really a reality. It looks real. It's not if you zoom it. It's everything built from those red, green and blue colours.
So is it a criticism of that?
Not
that way of living?
yeah.
It'd be slightly hypocritical as you're working from an iPhone picture.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I ask you one other thing? Is it true you were born on a train?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Was it a moving train?
Yeah, moving train, yeah. It went to another town.
Okay.
In Czechoslovakia.
Do you think that has an effect on your psychology, that you weren't born in one specific place? You were...
I don't know about psychology, but I'm sure it has some effect on me.
I don't want to distract you. You know, I'd love to just have a chat, but I feel like I may just...
Then you get caught up chatting and not painting
exactly.
and stuff, yeah.
I don't want to be to blame if you don't get it finished. You're like, well, Freddie was talking to me too much.
No, we won't want that.
So what do you think about Freddie as a sitter?
Well, you know, sometimes the artists complain, don't they, if they get someone young and handsome, because they haven't got enough craggly things to get into. But I think he's got quite a gravitas to him, despite his youth.
Yeah, I think that what they'd ideally like is one of those Bolivian peasant women you get on the front of National Geographic magazine. So you can work for hours on every line.
Yeah,
and
they're hard to track down in London.
When he arrived today, I thought, I'm quite glad he's gone for the light beard. That's at least given them something to work on apart from just that shiny youth.
She's chosen to wear black from head to toe. That's quite a challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, but she's got this fantastic background behind her, all those rich colours. I think the costume, for me, shouts actor. You know,
It's lovely. It's so dramatic.
It's so dramatic. It's a bit of a gift, really, for the artist in some way.
Bare feet. I don't think the bare feet will figure, which is a pity.
It is a pity. But again, she knows she's got bare feet, and that will affect the way in which she's sitting and the way in which she's presenting herself.
Stanley's wearing a grey suit and a black shirt against a grey background.
They're all different greys, though.
I believe there are 50 in total, 50 shades. That's what I've heard, yeah.
So both Charlie over there and Kieran have made the greys very blue. So it's good for the artist because it's adaptable. Whereas, you know, a bright orange or strong colours are kind of very difficult to work with.
As a sitter, Stanley is a gift. His face is so animated without him knowing. It also gets a great range of expressions that you can include.
Amateur artist Kieran Meehan lives in Glasgow. He enjoys capturing expressions in faces and was keen to include the whole figure in his self-portrait, which was painted in his favourite chair at home.
You work for cartoons?
I'm a cartoonist. I have a comic strip, a daily comic strip for syndicated in America. So but it's very different from this. It's very different.
But in a way, though, that skill must translate to being able to capture likeness pretty quickly like that.
It must do, but this was the original skill, and that translated to cartoons rather than...
The other way around.
The other way around, yes.
We really liked your submission because of the whole figure being in it, so we're very pleased you've done that with Stanley as well.
You're a cartoonist also?
I am, yes.
Is it for newspapers or is it for...
It's for newspapers.
Like syndicated?
Yes, it's a daily comic strip called Pros and Cons.
Oh, really? Here or in
America?
In America. I have to look it up.
I'm really pleased with the sitter. He's got nice shapes within his hair, which can be echoed throughout the whole picture.
David Douglas is an amateur artist who lives in Northamptonshire, where he teaches art and exhibits his work in local galleries. He was a contestant in the Landscape Artist of the Year 2015 and has come back hoping to impress the judges with his skills in portraiture.
In your submission, your portrait had a lot of information in the background.
With the self-portrait, we had the luxury of having as long as we wanted, and we could bring in a narrative, all sorts of things like rusty old sheds and rhododendrons. The focal point is the figure and here today, and that's the most important thing.
For some, working alongside others is a new experience, so each artist is dealing with it differently. Charlie.
Hello.
You've created your own private little world here. I love that. Is the kind of paint set I had when I was 9.
Yeah. I've had it like 4 years
Have
now,
you?
so
From when
haven't
you were
washed
9?
it since.
17-year-old Charlie Collins is an amateur artist from Buxton in Derbyshire and is the youngest artist in today's heat. More used to painting her pets, Charlie's submission was her first self-portrait and is in her favourite medium, watercolour. What are your difficult bits? I talk to portrait artists and they always say, not very good on noses or I'm not happy with ears. Do you have a bit where you slightly dread mouths?
Yeah.
I've noticed the mouth is becoming steadily more downturned.
I've caught him smiling, so...
Oh, he's got a beautiful smile. You play ukulele, don't you?
I do.
And I play ukulele.
Okay.
And generally, I feel that people who play ukuleles are good people.
I should have brought a ukulele along.
I wish you'd brought it.
Two, and done
I
a
would
little
love
duet.
to sit here now and play together.
Do you take a lot away, or do you try and be careful about every single mark so you don't add too many?
Can take away a lot, so I try to allow myself to make a lot of mistakes, to be not so fearful and be a little bold, and then I can always use the turpentine to just pull color back.
Halfway through the day, and as predicted, Stanley can't resist taking a peek at his artist's work.
It's an interesting technique. You do the drawing underneath, then you paint over it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
That's a great idea.
As long as everything comes together at the end.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. It's great.
Here at the Wallace collection, actors Stanley Tucci, Indira Varma and Freddie Highmore are being scrutinised by our artists. But the judges are also scrutinising them as they form their opinions halfway through the challenge. So what about the 3 artists painting Stanley at the moment?
Kieran started with a very nice drawing on the canvas, and I thought, oh, here we go, he'll start blocking in the paint. And then he sort of painted over most of the drawing with Stanley's hands, and now Stanley's appeared in that mess of paint. So that's been very exciting to watch.
Yeah, and Charlie's doing a good job as well. Great characterful head. Lovely little bits of paint here and there. It's great.
Charlotte started with this explosion of colour. She has something very beautiful at the moment, facially.
For me, it was really great toward the end of the morning, and then there was way too much paint, and I was thinking, oh, it's going to end up a big muddy pond, and what she's done is refine it.
Kim's work is really exciting. I think she's found a way of dealing with Freddie's paleness against his pale shirt and the pale background. But she's just darkened the background, and now Freddie's starting to pop out a bit.
It's a beautiful painting, but we're waiting almost for it to kind of come to life. And it's this time after lunch that I'm hoping that they all start to sort of ping.
To create a perfect portrait, an artist needs consistent lighting. But the glass roof is presenting something of a challenge.
The light is affecting the painting quite drastically because the sun has now moved over that way, which means the shadows are pretty much entirely reversed from when we started. There's no real one way to resolve it, so I think the best one can do is just keep painting.
You're starting to find definition in the face.
Yes, I'm trying. The light has changed quite a bit.
But in a good way or in a bad way? It could be like the light has changed and it's giving you more information.
It has helped me to understand certain shapes.
Okay.
I just need to be unafraid to go and put those shapes
Yeah,
in
no.
there.
I think there's things happening here. It's looking very nice.
Well, my dad was an artist and art teacher, so he would do sketches of us periodically. I used to be able to sit for a lot longer periods of time when I was younger without getting sore. Now I can't do that. I love the process. It's endlessly interesting to me, and they're also really talented. So.
It's intriguing. I just enjoy seeing all of people's faces as they go by and seeing the various reactions and trying to work out what they look like from that. I guess it will be interesting to see how my relaxed face comes across. You know, some people say, oh, your relaxed face is really angry or stony-faced or happy, so it'll just be intriguing to see how they think I'm feeling inside.
We make snap judgments about people when we first meet them, and I think the longer you sit with them, the more their face changes and the more you realise that, OK, like I've got a long nose and a long neck. Maybe I look a bit haughty, but that's not really my personality. So whether they see that, I don't know.
Friends and family are a big support for our artists. And for Kimberly's parents, that's been no mean feat.
Well, I can't believe how special this event is for you. Explain to me, Yvonne.
And when she called and said she got in, we got very emotional and said we had to be there. He said, we'll be on the next plane from Connecticut.
So we got on the internet and booked the tickets.
And you're married to her, and you lived with it all this time. Does it create a sort of tension, excitement, apprehension?
Happiness, I would say. I'm just really happy for her.
Your mum and dad have flown over from America today.
Yes, they have.
That is the most
It's really
gorgeous
nice.
thing.
It's really nice.
Does that make you feel sort of warm and that you've got something familiar here, or do you feel slightly extra pressure? It's a long way to fly to see you lose.
It is long.
The artists have only 30 minutes remaining.
Kind of excited, I think, is the feeling you get when you get near to the end of a painting. Every brush I put down, I'm kind of terrified at the same time.
I was just thinking that it will be what it will be. I could easily work it and make it far more realistic, but actually, I don't want to lose that essence.
Here at the Wallace collection, our 9 artists are near the end of their 4-art challenge to paint actors Stanley Tucci, Indira Varma and Freddie Highmore.
I'm adding some dark tones to the face. I am trying to define some areas. I did go back when a cloud came through and worked out some areas along the cheek. So I'm doing what I think I can in the time left over.
I'm watching you paint literally the last inches in. You've covered the entire canvas.
Yeah, which I didn't do last time,
You don't usually get a whole covered canvas.
Well, no, it's still very tight for time.
Yeah.
Artists, you have just 5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes out? Bloody hell. I'm okay. All right.
Is there anything I can do in 30 seconds that's quick? A fingernail.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and stand back from your portraits.
After sitting still for 4 hours, the time has finally arrived when Stanley, Freddie and Indira see the completed portraits and are allowed to choose one to keep. We have a very special moment now where the easels are turned and you see the pieces for the first time. But you have been studying the art throughout the day. But I'm sure you can do a surprised
Oh, yeah,
look.
I do it.
So let's
Might have to do a couple of takes, but...
So, artists, will you please turn your easels?
Oh, my God! Wow.
Here is Charlie's piece.
Beautiful. Done really painterly, as they say. Good word. I really like it.
If ever there's a job as a Bond villain going, you should send this in your application.
Yeah.
There is a menacing air about it, I think.
Yeah. Fantastic. I can't believe you're 17?
17.
That's extraordinary.
Thank you.
And you're working with watercolor, which is really not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and that's a delicacy about it, which is lovely, doesn't it? This is a different you, isn't it? I want to put my arm around this.
Well, go ahead. I think it's fantastic. I love the gesture of it. I mean, I love the outline and the solidity of it.
Thank you.
I love the way you painted it, too. You had the cartoon underneath, and then you put all the paint on top of it. It's really an interesting technique. It's beautiful. I love them all. I don't know what to do. I'm going to choose that. Well done. Good. I like it. Thank you.
Wow, they are very different.
They are totally different, aren't they?
It's quite bold. It's like, I'll just go for it. Yeah.
She's very bold last.
I love the way that it's got that split in the background and it fades away. It's wonderful. This one's so lifelike. In a funny way, it reminds me of my dad. I don't know why. I look at it, I'm like, God, it's my dad's eyes or eyebrows. I guess the angle is the most pronounced on this one. Your attention is immediately drawn to that one eye as opposed to anything else. Well, thank you, all of you. I think I'm going to take Kimberly's one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Indira, you were absolutely poised and present, I think, is the...
Oh, good.
Was it in any way an enjoyable experience?
Yes, thoroughly enjoyable. This is the hell bit.
Artists, can you please turn your easels?
God. Wow. I think it's beautiful. There's so many colours, it's vibrating, it's gorgeous.
It looks like
really...
a hologram from certain angles.
Yeah.
It's part art, part magic trick.
Yeah. Wow.
Charlotte.
God, it's completely different. It's full of energy. Totally got your personality in there as well. It's fantastic. Oh my gosh, and the eyes suddenly ping.
Yeah. So a nice, easy choice, this one.
I don't know what to do. I will have to go for... I'm going to go for that one.
While the artists take a well-earned break, the judges are left alone with the portraits to decide on a short list of 3.
I think she had a better likeness earlier on. I find the colours a bit overwrought.
I started off having a problem with the colours, and I thought, hold on a minute, they're true, apart from the yellow and then this orange. But she's used those to bounce the eye, you know, across and to bring you into the face more.
What I think ultimately she's done is create a really wonderful harmony. There is absolutely this wonderful energy of it all just hanging in space, just right.
And sort of strange effects she gets around the hands, and when it starts running, it's like a solarised photograph. You get the kind of, it's almost like an X-ray.
There were some things that I was really like, should I? And I didn't, and I still want to.
It was fascinating to watch him bring this together. There's so much going on. There's all this information that's been painted over.
I'm keen on the way he's focused again on the hands and the face, as he did in his submission.
Is it a good likeness? It's strange. Sometimes I think it's a Stanley that was there, and sometimes it's a Stanley that is out. I didn't find... I'm not totally comfortable with the likeness. I like this. It's like a gloomy, digital Mona Lisa. I mean, the expression is very sort of subdued, but sort of half smiling.
Yeah, I think there's something enigmatic about it too. There's definitely something that he captures. It's the stillness of it, I think.
Yeah. It was a joy to watch this emerge from just the corner of a nose and it spread out. I like the inventiveness of his brush marks.
He's made him look too old for me. I don't know if I'd want my portrait painted like that, but I recognise it's a very good piece of painting. I think I like it as a painting first and a portrait second.
I don't think a painting should necessarily just be a likeness. At the end of the day, it should be an interesting painting as well.
Pop it through there.
It's interesting that when you bring those ones in, how much weaker that one starts to look.
Yeah.
But who has made it to the top 3?
The first artist to be shortlisted is Charlie Schaefer.
The second artist on the shortlist is Kimberly Klaus.
And the third artist to be shortlisted is Kieran Meehan.
Commiserations to there was some fabulous performances by you guys today. Thank you so much. You did a great job.
Feeling very relieved now that it's over, if you like, because it's been a bit scary, but also still exhilarated. I've enjoyed it very much.
As always, I'm intrigued to find out how the judges arrived at their shortlist. Can I just say, for me, the elephant in the room is when I sat next to Indira and those 3 artists turned the 3 portraits. I just thought this is one of the best moments I've ever had on this programme. So obviously the fact that none of them made the top 3.
At this stage, we're looking at both at the submission and the portrait today, and we're thinking about the level of promise that they will bring going forward.
All 3 of these have got unbelievably good submissions. It was a really strong day.
Yeah.
Now, Kimberly we all liked when we looked at the wall. There was no question. Everyone went, wow.
I think what's really magical about her paintings is the amount of information that your eye doesn't have. The sense of this painting kind of just existing on the surface really pulls me in.
The level of suggestion is something that has to engage you in order to sort of work with the construction.
I often walk past paintings during this competition and think, after an hour and a half, say, I wish you'd stop now. I like the slightly unfinished feel.
The colours are still a little soft. I would have liked to add some bolder marks to anchor it a little bit.
I think Kieran's picture of Stanley is terrific.
It was nice, the different stages it went through.
Yeah.
And he knew exactly what he was doing. You could see the confidence oozing from him, and he just caught him perfectly.
I think what's really interesting about the painting is that it did continually evolve, and in many respects I think it continually evolves after it's finished.
There are so many things I'm not happy with. I should have stepped back from the canvas more often.
Charlie was controlled, it was very measured. And actually, I do think he talks about how he starts with the nose. And as he works out slowly, he does capture that sense of character.
There's odd passages in it, but I quite like that. You keep coming back to it, and it never quite settles or resolves itself.
It's a beautiful painting, I think, yeah.
If I were able to change anything, I'd probably think more about every stroke rather than just paint, paint, paint.
Charlie, Kimberly, Kieran, congratulations to you all, but as you well know, only one can go through to the semi-finals, and the judges have decided.
Yes, the artists that they have decided, and I quote, took a refreshing original approach which showed tremendous sensitivity. And that artist is Kimberly Klaus.
I feel absolutely fantastic. I woke up this morning and had no idea this would be the outcome of today. I couldn't be happier.
Kimberly's portrait is beautiful and a worthy winner.
I had a lovely day today. I'm feeling happy that it's over. It's been pretty exhausting, so just glad the day is kind of done.
As an artist, you're often relying on yourself. Nobody's handing out praise, so it's a validation. It's a big deal for me.
Hello and welcome to Joan Bakewell's garden. Now, we're actually in the Wallace collection again, and we're preparing for the next challenge our artists have to face.
And because it's a semi-final, our judges, as you would expect, have decided to make it a little bit more difficult.
Yes. Do you remember those things men used to do when they used to yawn and then their arm used to land like this?
Oh, right, yes.
Anyway.
I've seen those movies.
Welcome to the semi-final of Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year.
For the last 6 weeks, some of the UK's best amateur and professional artists have painted the portraits of some of our best-loved celebrities.
It feels good. I'm going to do this a lot. Is that okay?
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Just 6 artists were selected to go through to the next stage.
That's mind-blowing that they chose me. I can't believe it at all.
It's quite tense there, but yeah, it's amazing.
Now I have to do it again, don't I?
Now they're within touching distance of the final and a £10,000 prize to paint Graham Norton for the National Gallery of Ireland. But there's a different celebrity they have to paint first.
Once in a while she looks this way and just gives me a bit of a wink. And
How well they do will be judged by their toughest critics. Independent curator Kathleen Soriano, award-winning artist Taishan Schierenberg, and art historian Kate Bryan.
I think that's a better likeness than that, actually. We're never going to agree on likeness.
But with only 3 places available,
I really need to kick it up a notch and engage the nitro.
Who has the talent, technique, or temperament to reach the final of Portrait Artist of the Year?
How are you feeling?
I'm in a good amount of panic right now. Yeah.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
In today's semi-final, 5 of the artists are professional. Tara Qureshi, Phoebe Cripps, Greg Mason, Gareth Reed, and Kimberly Klaus.
I'm trying to put my surprisingly competitive nature to the side. I didn't realize I was this competitive, and just enjoy painting, because in the end, that's why I'm doing it. I do love painting.
And there is one amateur artist, Ross McCauley.
I'm nervous to see what all the other artists are going to make because they are really good, especially at this stage. It's good company. I'm definitely in good company.
But our 6 heat winners are not alone. Looking back after the final heat, the judges felt something wasn't quite resolved.
I just keep thinking that there are other artists who are really noisy in my mind still. Sometimes you just have a really, really strong heat and someone goes home, and if they'd come another day, they might have won. It's really difficult.
There are a number of people that have got away, and that's the thing about a competition.
And one artist in particular made such an impression that the judges decided to create an extra place at the semi-final for Liam Dickinson.
It was only when we got a bit of space from the competition, had a short discussion, that we realised that Liam was one we didn't want to let get away, and it was really important to have him aboard.
I'm back. Here I am, and yeah, I'm buzzing. I'm looking forward to it. I'm the lucky number 7. It's good.
Our 7 semi-finalists find the Wallace collection looking a little different from the way they saw it in the heats.
Okay.
That is beautiful. My God. Wow, it looks amazing.
They brought in natural grass.
Fantastic.
That's good. I like it.
In the last rounds, there were 3 different sitters, but today they must all capture the same famous face.
I thought it was a famous gardener last time, and I was wrong. so could be anybody.
It could be somebody quite flamboyant. Judging by the flowers and the chair, it would be quite odd to put like a rugby player in that setting. I don't think it's going to be a rugby player.
Artist, your challenge as a sitter today is one of this country's most outstanding actresses.
Yes, she's famous for stage roles like Sweeney Todd and Gypsy, or on the big screen in the Harry Potter movies and Vera Drake. You've probably guessed, she's the amazing Imelda Staunton. Having trained at the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art, Imelda Staunton worked her way to huge success and admiration, gaining numerous awards along the way, including 4 Oliviers and a CBE for outstanding services to drama.
Welcome. You're looking gorgeous.
Yeah, but this is why I'm here. What this represents is that I dress up for a living. I do like my gardening, but I also wanted it to be sort of like an earthy thing, because I quite like being earthed. The dressing up is my job, but I have to be rooted.
Tell us about the gardening.
My husband and I garden. He's the head gardener and I'm the assistant. We absolutely have to do it together, so...
So is this reminiscent of your... where you
well, this is
normally
just
work?
home from home, quite frankly, with the scale as well, of course.
Can I just ask you, is there anything that you really want from Imelda that's physically bearable?
So obviously, because us 2 are on the outside, I'd probably like to see either facing as straight on as possible.
So are you saying it's better to be...
If possible, yes.
Of course,
yeah.
absolutely.
If you're happy with
absolutely,
that.
Absolutely, whatever you need.
I think it's fantastic to see your footwear.
Thank you.
Artist, your challenge is about to begin, but because this is the semi-final, the judges want to make it a little bit more difficult as a challenge.
Yes, they are hoping that this combination of the fabulous garb and the surrounding shrubbery will be included in a sort of narrative in your painting, so you encompass those 2 aspects of Imelda's personality.
You have 4 hours to paint your portrait, and the challenge starts now.
Painting under the gaze of watchful onlookers is a complete contrast to the way most of our artists usually work. Some artists only ever get to work from photographs. But even for those used to having a real sitter, the chance to paint a world-famous actress is a rare treat.
Hello?
Hello. One of the first years has been sick in the gym. Could you come straight away? Sorry, it's the coat. It says school caretaker to me immediately.
Well, they're dirty people. They get dirty.
No,
So
I
do
love
painters.
it. I love it. It makes absolute sense. At the moment, it looks like it's quite a formal composition, centre stage.
Yeah.
I think you don't get much time to sit and think about composition. And
Yeah.
if you make that rushed and slightly dodgy mistake early on, you have to live with it for 4 hours. And in some ways,
Well, exactly.
the rest of your life.
On my deathbed.
Yeah, exactly. You'll think, God, if only I'd
should have
moved as
included
slightly
those
to the...
wellies.
Exactly.
Oh.
Ross Macaulay works in Glasgow University's bookshop and paints in his spare time. He won his place at the semi-final with his painting of Rick Wakeman, impressing the judges with how well he'd captured Rick's character in his loose, impressionistic style. It is almost an anatomical beginning.
Yeah, because you can kind of sculpt it almost and then just sort of add the little details in.
Your next splash on that canvas could be the one where you think, yes.
That's the best feeling. When you
Yeah.
get like that one brushstroke, that makes it.
And you think,
without
yes.
that, it would be nothing.
That's
so.
great. And how much of that is you and how much of that is fate, something mysterious in the air?
It's all me.
Oh, fair enough. Congratulations.
It's all me.
What a fantastic sitter, a face full of character. That was really what I was hoping for, someone with real story around her. So I'm looking forward to try and capture some of that.
After selling his design business, Greg Mason moved to Exeter to become a full-time artist. Both his submission and his heat portrait of Trevor Eve impressed the judges with their composition, and they were curious as to what he would do next.
Greg, I think you've got a very extreme position in comparison to all the others, but you have turned the canvas so that you are completely profile. You could have taken a different angle, really.
Yeah, I made a decision before I came today that if my view wouldn't allow me to paint the way that I wanted to paint, that I would take a photograph from another angle. But I've decided to be authentic to what's in front of me right now.
And one of the things I was hoping for today was that the artist would have more of a chance of a connection to their sitter, but in a way, you're even more distant than you were in the heats, weren't you?
Yeah, but if you watch her, once in a while she looks this way and just gives me a bit of a wink. And, and just says, am I giving you what you want?
Yeah.
And so there is that little connection going on, I think, around the room. I think it's great.
I've tried at some point to clock them all, just to have some sort of human contact. They're in their world, but just for a split second we can connect.
I'd love to be able to chat with an Alda, but I'm very, very aware that I'm painting with other artists, and you respect your fellow artists and you don't make the model move deliberately. So I think occasionally making eye contact, I'm gonna just try and quietly, spiritually connect a little bit.
Phoebe Cripps is a professional artist from New Romney in Kent. In the heat, she had good rapport with her sitter, Sue Perkins, but for the judges, it was her attention to detail that got her through to this semi-final.
We can see the background coming in, so you're
Yes.
not shying away from it.
No, it's a wonderful idea to kind of bring the outdoors indoors.
I hear a big but, yes, but.
No. And I
It's a wonderful idea.
No.
I hate you.
No, but I like it. I mean, after looking at her for a bit, I felt having her a bit off-centre was a bit nicer, because then the garden can feel like it's taking its place in the picture, and it isn't, you know, because she was making that clear that it's very important to her to be grounded.
Absolutely.
And it's like her time when she's off centre stage, and so I felt like having her off centre, it's like off duty in a way.
So here you are, the one that got away.
That's it, yeah.
How does it feel?
I feel, I do and I don't feel like the odd one out, but, you know, it's a fresh start today. In a way, maybe I have a bit more to prove to the judges, but hopefully I can justify their decision to put me through.
Amateur artist Liam Dickinson works in a supermarket in Chorley. His passion for cinematography means he likes his paintings to look like film stills. And while his painting of Dave Myers didn't win his heat, the judges felt strongly enough to break the rules and put him through anyway.
You like this background, do you? It's because you've got a lot of scope here for this background.
Yeah, I love it, yeah. It is very in your face, exciting, but also don't want it to clash too much, so it's finding a way of kind of knocking it back.
It suits her sitting there, doesn't it, somehow?
Yeah,
it does reflect
She looks
her
very
temperament.
relaxed, doesn't she? She looks at home.
Competing for just 3 places in the final, our artists are nearly 1 hour into their challenge.
I think I'm just going to focus on the portrait, get a likeness. If I get there, at some point, then I can maybe have a bit more fun.
Painting is always a process of looking and thinking and making decisions. And without those 3 elements in the right combination, in the right order, your painting can go badly wrong quite quickly.
The way that it's laid out right here at the start is extremely important, because if that's wrong, then the whole thing falls apart. This is more challenging than the heat, definitely.
Here at the Wallace Collection, our 7 semi-final artists have been painting award-winning actress Alda Stuntton for just over an hour.
With so little time, it's natural for our artists to focus on the face. But their sitter cuts such an impressive figure that one is inspired to be more ambitious.
Kimberly, you've gone headlong into this
Yes.
challenge.
Yes.
I'm always very impressed when someone takes on a whole body like that.
I don't often do it, so I put myself in front of a difficult challenge.
But it's a lot more than faces, isn't it?
Yes.
If you saw a friend of yours walking maybe 150 yards away, just the way they move and the way they
Yes.
hold themselves, you think, oh, there's
Yes,
Steve.
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Gesture and posture play a lot into how.
Yeah,
someone
so
is.
I find it really uplifting to see the whole body.
I'm glad.
Kimberly Klaus is a professional artist living in London. She painted actor Freddie Highmore in her heat, and though she took up painting professionally only a couple of years ago, her unique use of tone and brushwork distinguished her from the crowd. One thing I wanted to ask you today,
Yes.
how much colour are we going to see?
I'm going to try and keep it in this sort of rose and dusky purple.
Okay.
I didn't want to add too much green to the painting. It might need another color just to have it sit, so I'll wait for that towards the end and see
And the
if
great
that
thing
works.
is, of course, you don't have to make all your decisions now, do you?
Yeah.
I like the idea that you set off with the route not totally planned.
Well, you're the man with the drawing
Yes.
fetish. You're completely besotted with drawing.
Could say that, yeah.
Now, what are you making of Imelda's temperament? Actresses are quite elusive, of course, because whatever you've seen them do, it's not really them.
Yeah. Well, I've only really started to look at her in the last few minutes. Before it was just purely, she was just a shape, really. And I was trying to decide on the composition, how much of her to keep in, how much of the background to have in.
Well, it's very satisfactory, even at this stage, to see what you're doing with it. Gareth Reid is a professional artist living in Glasgow. His charcoal drawing of Adrian Chiles stood out for its draftsmanship. But as the only artist to make it here on the strength of a pencil rather than a paintbrush, today he's keen to raise his game. This is charcoal.
Yes.
But you have there a tin of pastels. Now, once you put pastel on here, you can't go back.
Yes. I mean, that's the risky bit, because I don't want to go back. I don't want to make it a pastel drawing.
No.
I want to have some element of subtle, reduced colour, so it almost looks like an old, faded thing. So that's the difficulty, is deciding when and how much.
At what point to
At
start?
what point, because you can't go back.
So you won't be getting round to colour till perhaps after halfway.
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah.
That's a thrilling moment.
Yeah, well, it has yet to emerge, so we'll see.
Taking a strategic approach to the competition may or may not pay off, but for one artist, that's just not his style. You crazy street punk, urban warrior, wild man, you've gone into it like a graffiti experiment.
Well, yeah, I guess.
I love it. If I painted, this is how I'd want to paint.
Yeah.
Because I would want it to be, to some extent, therapy.
Exactly, of
And
course.
to some extent, a workout for the upper body, which is what this looks like.
Of course.
Taro Qureshi works part-time as a gallery assistant in London. In his portrait of Raleigh Ritchie, he somehow managed to ignore the background and chose instead to show the surface of the wooden board, which he had salvaged from a skip the day before. What is it? What are you working on today? Something you ripped off the side of a kitchen cabinet?
No, this is another bounty from a skip that I...
Something else from a skip?
I sourced, yeah.
I like that it's got the screw marks around the
Yeah,
side
it's
as well.
nice. It's like a kind of frame almost, isn't it?
Yeah, but if somebody at some point down the line, say if Imelda chose that today, I mean, she doesn't have to worry about cords and that. She can just get the old electric screwdriver and put it straight into the wall.
I can't see your eyes.
Can't you go up and have a look?
Can I just see what colour they are? Quite a cool blue.
What are they?
I'd say they're quite cool.
Yeah.
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 Painting in their own studios, some artists leave their work and return the next day to see it with fresh eyes. Well, that's not possible today. Regular breaks at least offer a chance to catch up with the progress of the other artists.
I'm going to be eating a lot of biscuits today.
She's brilliant as a model. I mean, she's got character in her face. She's holding herself beautifully.
And she's always got the same expression. She's always
Because
slightly smiling.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm so
Smiling 4 hours at a time.
Now, Ty, this is the semi-final, so it's important that they pass higher tests, as it
Yeah,
were.
absolutely, yeah.
And you invited them to introduce some narrative into their portraits.
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure what that means. You want a story, do you? You don't want a wicked witch over there, looking over their shoulder.
You're right. I mean, narrative suggests a linear sort of storytelling, and of course, pictures are static. I think in this case, Imelda suggested the vegetation because she's keen on gardening. So the idea is to put her in a setting which reflects her interests. And, you know, she's got this fantastic Vivienne Westwood dress on, she's got her wellies, she's got the garden behind her. So I think in this case, narrative means something more than just what the sitter looks like, but the idea that there's something happening about them and their lives beyond that picture frame. I think that's what we mean by narrative.
And capturing a narrative isn't just down to the artist. The sitter has a key part to play too.
I don't know what I've given away or given off today, so it's not for me to really demand that of the artist. I have to allow them to interpret what they've seen. Well, I have had a smile in this painting, and I didn't know that's what I would do. In a way, it sort of put me in a very good frame of mind.
Every artist brings their particular approach and techniques to their work, but some artists spend more time thinking about their method of working than others.
It's interesting seeing you sort of work down the face. You know, we've got the head, the eyes, the nose, and it's like she's just being filled in.
Very systematic.
I don't normally have a set kind of system in which I work. I'll suddenly be painting here, and then I'll suddenly kind of catch something over here in the corner of my eye and go, oh. And it's just a bit sporadic, but it comes together.
If it works for you, there's no right way. I think we've learned that, haven't we, over the years? There's not one way, not even close.
Ross, with all those different elements that you've got to introduce, the outfit, getting the head right, and the background, are you feeling quite comfortable with the time that you've got?
And I think some of the background is going to have to be quite fast and quite loose.
There are just 2 hours of the challenge left before 3 of our artists will be chosen to go through to the final.
I'm very nervous. I don't have that many good tactics to level out my nerves. My neighbor is dancing a little bit, so maybe I'll join in.
Gotta keep loose, keep limber.
There's so much to do. I don't think I could have done any more at this stage, but there's a lot of background. This could take a while.
Something about the second hour just disappeared. I'm finding the lightness really, really hard. I'm finding that I'm pushing and pushing it, and it's just tiny things can completely make it just not her.
Here at the Wallace Collection, our artists are halfway through their semi-final challenge to paint a narrative portrait of Imelda Staunton. In 2 hours, the judges must choose just 3 finalists, but already that's promising to be a challenge in itself.
So, judges, we are at the halfway stage. It's always interesting, isn't it, to see where they've reached at this point. So let's start with Liam, a man who in many ways has never had the glory of winning a heat. Has he seized this unexpected opportunity?
I think he has. I think he got a lovely likeness really quickly.
I would have thought he's more in danger than most of overpainting.
I completely agree.
He's got so much foliage and stuff that he hasn't tackled that at all.
I hope he does that instead of keep working the face, because the face is perfect.
That was the judges' brief, that they want narrative.
But it is interesting that each of them have interpreted narrative in their own way. Someone like Ross, for example, he looks for and tries to identify the character and the face and the real likeness in there. And Kimberly's decided that the narrative comes through the quirkiness of the smile on Imelda's face. I love it. I love the background paint, the colour that she's using, the way in which she didn't identify that colour until Imelda appeared, until she saw the background scene. And she is looking so hard at Imelda all the time.
She's constantly looking. I mean, it's a huge part of what she is as an artist.
OK, so Gareth.
What I really want him to do is use colour, because we fell in love with the way that he used colour in his submission, and it was more defined.
We did make it clear that we were expecting him to sort of raise that game and give us more at the semi-final. So far, I mean, maybe it's only lunchtime, but so far he hasn't given it to us.
So, Phoebe.
Something's happened in the last half an hour, where it's sort of gone from a very light, vivacious lively portrait to something rather dark and sombre.
She has got something of the spirit of Imelda. There's a sort of cheeky smile playing on those lips.
Yeah, I think that cheekiness of that smile really pings when you're looking at her front on.
Having said that, Tarot has got that view, and I think he's struggling with it, you see. I think it's just a bit symmetrical and pink.
I'm really glad he's here, though, because I think what he adds is a completely different dimension to the other artists that we've got today.
So what about Greg? I think he's really taken your brief on board, because usually, if the background features in a painting, it's after the face has been finished. It's beautiful. The foliage, the chair looks great. So it's all waiting there for Imelda's face. It's like a sticker book.
Yeah.
You just got to put the sticker in with the face on.
All day, I haven't looked. I don't want anyone watching me rehearse. And I think they're trying to get it. My job is to serve them today and just nip in at the end and then have a really, really difficult time trying to choose.
Look at those gorgeous, juicy brushstrokes.
Thank you.
There's a lot of foliage which you put there, and
Yes.
you kept the background pinky. Will it stay like that?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I think adding the green did help the rest of the painting so that it's not just one color. But I don't know if I'm going to put it in that last bit in the background.
When will you decide?
I'm going to have to decide soon.
Having promised to incorporate colour into his portrait, Gareth did say it would be subtle, and sure enough, he's remained true to his word.
This is me going for it, colour-wise. It's just, she could get swamped by the background. I kind of want her to dissolve a little bit into the background, but not too much.
You make it look really easy.
I think I'm a bit apprehensive about the background. Got all this foliage, and I just hope it doesn't kind of get too muddled. I want to paint some detail in some of the roses. You know, I don't paint many flowers, and that today is the challenge.
That's
you know?
the challenge today.
Well, I mean, it's all the challenge, but that's a new challenge, let's say.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
While Liam battles with his foliage, Greg's moved on from his.
I wanted to paint the background in before I hit the head, just so that what I did on the head held its own. This was my base layer on the face, and now really to get the subtlety and richness of what I'm after, I'm going to swap to oil paints, which are more luminous, got more colour, and particularly good for skin tones.
Most people only ever see finished paintings when they visit galleries, so watching a portrait evolve offers a completely new perspective.
And Imelda's husband, actor Jim Carter, has more of an insight than most into how well these paintings capture her character.
You can definitely see Imelda in all of them, and I gather she's been well behaved and hardly wriggled at all, and only one has got her wellies in, I noticed. So she's gone to all that trouble to wear her wellies on a hot day like this, and only one has painted them in. I'm deliberately not picking, because I think I want Imelda to pick without any influence at all from me, not that she would pay a blind bit of notice.
Imelda, you were keen to point out that you didn't want to be seen as the grand dame of acting. You want a bit more humanity.
Yeah, I do, and I get slightly, not embarrassed, but in this sort of garb, which isn't me, but there's pockets in it, Frank.
Yes.
That's, for me, that does it for me. That I like the ordinary to be extraordinary.
Yeah, OK. So we're basically looking for the inner you, not the star. I love the star thing. I live for it.
Do you, darling? Well, I can see that in your eyes. Yeah.
Our semi-finalists have just half an hour left to complete their portraits before they find out which three will be going through to the final.
I think the eyes are proving the hardest. Luckily with oils you can push it around a lot, but at the same time finding this one quite hard.
So you start out and it's exhilarating, it's fantastic, and then it starts to become an image, and then you hate it and it's the worst thing you've ever done. Where am I now? I'm just pre-hating it entirely.
How are you feeling?
I'm in a good amount of panic right now. Yeah.
Deep breaths. Deep breaths. You can do it. You're nearly there.
Yeah.
I still feel like nausea. There's slight panic, but yeah, it's fine.
Here at the Wallace collection, our 7 semi-finalists are in the closing moments of their challenge to paint award-winning actress Imelda Staunton.
Something just feels a bit out, and it can take literally the tiniest brush mark, and then she can be back. I have to calm down and just not panic. That's the thing, because I'm slightly panicking.
Artists, there are 5 minutes to go.
I really need to kick it up a notch and engage the nitro and really go nuts on this sucker.
Unfinished bits are an issue, but yeah, I'm happy enough.
Artists, your time is up.
Put down your materials and step away from your easels.
After sitting still for 4 hours, it's time for Imelda to come face to face with 7 different versions of herself. Imelda, you sat splendidly.
Thank you.
I thought. So, have you avoided seeing any of these?
I have.
That's brilliantly well done.
I have, yeah.
Of course, it means this moment can be...
It's a nightmare,
Well,
yeah.
it can be devastating. So, would you please, artists, turn your easels?
Oh, God. It's going to be a little bit tough, this. Oh.
Shall we go and have a closer look?
Please. Yes, please. Golly. Oh, look at me. I do like those eyes. I think there's a bit of anger in there, or something. I like the sort of... It's not soft. I like that. That's the Irish in me coming out. I'm loving the green now.
I'm loving the foliage.
That was a big challenge, I think, that, isn't it? I mean, you must be used to faces, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
But that's wonderful. You got the wellies. Oh,
I tried.
You certainly did. Beautiful colours. Gosh, thank you. You can tell that there's something else going on in that.
It's the smile of someone who's wearing Wellington boots.
I think this is a very good choice. I think everyone should wear this when they're doing this.
Yes, well, maybe we'll make it the house dress.
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
It's fabulously you, though. I think it
is.
really does capture you.
Yeah, bit of a smile, but don't come too close, that sort of
No,
smile, was it?
But it gives you a sort of a enigmatic quality, which I like.
Well, that's me and no mistake, isn't it?
And you seem to be slightly emanating light.
Well, that's very kind of you. I think they had about 100 watt on me most of the time.
Yes.
Yes, it does have a lot of light.
You've seen what we've got on offer, Imelda. Which one of these paintings would you like to share your life with?
I'm going to go with this painting.
quiet of an empty gallery, the serious business of assessing the paintings begins, as the judges have to reduce our 7 artists to 3.
So, judges, 7 portraits of Imelda Staunton. You don't have to pick a winner today, but you do have to get this down to 3.
I think it's a very good painting.
The only thing I'm not completely convinced by is sort of the mottled nature of the skin colour.
It draws you into her person and also beyond. What is she looking at? What she's smiling at?
It's a really different way of painting. It's really exciting for me to see something like this where I think, I haven't seen anything like this before, and why the hell not? This is a really great style.
It's got Imelda's, the arms crossed, it's got that presence, it's got a physical presence.
Right now, I feel an extreme amount of relief. I showed up, painted, and now it's up to the judges to do the hard work.
It was quite ambitious to want to do the background and the dress, but he just didn't worry about the likeness, and it's just not there.
But it's the best neck of all of them. That part of the picture works marvellously.
I don't know how good my chances are. There's some really good stuff there. Some really, really good stuff. So I don't have my hopes up too high.
I think Tara is very special. There's an energy and a dynamism there that is fresh and very different to everyone else.
And in the subplot of this, which Joan has introduced, the battle of the necks, I love that neck. I think it's right up there.
Yes, that's where it's meant to be.
I'm growing, I'm changing as an artist. I'm going to go through a lot of different phases before I settle. And I'm just going to enjoy that and try and document as much of that as possible.
She's so good, and I just think she just slightly overcooks things.
I must say I preferred it early on in the day.
It's too much and it's too muddy.
Yeah, but we did ask her to
Narrative.
paint, so...
But there are different elements of painting going on that don't work together.
But I do think this is a beautiful, beautiful painting.
Yeah.
I'm a suffer a disadvantage that I fell in love with one a little bit earlier. It was a masterclass watching him create this. And he caught a sense of her expression, but he did it in absolutely his own way.
I love the fact that he's prepared to be brave enough to argue that pencil and charcoal should be pushed up in the hierarchy of media.
You see this today and you think, well, how glorious that he's here. But I mean, that likeness came so quickly and he didn't lose it.
We all thought at the halfway stage that he could only take it one way, and that was down. But he kind of did leave it alone, didn't he?
And he's also left the bits white. I mean, that works very well. It gives it a kind of crisp...
It gives it such freshness, doesn't it? And also it enhances, for some reason, the impishness of her expression, which is very characteristic.
I'm a lot happier with how today went than how the heat went, so hopefully that'll be a reflection of how the result goes as well.
The ease to know how to get a likeness, don't you find?
I think that's a better likeness than that, actually. We're never going to agree on likeness.
No, that's really interesting.
Can we get rid of this one, though?
Yeah.
This is a really good bit of painting.
Oh, God, we're just going to have to battle this out, aren't we?
Okay.
Artists, thank you again. There's no doubt you are a very talented set.
Yes, but unfortunately only 3 of you can go through to the final, and the judges have made their decision. They have chosen 3 artists who have displayed bravery, confidence and energy. And the first of those finalists is Gareth Reid.
The second finalist is Kimberly Klaus.
And the third finalist Liam Dickinson.
memories of all of us, our commiserations for those who didn't quite make it. But you've worked hard, and we have enjoyed watching your work. Congratulations.
Very much
to you.
so. Fantastic.
I can't really believe it. I can't really get, I can't. I'm speechless, which doesn't happen to me much.
I'm slightly dazed and confused because I kind of thought I'd blown it a little bit there. So, yeah, I'm over the moon. Yeah, I'm really happy. Thank you. Cheers.
I'm buzzing. I'm thrilled, yeah. I was happy with how everything went today, so I've got the result to top it off. Dead happy.
Feels so good to know that it's a worthwhile endeavor to not work and starve and paint.
Welcome, art lovers, and those of you who just generally like to watch people struggle.
Of today's artists, one will be working in gold leaf, one will be working with electrical tape, and another has been salvaging stuff from a skip.
Nothing wrong with that. That's where I got this jacket. Welcome to Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year.
Here at the Wallace collection in London, we're continuing our mission to find new artistic talent.
It's the crucial moment now. I risk ruining it all.
9 more artists showcase their skills as they paint some of the country's best-loved celebrities.
The fact that she can sit like that.
It's amazing. All for the chance to win a £10,000 commission to paint broadcaster Graham Norton for the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Ireland.
But to be in with a chance, they have only 4 hours to impress the judges. Independent curator Kathleen Soriano, art historian Kate Bryan, and award-winning artist Tyshan Schierenberg.
In this mess of grey, he's slowly appearing, and it's a very exciting painting.
So who can master their medium?
Finding it difficult to mix the right colours at the moment.
Bring life to their canvas.
It might be a bit of a challenge, this.
And earn a place in the semi-final.
Electrical tape as an art material. Were you just mending a plug and thought, you know what?
This looks like a picture.
Yeah. If I'd have been doing this today, I'd have spent the first half hour trying to find the end. Hoping to impress the judges in today's heat of 4 amateur artists: Shula Sinclair, Jennifer Newland, Dan Genders, and Amy Rogers.
I've never done anything like this before. I'm feeling quite nervous. Got a weird pain in my tummy, but I'm sure that'll go once I'm sat down. But looking forward to it.
Also taking part are 5 professional artists: Sally Dyer, Edward Afusu, Maurizio De Angelis, Rob Symington, and Taro Qureshi.
Last night I went and sat in a Wetherspoons. I did a bunch of speed portraits of people in there, and that was good. Kind of firmed me up a little.
The judges have only seen the artist's self-portraits as digital submissions, so it's time to get up close and personal.
I can't believe it's painted.
Yeah.
It's only when you get deep
Really?
into the
Yeah.
hair you
Yeah.
can see the paint, really.
This is a really outstanding piece of work for me.
Yeah, it's full of story as well, isn't it?
I understand that she has somewhat changed her style since she painted this, so it'll be very interesting to see.
Wow.
I hope we keep the Gothic, though. I like it. I like a good Gothic
It's very wife in the
painting.
attic, isn't it?
I just like the spontaneity of the mark making. The head has just appeared.
It's quite sort of beguiling. I'm sort of like, oh, that's a bit of a weird way of painting.
I like the way in which he's got that band very particularly placed across his head in actually quite a weird way, drawing attention to his rather fantastic man bun.
Yeah, it's a good bun, isn't it? Yeah, maybe that's why I like it. It's just quite cool, isn't it?
If we stopped a passerby and said, what is this medium, I don't think many of them would guess that it's electrical tape.
No.
No, we didn't guess either.
No.
What I was originally struck by, because I didn't know the medium, was this fantastic light. The way that he's used the paper to inform the image, but also you get a genuine sense of this person existing in a time and a place. I think it's lovely.
Very intense self-portrait. I mean, there's no vanity here, I think.
What I really like about it is the handling of the watercolour. It's kind of blocky and it's heavy, even though it's actually really fluid paint on a really flimsy bit of paper. It's such a strong artwork.
The artists have been divided into 3 groups. Each group faces a different sitter with their own backdrop. However, one of today's sets is causing a stir.
The colour's a little bit garish.
Very bright. Oh, I don't know who it could be.
I'm thinking young girl, maybe early teens. Very girly colour, which I'm having trouble with. It might be a bit of a challenge, this. Well, it is a challenge, isn't it?
After working in conservation for local authorities, Rob Symington studied fine art, qualifying with an MA from the University of Chester. He painted his submission following a New Year's resolution to create a self-portrait every day.
I'm getting nervous now. I've realised I'm up against really tough competition, some superb painters, and I feel out of my depth somewhat.
Palettes prepped, brushes in place, and electrical tape at the ready, it's time to reveal the sitters.
Artists, your sitter today is a brilliant actor. He's hot in almost every meaning of the word. Please welcome James Norton. After playing a psychopathic villain in Happy Valley, James endeared himself to audiences as a sleuthing vicar in Grantchester and a lovesick prince in War and Peace. Please.
I don't know what to do with my prop.
You've got a prop jacket?
I don't know why. It's pretty warm, isn't it? Should I come down?
No,
I'm sitting.
do sit there.
Oh, that's comfortable. This is going to annoy you, isn't it? I think I should get rid of my prop.
Do you want me to take the jacket away?
Go on, take it away.
I don't normally do wardrobe, but...
Sorry.
No, really, I'm happy. Have you an idea of what you're hoping for? Do you want to look noble, interesting, quirky?
I mean, yeah, you all taking notes on those that would be fantastic. I'm intrigued. I'm never had my portrait taken. I'm sat for a portrait, so yeah, it's a new experience for me. Very excited.
Artist, the sitter you're challenged to paint today is an actress with a very distinguished career in television, stage, and screen. Please welcome Leslie Manville.
From playing the central character in bittersweet comedy Mum to Margaret Thatcher in The Queen, Leslie's become one of our most diverse and best-loved actors.
Come and sit down here.
Thank you.
Well, now, this is not something you're used to doing.
Never done it
You've done
before.
everything in television, stage and screen, but you've not sat still for 4 hours.
No, I haven't.
how do you think you'll occupy your mind?
Just to sort of be calm will be quite nice. I've got scripts to think about, what I'm going to eat for dinner tonight.
Artist, your sitter today is a very versatile actor. He's also one of the UK's rising musical stars. He's the fabulous Raleigh Ritchie. Acclaimed for his roles in gangster film Adulthood, TV series Broadchurch and Game of Thrones, Raleigh has also recently released his debut music album.
Sorry.
Please.
Thank you.
I hope you like Pink.
I do, yeah. I wasn't sure that they'd take it this literally.
Oh, you said so. It's your fault.
Did, yeah, it's my fault. Sorry, guys.
We've been passing paracetamol around for the artists. I should tell you that some of the sitters like to just keep an eye on how they're growing.
I think I quite like to wait. Kind of feel like it would be unfair on these guys to sort of keep an eye and be like, are you making me look good?
But there's a little subliminal hint, make me look good.
No.
OK. Well, what I'm going to ask the artists is what sort of thing you're looking for from Raleigh.
A little glimmer in the eyes, that's what we're after.
No, that was a wink.
You need my eyes open, yeah, I assume, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And you need to have your arms the same place so your shoulders don't change.
Yes, comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to sit
Quite deep,
cross-legged.
isn't it? Are you able to hold that?
I feel quite relaxed like that, yeah.
Good.
Artists and sitters, your challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your portraits, and the time starts now.
Every one of today's artists begins their portrait in their own way. Several are making meticulous plans before they transfer to their main piece.
I'm just doing a little preparatory sketch. What it does is it helps you kind of home in on interesting or troublesome areas.
Taro Qureshi studied illustration at Middlesex University and works part-time at Somerset House as a gallery assistant. Inspired by Instagram and people on the train, he completed his self-portrait in less than 2 hours. Taro.
Hi.
These are your preliminaries, as it were.
These are preparatory sketches that I don't always do, but they do help.
Whenever I see preparatory sketches, I always like them better than the painting. I don't know.
My thinking is it's all about spontaneity and energy, whereas that is kind of gone after a drawn-out sitting for a portrait.
Well, in that case, if it's all about spontaneity, why are you doing the sketches? Why isn't that happening up here somewhere?
It's the same way that if you were to like improvise a scene, you'd have your motivations beforehand and your character. So when you leap in, you can be fresh and you can be energetic and you can be off the cuff, but you know how you're approaching it.
Well, I love it already.
A crucial element of any portrait is, of course, to capture a likeness. So our artists are closely examining the details of their sitters' faces.
She has very refined features. Her eyes are not very sort of sunk back, for example. So there aren't any very strong contrasts on her face, which means I have to be subtle, and I'm not subtle.
Advertising executive and amateur artist Shula Sinclair learned to draw on the beaches in Tel Aviv by secretly sketching sunbathers. She painted her own self-portrait after a difficult year dealing with illness and says she wanted to capture her own imperfections. Now, she's decided to sit cross-legged, which is quite daring, and you're including that.
Yes, I think if you were to end at the waist, it would be quite standard.
You'd miss something about her, wouldn't you?
Yes, exactly. And the fact that she can sit like that, I can't do it for 5 minutes, so...
It's amazing.
You know, at least she deserves that it's captured.
Tackling the outline of the face or body is the starting point for most artists. But that's not always the case.
I don't have a plan, I'm just going to go wild and see what happens.
Professional artist Edward Afosu was selected for the heats of the last series, impressing the judges with his energetic style. When he's not painting, he teaches digital art.
Really exciting. There was just so much paint in this canvas.
I got a sense of a lot of colours when I was talking to her, so I
Yeah.
felt like let's pour some colours and then play with it and dance and create that dancing feeling.
And the shoulders, are you going to leave her floating in that black swimming pool? Or?
No, I think I'm going to put her top,
in.
everything in there.
Well, I love the sense of energy that you've got in the background that you've taken from her, but we're also going to want to see a good head I think, as well. That's your challenge.
I know, hopefully.
We'll be watching.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, thanks.
Our artists are nearly 1 hour into their 4-hour challenge.
There's going to be quite a lot of rubbing out and amending and changing. Just got to make sure that she's there on the canvas before I bring the paints out.
We're still well in hand time-wise at the moment. Just keep plodding away.
I think I can't fight the pink. I'm going to have to go with the pink and do something in the background with pink.
With a place in the semi-final at stake, our 9 artists have been capturing portraits of James Norton, Leslie Manville and Raleigh Ritchie. With 3 hours of the challenge to go, a mix of colours are finding their way onto the canvases, but one artist has chosen a very limited palette.
Amy.
Hello.
You've started in, monochrome.
Yes, I just normally paint with black and white. I have been introducing a bit of colour into my work, only blue and red.
Okay, so that's... are you going to acknowledge the pink, do you think, today?
I don't think I will. I'm too scared. I find it really difficult to work with colour for some reason.
Amateur artist Amy Rogers used to work in a shoe shop and as a carer before becoming a learning support assistant. She painted her hyper-realistic self-portrait 3 years ago, but has made a huge change in her painting style since becoming a teacher. I have to say, I'm really impressed that you changed your style so radically, because I think that portrait is fantastic. And if I could do that, I'd probably think this is my style forever.
Thank you. I think the stuff that I'd been doing up until a couple of years ago was just so systematic and so kind of regimented in a way. I knew what the photo was, I knew what the beginning, middle and end was going to look like, and I wanted to break free.
I think it's probably good for the soul, that freer, wilder.
Yeah, it certainly does feel kind of...
How is your soul better?
I think it is, yeah.
I think I've got somewhat the likeness. I'm still working on putting more of the detail in the face. I'm not quite happy with it yet.
Amateur artist Jennifer Newland gave up a place at Central St Martin's to study at the London School of Economics. After working 11 years in brand consultancy, she returned to her first love and now paints 4 days a week whilst looking after her 2 children.
You went to the LSE.
I did.
Rather than study art. I think you're divided spirit, aren't you?
Yeah, I am, yeah. It's quite risky to become an artist. It's quite a tough profession. It was always more of a passion for me.
So today, Leslie decided to sit cross-legged, and you decided not to bother with the cross legs.
I knew that there was a time constraint. I would have loved to do the whole pose, but I'm, again, playing it a bit safe.
The whole reason that we kind of went for hot pink for my logo and everything is because it has that natural, like...
Yeah.
We used to say pink to make the boys blink.
Yeah, it's making me blink, and you can't mix the colour.
Can you not mix the colour that way?
It's a neon pink. I think you've got to buy it ready-made. But as the days progressed, it doesn't seem to be the problem I thought it was. The way he's sitting Somehow his colouring against that pink gives him a beautiful silhouette.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Leslie is in a pastel paradise.
Yeah, she said that her house was sort of shabby chic, so it's kind of this lovely oasis around her.
Is that a problem for the painters? Because it's a sort of a washed-out look, shabby chic, isn't it?
Yeah, but she's wearing colour purposely so that it can introduce some textures. I mean, I think she's a great sitter, and she almost looks like a little Buddha sitting there with her legs crossed.
She does. I really would love to walk behind her and slowly remove the chair.
I can hear you, Frank.
Oh, sorry. She's fantastic, though, isn't she?
We've got very little set, but that makes what's there all the more eloquent, doesn't it?
I think so. The sets are subliminal in setting their context. So, for example, here, there's a reference to the fact that he likes to go swimming. But if you look very carefully, you'll see that that blue is having a really big impact on the tones of his skin and is actually giving him a lovely warmth. Actually, it's the perfect colour for him.
On the first impression, maybe people may assume that I'm a bit colder and more standoffish than I am. So I'm wondering whether or not the portrait will capture that warmer side. I hope so. We'll see.
The blue background definitely affects the tone, and there's also this beautiful light coming in, so it makes the setting even more dramatic. I want the portrait to reflect this.
Originally from Rome, professional artist Maurizio De Angelis paints portraits as well as specialising in scientific illustration. For his submission, Maurizio experimented with a monochromatic technique before covering the background in his signature gold.
Your submission was like looking at this extraordinary relic of a past time, like maybe you'd find it in a church in Byzantium or something. Yeah. It's like an icon painting. Yeah. Am I going to see any of that gold leaf?
Yeah, I really like Italian art and French art, and the use of the gold leaf gives something more to the painting.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see that fused with your very contemporary style.
Thank you so much.
Acrylics and oils are amongst the mediums being used today, but one artist doesn't have a paintbrush in sight.
I use electrical tape, so I cut it with scissors and fine bits just to kind of build up the face, really. So yeah, electrical tape, coloured electrical tape.
Primary school teacher and amateur artist Dan Genders makes most of his art during half-term breaks. His submission was his first ever self-portrait and took him 24 hours to produce.
I've transferred my felt tip sketch over to here. Now I'm starting to snip and cut pieces, and then they kind of gather on the scissors. So I take them off the scissors with a tweezer and place them on.
Dan.
Hello.
Were you just mending a clog and thought, you know what?
This looks like a picture.
Yeah.
No, well, I'm a teacher, so it was getting the kids to slow down. Rather than doing quick marks with pencil, it was getting them to cut the tape to make marks.
So to slow them down, you thought, I'll give them a difficult, meticulous medium to work.
Didn't have much planned that day, so...
Okay. If I'd have been doing this today, I'd have spent the first half hour trying to find the end.
With my skin tones, I mix all the different colours and I just apply them and dab in them until it kind of reflects the shape of the face. I'm just trying to make sure that it represents James and his character and bring a bit of life to it.
Professional artist Sally Dyer made it through to the semi-final of the last series of Portrait Artists of the Year with her painting of actor Daniel Roche. Since then, she has quit her job at a cafe and opened an art workshop with her mum in Preston. Sally.
Hello.
It seems like only yesterday that we're speaking over your palette. So you've changed, I think. I think your art has changed. And I think you've changed a bit, do you?
Yeah, I do. I think I'm more confident with my mark making and perhaps observe a bit more detail that I can include in the painting.
Well, yeah, I think, yeah, you've grown up.
Thanks.
While most of the artists are well into the painting stage, one board is rather bare.
You've started with just a bit of drawing to guide you.
Yeah, of the most important parts.
This is a really light drawing.
Yeah, that's
okay.
all I need,
So I
really.
can only just really make out the shape of...
Through the footprints.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I've got enough to go on now. I'm gonna get going and then finish in like a record pace.
It makes it exciting for us to watch because you're relying so much on your intuition. So
It was also slightly nerve-wracking, I must say.
you might age us a bit today, this afternoon, but
no way.
yeah.
I don't want to see any. I don't want to see any of it.
It's probably best not to, actually.
Raleigh has decided to keep his portrait a surprise, but the other sitters can't help sneaking a peek at the artist's progress.
Hey, are you picking anything up? It looks like the smallest. Oh my God, the intricacy is incredible.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
You're still a work in progress.
Of course it is. It's terrible looking at things before they're finished. It's like
Yeah.
somebody coming to watch me rehearsing.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's amazing. God, you're all so clever. I can't even draw a cat.
Well, I can't act, so...
That's right. We all do what we do.
Exactly.
It's nearly halfway through the competition.
I'm finding this stage unusually hard. Her skin is quite pale and the background's quite pale, so I'm finding it difficult to mix the right colours at the moment.
The face is yet to bring it out because it's still in the background. So I have to push it hard. I'm giving myself more work to do, but I think I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
2 hours left. I don't have a particular plan. I'm just going to hone in on the eyes and the nose and the mouth and kind of bring more detail into it. Yeah.
It's the crucial moment now. I'm not going to try anything too new at this point. If it doesn't happen in the right way, I risk ruining it all.
Here at the Wallace Collection in London, our 9 artists have already completed 2 hours of their challenge to paint actors Raleigh Ritchie, Leslie Manville and James Norton, giving our judges plenty of time to reflect.
Halfway time. What do you make of it so far?
Overall, I think they had quite a slow start. I think it might be something to do with the fact that a lot of them started drawing.
Taro didn't put paint on his
No.
canvas for a while.
He's really trying to negotiate the sense of the character, and that may pay dividends in the end. The only one who didn't do that, of course, was our Edward.
Edward was slapping on paint within 30 seconds.
He's now in competition with his own painting. He's got to get the face to be able to sort of exist on that same canvas as that background.
Now, what about Dan?
Dan's using the tape, and we were rather taken with his self-portrait, with the number of colours that he used within it. But I'm curious to see whether he can get that range of tones in the skin, whether he can get that light and dark with only one colour.
For me, at the moment, it's a bit flat. I'm waiting for it to come to life.
We were looking at Amy's painting this morning, think, how the hell is she going? We knew she'd change her style, but you know, how's she going to get that quality? And she stayed monochrome, but in this sort of mess of grey, he's slowly appearing, and it's a very exciting painting.
I don't think we've ever had such an extreme before, where someone has submitted something so exquisitely rendered and then turns up on the day with this very loose style. It's really interesting to watch her.
Our sitters have been patiently posing for more than 2 hours, and I think James has forgotten I'm looking after his wardrobe.
James.
Looking good, don't you think?
Hey, you're looking Good.
Yeah, not everyone can carry off a tweed.
You look great, mate. I think you're just going to hang it up. Maybe give it a press.
I've been through the pockets.
Yeah.
I've actually, honestly, I could feel something heavy in the pocket. I thought, oh my God, he's arrived with a firearm. And then this is actually in the pocket. How's it actually going? Has it been good?
It's been lovely. I mean, you know, it's the dream job for a lazy actor. You get to sit, you have an audience, you don't have to do anything. You just sit.
Well, you've done a great job.
Thanks very much.
I'm just going to go and brush against some easels. See you later.
See you in a bit.
I'm really enjoying it, and the whole notion of being painted, it has gravitas, doesn't it? They're looking not just at the physical, they're considering how they think I look, as well as what I actually look like. You know, all of that's really fascinating.
It seems a little bit vain to say, I'd recommend that anybody has their portrait painted, but just sitting, being a sitter is really, it's really nice.
Are you going to add any other colours?
I'm pondering it at the moment. I'm going to see how I am in the next 20 minutes or so.
Would you like to then?
Yeah, I think so.
So if you did use another colour, is it going to be this pink?
Pink or maybe a yellow. I'm
Okay.
thinking, yeah.
Maurizio, I see it's getting interesting here now. What do you have to do? How do you apply it?
I would do something like this. And when I place the gold, I move a little bit. I want to create this dissipation.
OK, but the Holy Spirit will have arrived with James by the
okay.
time you're finished. Great.
Rob, I have just to pause for a moment because that background is bright pink.
Well, I went pink. It
You started pink?
Then it just suddenly dawned on me it would look a bit more interesting if I left the highlights pink there, but the background was a complementary colour to show that up a bit more.
A wise choice.
Well, I
a
don't
bit
know.
late in the day?
It might be a bit late in the day, maybe, but yeah.
I had to know.
OK.
The artists have only 1 hour left.
I'd like to work more on the detail and on the colours and tones, and obviously I have to put something in the background, so that could go wrong.
I've tried to concentrate on the eyes and the nose and the mouth. I would like to do a second colour, but I don't think it's going to be possible.
There can be one mark that's missing that's going to unify the whole thing, but there can be one mark too much. That's when the moment of adding too much and ruining it happens.
I'm a little bit worried about the hairline. I don't know if that's in the right place.
The 4-hour challenge is coming to an end, and our artists now need to finish their portraits of James Norton, Raleigh Ritchie and Leslie Manville.
We just have to fight the time now, so everybody's fighting hard at the moment.
Artists, you have just 5 minutes left.
I'm just putting the last brush strokes down. I don't really know how it's gone, to be honest. I need to take a good step back.
Bloody hell. Just doing what I can, really. Just enough to demonstrate what his hair looks like.
I was overly optimistic. I assumed I'd be able to do a full-length portrait in a very short space of time. But it's fine, I'll keep working and it'll be good.
I'm worried it's not enough detail. It just might be too basic.
artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and step back from your portraits.
Having been sitting still for 4 hours, it's finally the moment that James, Raleigh and Leslie get to see the final portraits and choose one to keep.
James, it's over. How was it for you?
It's fascinating seeing bits of tape and different brushes and colours. I can't wait to see them.
OK, so artists, can you please turn your easels?
Wow, there's 3 Jameses. 3 of me. The colour's extraordinary, and the gold leaf.
There's a sense of you exuding light, as if he's tried to capture charisma in concrete form. He just couldn't find anything.
Let's move on. Mate, that's amazing. Well done. You've made me look really clever. My mum will be overjoyed.
That's good.
I love it. I mean, I just can't believe it's done with electrical tape. It's amazing, isn't it? I love the simplicity of it. Solely on what suits me and my style and my flat, my little flat, I think I'm going to go with Dan's.
Oh, wow. They're amazing. They're very colourful. Bravo, all of you. I mean, take my hat off to you all. I think you've really caught me. I mean, the eyes are brilliant. I can see me, and it feels like me in a kind of relaxed mode. Oh, gosh. I bet you were a naughty boy at school. I mean, you just have disobeyed all the rules, haven't you, really? I mean, it's just extraordinary. This feels like the tough side of me. Something very regal about it. It's lovely. It's very tricky. I'm going to choose Edwards.
Thank you.
Oh my... This is bizarre. You guys are amazing. Seriously. I absolutely love all the colours, and I can really see myself. This feels like a very emotional painting. I love the detail. The highlights, I think, actually work better than if you were to just paint the background pink. This, to me, gets better every time I look at it. It looks almost photographic. I don't quite understand how you did that. I think they all have a sense of me, but I would love your painting, Amy.
In the quiet of an empty gallery, the judges study the details of finished work.
I really like the way this red line at the top of the chair sort of slices through the mouth. It's lovely.
I think she definitely managed to catch that sort of sense of poise that Leslie had all day.
He's found a charming, may I call it that, likeness of James here. And the mark making that we talk about in oil paint is bizarre to see with chopped up bits of tape.
I'm very conflicted on this piece, but you can't deny the fact that he's captured a real sense of him.
Yeah.
I'd love to be able to try and get the extra colours in and trying to get a little bit more shape and texture to the actual finished portrait. But apart from that, I was really pleased.
I think those small drawings there he was fiddling around with this morning obviously have informed him. It's got that vitality. I think it's a fantastic painting.
I think he's caught more than the likeness. I think he's caught attitude And for me, this is one of the best likenesses and attitude capturing in the room.
I thought it started out very promisingly, and as the day wore on, Amy seemed reluctant to make decisions about the mouth and the chin, so it gets very lost there. And in terms of mark making, it's a very beautiful bit of painting, isn't it, with the drips and the wristy marks. So it's beautiful.
I would love to see that white-grey band there disappear and for him to have some definition. I don't think it would have hurt the painting at all.
I thought the painting was going quite well in the middle, but at the end, and the form wasn't quite right, which the judges might pick up on.
To help them decide who will go through to the semi-final, the judges first reduced the 9 artists to 3.
I can't quite decide between the two.
It's one or the other, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
But who have they chosen? The first artist is Amy Rogers.
And the second artist is Taro Qureshi.
And the third artist is Jennifer Newland.
What can I say? Commiserations to all the rest of you, but thank you very much for having such a wonderful day with us and letting us watch your work. Well done.
It was very intense, and yes, it was great fun. So I've had a lovely time.
As the judges scrutinise the shortlisted pieces, there's something I want to clarify.
Judges, how important is the self-portrait when you come to judge the final?
It's their history. We get to see them working on the day, but when you see what they've worked on in their own time, it gives you just a sense of them as a person and what they could produce in the future. Amy's portrait is quite messy. It's drippy, there's lots of marks, and it could be a lucky accident. But we know it's not a lucky accident, it's because of her tonal range and understanding of how light falls on skin. It's intentional, and that intentionality shows a certain sort of artistic integrity and that she knows what she's doing.
It might look easy to do that, but it's not. She's playing with paint, really trying to find the form in the paint.
I feel like we're looking at Raleigh's next album cover here, really.
Interesting, yeah.
And it's a wonderfully fresh contemporary piece.
I wish I could have had the time to put in more of the background, because I would have been able to carve out more of the features so they were more prominent.
What about Taro?
I just love the way he's caught that attitude of Raleigh so well, and the way in which he's just used that bare board, and he's just got this great confidence.
Even just the way he's put the head on that scrap of board he's found in a skip is just perfect. He's a very skilled artist.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not that bothered about the board, and the fact that he found it in a skip slightly irritates me, because it's almost he needed a backstory for himself, because I don't think that he does. I think this is a really original way of painting.
Feelings of trepidation, but that's the nature of it, and I surrender my work to the whims of them.
Now, Jennifer's self-portrait is unmistakably strong.
And she's translated that in her portrait of Leslie. The head of Leslie is slighter than her own self-portrait, but there again we can look back and see what skills she has and what knowledge she has and what she would bring to it if she had enough time.
It took me a long time, actually, to get that picture. It wasn't until the very end that I started to warm to it more and more. She's caught something of Leslie's air, I think.
She has. I like the reduced colour, it's quite quiet. I think it's the kind of painting that you could keep looking at and it would retain that kind of power. You wouldn't get used to it, it wouldn't diminish.
It's been such an incredible day. I'm quite exhausted now, so I'm actually a little bit more calm than I was when I arrived this morning.
Amy, Taro, Jennifer, only one of you can win, and the judges have made their decision.
The artists that the judges have selected, impressed with the experimental nature of their work, and produced something truly original. And that artist is Taro Qureshi.
Well done.
Completely unreal and very, very strange. Great though, really great.
Oh my God, I'm shaking.
think Tara's portrait was very good, very creative, very spontaneous, very colourful.
The use of colour and expression in the work was brilliant. So, no, really well done to him. He's done everything well.
Having only recently graduated, I feel like this is the first step to proving to everyone that I was right about me being a painter this whole time.
Hello and welcome to the show where you get a chance to watch some real talent at work. But hey, that's enough about me. There are also 9 fantastic artists raring to go.
In today's heat, we have an artist who champions drawing, another who used to be a cobbler, and yet another who paints in a cowshed.
All right, don't milk it. Welcome to Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year.
In our search to find the UK's most talented portrait artist, 9 new contenders are put to the test, challenged to capture 3 famous faces in just 4 hours.
This is the most important stage. If this doesn't go right, then you're just fiddling.
All for the chance to win a £10,000 commission to paint broadcaster Graham Norton for the permanent collection of the National Gallery of Ireland.
But first, they must impress the judges. Art historian Kate Bryan, independent curator Kathleen Soriano, and award-winning artist Taishan Schirenberg.
I think character's more impressive in a portrait.
That was the right answer. That's why we picked you on your submission.
So who can convey character on canvas?
I think I'm just pushing paint around at the minute and hoping it'll fall into the right place.
And earn themselves a place in the semi-final.
Do you love me, George?
I do, yes. I love you.
OK, thank you. I love you as well, too.
Thank you.
Here for today's heat are 3 amateur artists. Kay Hodges, David Mealing and Corinne Young.
I'm a bit of a country bumpkin. I can probably count on one hand the amount of times I've come to London. It's a little bigger than Devon, so it's not what I'm quite used to.
Joining them are 6 professional artists: Lily Musker, Kyla Tomlinson, Steve Russell, Amir Anajad, Gareth Reed, and George Clark.
I've been preparing with a lot of press-ups, making a lot of smoothies, healthy eating, healthy living, healthy thinking, hopefully healthy painting.
The judges chose today's shortlist on the basis of a digital image of the artist's self-portraits. So they want to begin by getting up close and personal with the real thing.
Well, judges, here they are, all the submissions, all shapes and sizes.
Got a real mixture, different materials and different approaches.
Well, let's start here then.
Very beautiful and heartwarming. What I think is very masterful here is these very light skin tones she's using.
What I loved was the background with this kind of polka dot bit at the bottom, very weird colour combination, grey and mustard. You know, she's taking unusual steps and it's paying off.
I think what we really liked about this was that you had someone who was really, really good draftsman, fantastic beard, but this wonderfully contemporary colour, and the way he picks up that colour just here or on his hand, it's just, it's gorgeous.
it's very bold for our times, isn't it? Who would dare do something like that?
It looks like it should be hung on the Royal Academy walls.
100 years ago.
A couple of hundred years ago.
200 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really a throwback. The tilt of their head, the way that they emerge from these misty shadows.
But the light is beautiful, and what's incredible, although there's hardly any colour or paint in it, we can see the red in the lips and the blue in the eyes.
Now, this is magic, isn't it?
It's so unbelievably photorealistic. I think probably one of the most exquisite photorealist pieces we've ever had. In a way, it's sort of hard to take seriously, but you have to take it seriously because this person is a supremely talented craftsperson in photorealism.
And it's every texture from the rabbits, you want to run your fingers through their fur. The problem with pictures like this, of course, it's phenomenal, the level of photorealism. But then we have to think of the day, and I hope the artist can find an equivalence to show that sort of level of skill in 4 hours.
As the artists set up, it's becoming clear that a wide range of mediums will be on display.
I use charcoal on canvas. If it's all sharpened, ready, then it's a bit easier.
I've got some oils and pastels, and I'm not absolutely sure what I'm going to begin with.
This is a stay wet palette, which is used for acrylic paint. So over the 4 hours and the hot lights, this is going to hopefully be ideal.
Art teacher and amateur artist Kay Hodges was an illustrator for over 20 years. For her self-portrait, she wanted the contrast of light to show the form of her face and how she ages every day.
The background's quite dark, so I'm hoping that the sitter is going to be light.
So who are today's sitters? Artist, your sitter today is one of the UK's leading actors. She once played the evil stepmother to my Buttons in Cinderella. She is the magnificent Sian Phillips. Having begun acting professionally at the age of 11, Sian Phillips's broad range of roles spans from endearing to downright deadly, including the infamously cruel Empress Livia in I, Claudius.
Hello.
Sian, it's a great honour. I'm guessing you've been painted before.
I have, yes.
How do you find it generally?
I'm very interested, because I love art and I love to be able to paint, actually.
So where will you go today, internally, do you think?
Well, I've got some lines I'm trying to remember, so I'll probably be running over something in my head.
That's handy. Well, if you'd like me to come and run some with you, I'd be more than happy.
I'd be delighted. You're very good in Shakespeare, aren't you?
Oh, it's one of my fortes. Obviously, I know a lot of it off by heart from my studies.
Yes.
Artist, your sitter today is adept at mastering a plethora of gritty roles. Please welcome Phil Davis.
One of the nation's best-loved actors, Phil Davis is known for his villainous roles, including a mean moneylender in Bleak House and Poldark's malevolent servant.
Very nice to meet you.
Phil, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much.
Now, I've painted you as a villain, but, you know, you're so benign.
In real life, I'm a pussycat, yes.
So where does it come from, this sense of evil?
I don't know. I dread to... I think, you know, when you're playing a bad guy, you should do it unapologetically and gleefully.
What do you make of sitting still all day? Do you think you'll put on an actor's persona?
Well, instead of pretending to be someone else, I'll pretend to be myself. So.
Artist, your sitter today is one of Britain's most beloved broadcasters. He's fiercely intelligent. Don't let the accent fool you. He's the magnificent Adrian Childs. My dear friend, the TV and radio broadcaster Adrian Childs, has a love of both journalism and football, which has led to him presenting everything from The One Show to Match of the Day. Come here, you big lonk.
How you doing?
Please sit down. Now, we've put some pebbles behind you. Tell us why, do you think?
When I was about 12, I picked a stone up off a beach, and I've carried it in my pocket sort of ever since. It's become a bit like Gollum's ring, actually. I
Yes.
just can let go of it.
It worries me, because if you do ever lose it, I think you'll just fade away.
I will, yes.
So, how are you feeling about this experience?
I mean, just sitting still is a real challenge for me. I'm the biggest fidget ever. I mean, this will be torture. It's 4 hours, isn't it?
It is, but you can move a bit.
But what position do I have to...
Well, we're going to talk to the
right,
artist.
okay.
I like to see a bit more of your face, but obviously that's not good for you guys.
If you face there...
Yeah.
That's good for me.
I'll take the glasses off if you prefer. I don't mind.
I'd rather you were comfortable, actually,
Okay,
because it is a long time.
I'll be comfortable. Don't worry about me.
Am I all right here?
Yeah, it's perfect for me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm happy
with the profile
Yeah,
this
yeah.
side, yeah.
All right.
Sit here.
Okay.
Perfect.
Artists, I hope you're all ready, because the challenge is about to begin.
You have 4 hours to complete your portraits. Very good luck, and your time starts now.
Work it, baby, work it.
Could you be this way a tiny bit? Fraction.
I just started doing yoga. I think it's gonna come in useful here.
The first marks an artist makes on their canvas are often the foundation to a portrait. And today, everyone has started with a sketch.
I like it to kind of look in proportion, so I do an outline before I start applying paint.
Amateur artist Corinne Young studied art at Plymouth University and today works as a sales advisor at a picture framing store. Her self-portrait was painted from a photograph and took 15 hours to complete.
Now, what makes the decision as to whether to use the grid or not?
I normally, if I can, paint from life, but I needed to make sure it was definitely right, so I thought I'll be safe. I've only recently started using the grid this past week.
Well, we'll watch it slowly as the page fills. Good luck.
Thank you.
Using a grid at the drawing stage helps ensure perfect proportions, which suits one artist to a T.
I just want to make sure that everything is in the right place. Usually I take about 40 hours over like a 7-week period. Today I can't do that, so I need to try and get detail in certain areas.
David Mealing is an amateur artist from Bristol whose photorealistic submission is a tribute to his beloved pet rabbits. In the last series, his portrait of Impressionist Ronnie Ancona was only the second he had ever created using oil paint.
Are we going to see any other elements, any sort of rabbits or cards?
No, but I've masked my board off and I'm gonna cut a panel off and try and do some of it in black and white. So it adds a little bit of a twist to it.
OK, I look forward to seeing that.
Getting the features of a sitter's face in proportion is a key element to achieving a good likeness, and one artist is employing an age-old method called sight-size drawing.
The reason why I stand further back from Phil is so that I can see his nose as well as his eyebrows at the same time. As I get closer, I can only see small parts of him on their own, so distance for me is a really integral part of creating a picture.
Professional artist George Clark spent 5 years training in the traditions of oil painting in Florence. He painted his self-portrait during one session using a mirror in his studio, which is in a cowshed in the middle of a field. You've struck lucky today because Phil's backdrop has a cowshed feel about it.
Extremely lucky. It's lovely, and a lot of the time when I'm painting, I'm really thinking about 17th century masters, and this is a sort of background that they would enjoy.
I'm told that during the course of painting, you fall in love with your sitter.
Yeah, I try to, yes. The broad philosophy is that you can only really paint something if you understand it, and the ultimate understanding of something is love, really. So I always try to, whatever I'm painting...
Does that mean do you love me, George?
If I was painting you, I would...
I'm on about now. Do you love me now?
I do, yes.
I love you.
OK, thank you. I love you as well, too.
Thank you.
The artists have been working for almost 1 hour.
He's got such a great face. Fantastic character. Unfortunately, brown is not usually what I use at all, so the fact that we've got a brown background is... Oh.
I think if I just get the drawing accurate to get the likeness and get everything positioned correctly, then I can just fill in the colours, hopefully.
At the moment, I'm just literally doing the background as quick as I can so that I can crack on with the face.
For the last hour, our 9 heat artists have been busy with their depictions of Phil Davis, Sean Phillips and a restless Adrian Childs.
Head down, please.
Drawing has been a key part of the process for all of today's artists.
You're now investigating the likeness in the face and seeing how it works.
Yeah. I wasn't sure what I was going to do, actually, and I thought I just started by doing some quick drawings. I just had to warm up my hand and get used to the sitter and have the face become a wee bit more familiar to me.
So as if you were an athlete, you would do your stretches.
Yeah, it was
so
a little bit like
making
that.
some sketches
Yeah,
to warm up.
Yeah. Professional artist Kyla Tomlinson was 11 when she made her first oil painting and now works as an animator in Dublin. She works with a range of mediums, including charcoal and pastels. She created her self-portrait in 1 hour.
I'll probably finish this and then do a pastel drawing in the afternoon.
How on earth are you going to choose what to submit? Because, of course, we can only judge one thing. What's your criteria?
I think it would have to be what the character is like in the picture.
Okay.
That's the most... Because it's great if you can get a likeness, but I think character's more impressive in a portrait.
That was the right answer. That's why we picked you on your submission.
Thanks.
And today there's one other artist proving that charcoal isn't just that thing that made your fingernails black in the classroom.
I'm just blocking in loosely, kind of simple shapes, finding relationships. This is the most important stage. If this doesn't go right, then your foundation is not right. Then you're just fiddling.
Professional artist Gareth Reid made it to the Dublin Heat of Portrait Artist of the Year 2014, where he drew Sharon Corr. He's recently started to introduce colour into his charcoal work, and his submission for this year was sketched in the middle of the night just before a family holiday.
You look like you've made an incredible start. I'm wondering what you're going to be doing for the rest of the day.
A lot of it will go on and then come off again, so it's about refining a little bit, looking more specifically at how things relate.
Is he a challenge? Is he a good
Challenge.
sitter? He's a challenge.
Yeah.
What makes him particularly challenging for you as a sitter?
He's distracted, easily distracted.
So when you have a fidgety sitter, what is it that you're having to deal with?
So it's just the little critical bits. You know, sometimes you've got to study a little shape. If it changes, even a degree, the shape changes.
OK, well, I'll let you crack on. Good luck.
OK, thanks.
Bye.
Phil is really engaged at sitting, isn't he?
Yeah, I think there's this lovely thing happening because he's a great character actor. So I really like the fact that all 3 artists here are very interested in character, possibly even more than likeness. He says he's really fidgety, but I think he is absolutely magnificent.
This way a tiny bit, I think. Yeah.
What do you think about Adrian as a sitter?
I think some of the artists are having some difficulty with his fidgeting and moving around. He's most comfortable when he's chatting away and having a conversation.
Yes. I think he's finding it properly difficult.
Yeah, you can almost feel it oozing out of him,
Yeah.
this sort of itchiness of wanting to explode out of himself.
This is a very clean set, isn't it?
It's also a great contrast to the colours in her face, so she really glows.
But you'd think blue would cast blue shadows, but it doesn't actually. It sets off her face in some way.
What it does, because it's working in harmony with her light complexion, it actually warms her up, so the pinks are coming to the fore.
It's an amazing bone structure, isn't it?
Which has its problems as well. Because of these beautiful high cheekbones and rather deep-set eyes, it could get a bit bony and harsh. The artist has got their hands full. She's otherworldly, and to capture that without making it too severe is quite difficult.
The background colour, I'm going to do a background colour, but I don't know whether to do this background colour or another background colour.
Self-taught professional artist Steve Russell mainly paints vibrant abstract figures with his signature pure colour background. A desire to produce a striking self-portrait led him to paint himself topless for his submission.
We were fascinated by the level of closeness you had with your own self-portrait. There's a rawness and an honesty there.
Oh, I thought I'd go for being truthful, yeah.
And are we going to see that today? Is that level of honesty always there?
Probably, yeah. I just do what I do and do it as I see it. I don't think it's a secret or anything.
Well, honest man, honest portrait.
Oh, that's me, yeah.
Honestly, get on with it.
Now, did you arrive with the canvas this colour? Oh, it's board.
Yeah, it's gesso. It's a gesso ground.
It's a
love
wonderful
it.
colour.
It soaks the oil painting.
Professional full-time artist Lily Musker's passion for art was sparked when she lived in India as a teenager. With a self-confessed obsession with super-sized objects, her self-portrait is the final in a series she painted throughout her pregnancy. Now, you've been 15 years an artist?
Yes.
15 years. Has your work changed over that period?
Yes. Originally, I was doing a lot from photographs, which became very boring.
So you have sitters now?
Yeah.
What is it about having the sitter there?
I feel enlivened and just get more energy.
But you've conjured a likeness already.
I'm glad you think so.
A very, very good likeness.
I love to paint in the wooden panel, MDF. Normal I make myself. I love to paint, can see the eye properly.
Former cobbler turned professional artist Amir Najad grew up in Iran, and as a child he painted in secret in the basement of his family home. He chose the composition of his self-portrait to show off his handmade canvas, and it took him 1 week to complete. Amir.
Hi.
The eyes are already, they're there.
Hopefully.
Yeah, they look great. So have you continued to paint from when you were a child in Iran right the way through to now? Has it been a continuous process?
No, no continue, but many times on off. Last time I started painting 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Before I never paint portrait. My self-portrait's number 4.
That's the 4th portrait?
The 4th portrait.
Wowee, and it's an amazing portrait. So how often do you work with a sitter? Is that an unusual thing for you?
No, I never do. Actually, my first time sitter.
This is your first time?
First.
So Sean Phillips is your first ever sitter?
Sitter, yeah.
That's a tough act to follow,
Yeah.
I'm telling you. Wowee.
Yeah.
So is it just genetic, the ability to draw when you...
No, it's practice, practice, practice.
But I mean, I could literally never draw.
Anyone can.
That can't be true.
Before the invention of the humble but essential paint tube, Oil paints were freshly made, yet another traditional practice George loves to use.
The grinding of the paint, show me how that goes on.
Right, well, I'll give you a little demonstration if
Oh,
you'd
yes,
like.
please.
So I'm going to grind up some yellow ochre. So this is just flaxseed oil that you'd feed to horses so that you can make on any farm.
And this is very satisfying, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're the traditional methods because they work, really. They've stood the test of time. Just pop the muller on top, and then that's the paint starting to be made.
It's wonderful.
David, you seem very precise, almost draftsman-like in your work, but then I feel there's an inferno crackling within.
But I'm such a perfectionist. I just spend so long on it to make it how I want it to look. And yeah, sometimes
but the fact that you know that.
I know. And I have been trying to speed up a bit, but I can't get it less than about 7 weeks at the moment.
Okay. It's nearly halfway through the challenge.
I'm losing it a little bit. I'm kind of getting to the point where I know I'm going to have to stop soon, because I can feel it's getting a little bit messy.
Head down a bit, please. Thanks.
Upper lip, mouth, chin is the bit that's I'm not totally sure about. I'm just moving the mouth up fractionally because the shapes in here aren't quite right.
I'm just trying to get enough done that it looks like him and there's enough kind of filled out. Oh, I've got loads to do.
Here in central London at the Wallace collection, our 9 heat artists are vying for a place in the semi-final. For 2 hours, they've been capturing the faces of Sian Phillips, Phil Davis and Adrian Childs.
I've got a slight itch on my stomach, Lily. You won't take a second. That's it, it's done.
And at the halfway mark, some favourites are already becoming apparent. Gareth's drawing, I loved.
It is monolithic, isn't it? I mean, he really started off, it was like a sort of lump of stone, and then he's been carving Adrian out of it.
My concern is that I felt that he'd done what he was going to do within probably an hour. I've not really worked out what more he's been doing to it since.
He said that he was going to add a bit of colour, so I'm hoping that will change the complexion of the picture.
What about Kyla's drawing of Phil?
She says likeness is secondary to character, and that is a masterful character study. And I'm also interested to see whether she does do a second one.
Corinne has done this meticulous drawing, painstakingly filling it in. It looks like Adrian, the marks are nice, the colours are nice, but at the moment it's nothing particularly inspiring.
What about David painting Sian?
I think he's very disappointed with himself. He has a compromised style. He's not even happy with that version.
The eye is phenomenal, it's very realistic. There's a lot of painting to do to try to replicate the amazing detail he had in his submission, so I can see why we'd be disappointed.
I like these people very much, don't get me wrong, and I don't want to let them down. This is the longest I have sat still in my life ever.
Have you sat still?
Well, as he rightly points out, I'm not even sitting still. I mean, this is stiller than I've ever sat in my life, put it like that.
So how has it been? You've looked fabulously statuesque.
I've had a great time, yes.
Have you communicated?
No.
No.
We've been silent here, partly because they're so concentrated, and I know their time is so short. I feel for them, you know, and I didn't feel I should interrupt the concentration.
I'm completely put myself in the hands of the artist. I'm not after being younger or thinner or better looking or anything like that. And I just hope that they're satisfied with what they've done. I mean, it's, I haven't looked yet.
absolutely have to see this paint go on. I think it's a terrific colour, and of course it reflects from her scarf.
I think it's going to work nicely.
I think it is.
And Cynthia's shooting out.
No, but I just had to see it the moment the paint went on. Thanks very much for that.
It's an absolute pleasure.
With just over 1 hour to go, Kyla's prediction of a second portrait has come true. I walked past earlier and I saw your black and white drawing of Phil. And my one worry was that you might over-fiddle with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I was heading. And even now, I'm not really happy with parts of it. And it was getting muddled and losing some of the energy that maybe it had, so I had to stop.
Better to be slightly incomplete, isn't it, than to be marred.
Yeah.
But even if this doesn't work out, it may have saved the other one.
Yeah.
So it will not have died in vain.
No.
David, how's
Hello.
it going?
I think I spent too much time on her eye to begin with. Now I've done a lot of the rest of it, it seems to be coming together a little bit better for me.
It's looking good. Well done.
Thank you.
Gareth, is this a bit of blue I spy?
Yes, but it's going to be very minimal.
Minimal?
Yeah. I suppose at this stage I'm just trying to not upset it. So maybe a little bit of pink in places.
Okay. Be excited to see where they find themselves.
Me too.
Me too.
Who knows? I don't know.
There's only half an hour left in the competition.
For me, because everything's always changing and in a constant state of flux, really to put too harsh an edge on something is a lie, really. I suppose that's why my paintings have become quite softened. A sort of shimmering grace is what I aim at.
I do find it very difficult to change my style. I do look at a painting this loose and I'm not happy with it.
It's really difficult to see where his cheekbones start and his nose ends. I think I'm just pushing paint around at the minute and hoping it will fall into the right place.
For almost 4 hours, our 9 artists have been creating portraits of Adrian Chiles, Phil Davis and Sian Phillips. With the end in sight, it's time for the finishing touches.
Got to be a bit careful peeling it off. Oops.
Artists, there are 5 minutes to go.
The main thing that most frequently goes wrong is that I over-soften and I'll lose the form in the paint. So I just need to concentrate.
I think I'll probably put in the first drawing. I think it just worked out a bit better in terms of an overall finished piece.
Artists, your time is up.
Please put down your materials and stand away from your easels.
Having sat for the duration of the challenge, Adrian, Phil and Sian get to see the completed portraits and to choose one to take home. Adrian, your grim ordeal is over. So how was the experience for you?
I love these 3 equally. I'm actually really just nervous now. I am not worthy to sit in judgment on any of them.
But it's a lovely moment, this. Artists, can you please turn your easels?
They all look remarkable. Can't Well, what can I say? I just think it's... I think it flatters me, probably. No, I think it's... Oh, give me a hug. I think it's brilliant. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
It's
you,
brilliant.
it's really sweet.
I just think it's amazing. It's a bit more kind of severe, and I suppose I like that too. This, to me, is a more accurate likeness in the way. There's the kind of the sagging sort of cheekage. I suppose it's sort of almost more ambitious in that way. I just think that is so beautiful. I'll be taking Corin's home with me. Another hug. Two hugs.
Goodness me. I think they're all extraordinary. I think there's a great deal of talent in this room. Well done. Striking, isn't it? Very thoughtful-looking man, aren't I? There's something sort of tortured about that face, isn't there? Something very moving about that. Well done, fantastic. This is a bit of myself that I recognise. Very determined, isn't he? But it's wonderful. Well done, fantastic.
Thank you.
I'm going to choose George's.
My gosh. Congratulations, all of you. You've done so well. Well done. That's extraordinary. I did get a glimpse of that wonderful blue. I haven't been looking all day, but well done. It's just amazing. Gosh, that's a lovely painting.
Thank you so much.
Lovely, wonderful colour too, again. Lovely colour. Oh, look at that colour. My goodness, that is
I
extraordinary.
mean, it's got nothing to do with anything over there, but who cares?
No, yes, exactly. No, it's really wonderful. I'm going to choose that one.
You were a fantastic assessor.
Oh, well, thank you.
Left alone with the finished works, the judges have a chance to examine each piece in close detail.
It's a great piece of draftsmanship.
He's great with colour as well. You know, there are these tiny little touches.
And I do like the mark making as well, the slow sculpting in all that graphite.
He did a very clever thing, didn't he? He knew he couldn't do the photorealism thing, so the way in which he did it was to go for this slice of black and white.
And it's a great likeness.
I mean, I don't know that we could ask him to do much more in a limited time situation. I'm really impressed.
When I peeled my mask in film off, I was happy with the finished product, and I thought, yes, I can breathe a sigh of relief.
With such a classical education in painting, you'd expect him to be sort of really proficient, but it's sort of all slightly going away now, and there's sort of large areas of colour with no definition in them at all.
Yeah, he had this painting an hour in, and I got the feeling that he was painting the same painting again and again.
I think it's really difficult for young artists when they want to go back to art history, how they absorb all those lessons and make something that's new and fresh. And I think they get stuck. I really like this one. I like it even more when I learnt that she doesn't normally use the tablet, nor does she normally grid up, but she did it today because she wanted to be sure and confident that she'd get it right. I think she's still got a great likeness and a great sense of him.
She definitely really knows how to handle paint and get it to do what she wants it to do, because a painting with this many grey tones should be chalky, and it's not.
This is a really lively drawing. It was fantastic watching Kyla do it.
I am so pleased that she gave us this one. I was expecting to come around the corner and see the pastel on the board, so I am delighted. I think it's a likeness, but I think it's much more than that. It's a character.
To me,
It's not always the most important thing, getting a really strong likeness. I just would rather get something that had a wee bit of life.
Now they must decide on their top 3.
I'm really struggling. I think this is such an amazing crop.
There are subtleties in the sitter's face there, which I absolutely think he's caught very well, which in this piece, although it's very nice, hasn't got quite the depth, has it?
But which 3 have they chosen?
Artists, your hard work has produced some really remarkable portraits.
Yes, but unfortunately, only 3 of you can go through to the shortlist. And the first of those artists is David Mealing.
The second artist is Corinne Young.
And the third and final artist to be shortlisted is Gareth Reid.
Our sympathies and commiserations to the rest of you, but you did a terrific job.
I had a great time today. I was chatting a lot as well as working, which is makes it a nice difference from being in my lonely cowshed.
It's time for closer scrutiny of the shortlisted pieces, and I have a bit of a confession to make. This is the first time ever that I've preferred the paintings that have been done on the day to the submissions. I mean, this fabulously technical thing, I like this a lot.
He worked very slowly on this indeed to begin with, as though he was thinking through every way to get there.
What was interesting about Sian today, she had a very difficult face to capture, and he's found something that neither of the other 2 competitors has caught, and he's found something very delicate in there.
Yeah. I'm hoping the judges will see that I did everything I could to do a fairly finished painting today that, you know, hopefully they're happy with.
What about Corinne?
Right at the beginning, you spoke about the skin tones of her self-portrait, and the moment she put brush to paper on Adrian, she'd got that same skill.
They feel real, and I think that these colours that she uses aren't chalky, they're rich, and I think she's got a very good understanding of colour and how to get paint to do what she wants it to do. I think there's a lot of practice that must go into that.
The artists were complaining about him moving an awful lot, but I think that the problem they were dealing with is he's got this really restless mind. And to a degree, I think that portrait captures that restlessness, even though he's still and held tight. His eyes are very far away. He's sort of thinking about a million different other things.
I'm in shock that I've been shortlisted, and Adrian's picked my painting. It's been a really, really good day. Better than I ever thought it could be.
As someone who knows Adrian well, I think that Gareth's drawing is more Adrian.
I really like his confidence in his own medium. You know, you just feel that you're dealing with someone who really believes in the power of charcoal and the pencil, and he's stuck with it.
It's a really, really lovely piece of work, and I'd love to see someone go forward using this different medium.
What I also like is that in the drawing, as Gareth has been trying to find the face, you realise that the eyes are crooked and the nose is crooked and the mouth. Everything isn't quite right, and it makes
As I say, it's exactly like him.
It makes you, as you're looking for Adrian, you're reinventing him all the time. It's a very lively piece of drawing because of nothing's so fixed and taken for granted. It's all been searched for.
I'm hoping they just think it's a solid, convincing head. Hopefully that's enough.
David, Corinne, Gareth, only one of you could go forward, and the judges have made their decision.
The artist the judges have chosen showed a mastery of their medium and a unique skill in capturing form. And that artist is Gareth Reid.
Congratulations. Second time lucky, eh?
Unbelievable, can't believe it. It's quite tense there, but yeah, it's amazing.
Well done. I think Gareth's portrait was really, really lovely. He did such a good job. Totally deserved to go through.
I love black and white together, and I think the way he's done it, especially with charcoal and that, is just amazing.
So I didn't expect to win, but I was definitely trying to win.
Hello, we're at the National Gallery of Ireland. And I have to tell you, it feels like the calm before the storm, because within an hour, there's going to be the unveiling here of a very special work of art.
Yes, Gareth Reid, the Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year 2017, has finished his piece, which is Graham Norton in there. That isn't it, he's behind that. And it's not that abstract. And are you excited?
I'm very excited.
Over the past 8 weeks, artists have travelled from all over Britain and Ireland to compete for the chance to win this £10,000 commission. Professional artist Gareth Reid first impressed at the Wallace collection in London with his charcoal drawing of broadcaster Adrian Childs. Gareth's drawing I love.
It is monolithic, isn't it?
He then competed alongside 6 other artists in the semi-final with a portrait of Alda Stuntton.
It was a masterclass watching him create this.
And after a tense final at the National Portrait Gallery, Gareth's drawing of Tom Courtenay and striking commission of the High Court judge Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb secured his place as winner at this year's competition.
Wow. It's just fantastic.
This is an absolutely exquisite finished piece of art.
Now we follow Gareth to the picturesque coast of Ireland, where he will sketch...
I really do have resting bitch face.
photograph...
That left hand is sausagey.
And paint Graham Norton, discovering a remarkable family connection in the process.
That's ridiculous. I'm embarrassed for Ireland.
When I won the competition, I was overwhelmed and blown away, and I was kind of dazed.
Gareth Reid.
It's hard to take in, but I was extremely happy. The challenge of painting Graham is conveying some of his personality in a subtle way without being too over the top about it. He's got a good beard on him, so that's a good thing. I enjoy a beard.
41-year-old professional artist Gareth Reid is originally from Belfast. He moved to Glasgow to study illustration at Glasgow School of Art and has stayed there ever since. He lives with his partner Susie and their 3 daughters, Sylvie, Nessie and Lola, all of whom inspire his work as a portrait artist.
It's a huge, huge honour for Gareth, being Irish as well. We're so proud. It's really lovely that he's get the opportunity to have his work in the permanent collection in Ireland. Gareth was the year above me at Glasgow School of Art, and we were both studying illustration, and we went to a party.
I sat for my dad for practice and stuff. It's really hard sitting still.
Sometimes I do it for Dad, and he always calls me a poser.
You draw Dad as well, don't you?
Yeah. I've done lots of drawings on him, and sometimes they're quite funny.
Sometimes he doesn't even know he's being drawn.
part's that?
Face.
Face, okay.
This is a long line of Nessie's recent portraits. This one is one she did on holiday. Me trying to catch a moment to myself, reading a book. Hairy, skinny legs there. Bye. One of the best things about the competition is the picture will end up in a permanent collection in a major gallery, especially the one in Dublin, because it's quite close to home. It's just everything's kind of fallen into place.
Gareth has come to the heart of Dublin to see where his final painting will hang at the National Gallery of Ireland. Built in the mid-19th century, the gallery is home to some of history's finest European art, from Monet to Picasso. Before embarking on painting Graham, Gareth has come to discuss the commission with the gallery's director, Sean Rainbird.
Hi Gareth, welcome to the gallery.
How are you?
Great, let's go in. This is where we're going to be hanging your portrait when it's ready. Actually, possibly over there, in the Vermeer slot.
Okay. And it was just when I came in, I was struck by the fact that I was going to have a picture in here.
Yeah.
It never really added up in my head.
It's a wonderful thing. I mean, we're really delighted, actually.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, he's someone we're really keen to have in the collection.
Yeah. Have you got any idea in terms of scale of the portrait that you want?
We've got portraits of all kinds, you know, heads down to full length. The most recent portrait is probably 2.5 meters square plus, so it's actually quite a large painting.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't know what your ideas are about that.
Well, yes, at the moment neither do I. I need to go and see Graham first of all, and it'll become clear once we've spent a few days with him.
Yeah.
So it's a fairly open brief then.
All you've got to do is now paint it.
Okay. This is going to go in place of the Vermeer, which is ridiculous, but there you have it. Just coming in here, realising that a picture of mine is going to hang in here, it just became quite real there, so I'm slightly amazed by the whole thing. It's great.
For his first sitting with Graham Norton, Gareth's come to Bantry House, a stately home built in 1700, set on the west coast of Ireland in County Cork. It's a favourite spot of Graham's. He grew up nearby and now has a home here where he spends 10 weeks every summer.
Slightly nervous at the minute just because it's hard to plan anything, so hopefully this first sitting will allow me to just get an impression of him and then see how he sits and everything and see what he looks like in the flesh. So the house just appearing here, it's beautiful. A great view over Bantry Bay. What a view.
Gareth has chosen to do the first sitting in the drawing room of the house.
So today I'm just going to do a charcoal drawing, just a head, so just keep it simple. It's good to start actually doing it. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Nice
to
Gareth.
meet you. I'm Graham.
Hi, how are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm fine. You
welcome
ready?
Welcome to Bantry.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. Have you been here before?
No, I've never been to Bantry House, but I know I'm quite familiar with the area.
Oh, okay. Oh, are you really?
Yeah, yeah, well...
What's going to be fascinating is that process of having your portrait painted. I hope we're able to chat. I don't know how he works. Maybe he requires silence. I mean, but you kind of think if you've decided to go down the portraiture route, you must quite like people. Otherwise, you've chosen a horrible job for yourself.
This initial bit is really just to talk to the sitter and stare at them. I want permission to stare for an extended length of time.
Do I have to choose an expression?
You don't have to choose, just your resting expression.
my retching bitch face.
Yeah. Choose from this list of expressions.
Yeah.
Okay, no, usually just your kind of, your resting face.
Try to look benign.
Yeah, look benign, yeah.
Big grins are for photos.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I'm looking over here.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so we'll just start. That seems pretty good to me. You grew up around...
I grew up in Bandon.
Bandon, yeah.
Which is about an hour from here.
Yeah. Did you spend a lot of time in Dublin?
I was born in Dublin,
right.
But left when I was about 2. And how come you know Kerry?
We've got a holiday house, our family holiday home.
Oh,
We've been going to for Schneem.
Oh, yeah. But it's one of the nice things about living in a small place, like a small country, where everything's local. I love the way people in Ireland talk for no reason. It's like birdsong. It's just...
they're good at it.
They talk for the pleasure of talking.
Yeah.
My mother now, last Christmas, we put her on Facebook. She loves it.
Yeah.
Because I'd never seen Facebook in that way. But for her, Facebook is like the most local news imaginable. You know, if a field floods, someone will take a picture of it and post it.
Yeah, that's when you can't get talking to people, so
Yeah, but also she's not leaving the house as much. She's not getting out.
Yeah.
So she's, oh, did you see that car crash? Well, yes, I did, because there was a picture on the thing. Or
I'm up to date. Yeah. I'm up to date.
Yeah, a tractor, drove into a wall.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. Seen it.
My mother loves this program, so she's beyond happy I'm doing it. I don't think I've had my portrait painted before. People have sent me pictures they've done of my head. I got one done entirely out of buttons, which is nice. I did, when I was a student, a penniless student, I was a model for life drawing classes. So there must be drawings of me somewhere in Cork.
Having a picture in the National Gallery of Ireland is, it's brilliant. But
it is kind of amazing.
But what do you think?
Well, no, it's kind of amazing for both of us.
I've seen the spot where it's going to hang.
Oh, have you?
Yeah. There's currently a Vermeer there.
What's the mirror about?
That's just for perspective, really.
You just want to see yourself. I'm so sick of looking at him. I'm just going to look at my own face for a few minutes.
A wee selfie. Yeah, it's just for perspective, just because you lose track of what it actually looks like. You get so caught up in little parts. It helps you see it as a whole.
I mean, the National Gallery of Ireland, look, that is wildly posh to be in there until people are going, who the hell is that? And it's just discreetly removed. But the nice thing is that no matter what was at the end, there is that reveal. You get to see what he's been doing. Whatever he produces, it'll be a delightful surprise.
Since winning the competition and then knowing it was Graham, I see him everywhere on TV, so I suppose the impact of it being him is gradually dawning on me, and I think if I do a good picture of him, so many people are going to see it just because it's him.
Gareth has 3 sittings to get to know Graham and work out how best to capture him before painting his final portrait for the National Gallery of Ireland's permanent collection.
Gareth Reid is an hour into his first sitting with Graham Norton at Bantry House in County Cork.
I heard that you just kind of take 2 months off and you're here, for the summer, pretty much.
Because I'm contracted to a certain number of shows. So the TV is doable, but the radio, I have to do 42 of them.
All right, okay.
I don't take any holidays.
Yeah.
Because most people have lives and half terms and things like that.
Yeah.
None of that.
Yeah,
I'll
blast it.
Do them all.
Yeah.
And then I got to go, well, I believe I have 10 weeks off. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And I love just having a big chunk of time off. Was I paying attention properly? Did you turn that thing upside down? When I say that thing, the canvas.
Yeah. It's like standing back from something.
So it could be either way up.
yeah. It doesn't matter. Let's do.
I'm going to make this the top.
Us bearded men that are like
yeah,
that.
Exactly, yeah.
But it helps you see the little shapes a little bit. It just changes them, see them a bit clearer. Oh, I've got an interesting story.
Oh, yeah.
I saw the Who Do You Think You Are?
Oh, right.
Yeah. My dad's side of the family were from Ballymena.
Oh, really?
They were Reynolds.
Because my great-granny's a Reynolds.
Yeah.
Well, they must be related.
So listen to this, right? So I was trying to clarify it. They had to speak to cousin Audrey in Ballymena and work it all out. So I said, right, send it to me in writing so I've got this straight. So he says, I think that James Reynolds, who was featured in the Who Do You Think You Are?
Yeah.
Was my grandmother's brother.
Oh, God.
But yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
So what does that mean?
I'll check with my mom tonight.
Yeah.
But, yeah, we probably are related. Yeah,
fun.
that's hilarious.
He's got a good face to draw, lots of interesting angles, so he's a good subject. You might be used to somebody's face, but it's always different under different lights, different angles. So this is the first sitting, concentrating on the head, you know, look at the geography of the face, get to know that.
Okay.
See how you sit and everything, so, ready?
Okay. Oh, wow. That is great. That isn't what I was expecting. The eyes are really good.
It's more of a sculptural kind of...
Yeah, no, it is. Well, it's more like a carving of me
Yeah.
than a drawing.
Yeah.
I really do have resting bitch face, though.
It was getting sterner and sterner as time went on.
As the flesh fell.
Okay, so that's yours. You can have that.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
yeah.
that's very kind. God, thank
No
you very
problem.
much.
No problem.
Sure, I'll push it.
Pleasure.
Maybe it'll go to my mother.
Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
She'd love it.
Yeah. It's amazing that all those lines do turn into a really good representation of my head. Because of that Irish connection, I think we might be related, but quite closely related. His father's a Reynolds, and my mother was also a Reynolds. But my mother will know, one way or the other, and that will be the definitive proof.
As a professional artist, Gareth has made the shortlist of the BP Portrait Awards at the National Portrait Gallery 5 times. One of the featured portraits of his daughter impressed Gareth's gallery owner in Dublin.
The study of his daughter Lola really did stand out to us because it's a very tender study. It has that very muted palette, which I think is so appealing in Gareth's work. We see her beautiful blue eyes, but the tones are very, very controlled, so nothing jars in the image. Gareth is very affable, a very warm individual, and that really helps when you're a portrait painter because he builds up a rapport with his subjects, and that comes across in the work. We're getting a glimpse into a private relationship between two people. In terms of his skill as a draftsman and the compositions of his work and his use of colour, he really has mastered the craft of painting and drawing.
Gareth works hard to capture a mood with his portraits, whether they're commissions for big institutions or intimate family pictures.
This is Susie here. Lola's in there. She's 14 now. That was actually on the day of her due date, so it's called The Date. You can convey some atmosphere quite quickly with charcoal. So you just do the basic drawing, first of all. And then it's just tons and tons of scribbling and taking it off with the rubber and then putting it back on. And so eventually over time you get things disappearing, things going over and around. I think it builds up that way.
As well as creating his own work, Gareth also helps to inspire other artists by teaching portraiture at Strathclyde University, as well as life drawing classes for mature students here in rural Strathblane.
Let's have a wee look. The space between the knee and the back of the knee. What do you think?
You could do it.
No. got a few regulars that come. It's quite a convivial atmosphere, and I make lunch for them and everything, so I treat them pretty good. Looks like she's smoking a wee pipe there.
I feel hugely privileged being a pupil of Gareth. He's very motivating. I feel my work's really come on under Gareth's tuition.
I was very happy that he had become Portrait Artist of the Year. He's one of the most outstanding portrait artists certainly we have in Scotland.
It's a huge accolade for a living artist to be in the National Gallery's permanent collection. It'd be so good for Gareth's profile as an artist to have painted such a notable figure. It's really going to take Gareth's career to a whole other level.
Over the next few sittings, Gareth will need to scratch beneath the surface of Graham Norton's public persona to create a portrait worthy of the National Gallery of Ireland.
Portrait Artist of the Year, Gareth Reid, has won a commission to paint one of Britain's best-loved broadcasters for the National Gallery of Ireland. Before his second sitting with Graham Norton, Gareth's come to explore Graham's local area with his sketchbook.
Hi, how you doing? Do you mind if I draw you while you're fishing? No problem. Yeah? You're supposed to keep a sketchbook and draw all the time. Just keep it on you and draw. So it kind of keeps your practice going, keeps you looking. When these are full, it's quite a nice little thing to look back on. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's so nice when the sun shines in Ireland. It's hard to beat. Did you live in Bantry all your life?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just living out in the same areas where Graham is.
Have you met him before?
I have. I have a picture of him at home with me.
Have you?
Up in the mantelpiece, yeah.
You got a selfie with him?
I have.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's very nice.
He's very easy to talk to?
Yeah, approachable. That's no one bit like me.
No?
I swear to God, I don't think he can sketch at all. Get the hell out of it. My son can draw better than you. Listen, thanks very much.
Thank you. Good to see you.
For Gareth's second sitting with Graham, he's chosen an outdoor location at Bantry House in order to observe his subject in a different light.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Very well. You're very optimistic of the Irish summer. Yeah, it's going to last for another few hours.
Yeah. I know. I've got to change the tracky bees in the boot there.
Where am I?
You're there?
Obviously,
yeah.
Obviously, I'm not there.
Unless.
Yeah. No, I'm right.
We're going to try and do the other angle this time, maybe. So,
Oh, so I'm looking.
Well, just look kind of over my shoulder. I don't want to, make you sit in like a...
Yeah. Thoughtful, Graham.
Thoughtful, Graham. That's good for me if it's good for you.
Great for me.
It's perfect. Okay. Couldn't be better.
Well, I have information for you.
Yeah.
I spoke to my mother.
Oh, yes.
And she can confirm, and this is crazy, that my great-grandfather was the brother of your great-grandmother.
You're joking?
Yeah. That's
No
ridiculous.
way.
I know,
That's
that is. I know Ireland's small, but still.
That's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well, actually, my mother was saying, does your dad have an email?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'd email him with it.
Yeah. So you wanted to come back to Ireland and spend some time here?
Yeah. I like coming back here.
Yeah.
You know, it feels like home.
Yeah.
I think it's that thing about getting older, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did it not feel like home for a while, and then it did, or the connection
Yeah,
with
no, when I
Ireland?
left. I never thought I'd come back at all.
Yeah.
Then it was only really when my dad died. That's when I kind of got to know Ireland again. And, you know, Ireland had changed so much in that intervening 20 years.
Yeah.
I had too. You know, I'd sort of gone away to prove myself and come back, and you feel like a different person.
Yeah.
What about you? Did you get out of Dodge, or was it just a natural thing?
It was just an art school thing, you know. So many people from Belfast go to university in Scotland, so it seemed kind of natural.
Yeah.
Why did you choose Bantry House?
I mean, it's one of the most beautiful sites for a house. You know, all this stuff behind me, Bantry Bay.
Yeah.
Wherever you go that Irish people have been, there's a Bantry Bay. There's a Bantry Bay in Cape Town, a Bantry Bay in New York, Bantry Bay. You know, there's Bantry Bays everywhere. But also, because I can remember when I coming here as a kid, this house was like a slice of foreign. There's water jugs from Tibet. There's things from India. It was like a little tiny window on the world, which I loved it.
So just thinking about the position of the final portrait, is there any particular place here that would make sense to you?
Well, it's kind of up to you, because I don't want to give you something like really annoying.
Yeah, it's too hard. It's too hard.
Yeah, I'd like all of Bantry Bay, and I'd like my head like this big. As long as I recognise it, as long as I'm not thinking, why am I sitting on a New York street? There weren't traffic lights behind me, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's got to look like Ireland, I think.
Yes, I'd like it to look like Ireland.
Yes.
And I'd like it to be kind of the Irish version of me, kind of the more kind of relaxed.
Yes, well, that's the other thing I was going to say. So you're the kind of persona that people know. Do you think that's pretty representative?
That's my showbiz thing. So, you know, I don't think I have a suit here.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's more jumpers and anoraks.
Yeah, yeah. Do you feel like
I feel more relaxed here than anywhere else. Yes, everyone knows me, but actually I know an awful lot of them as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's Jerry the postman.
Yeah.
That's, you know, Tom the butcher. There's Matty from the car wash, and I'm Graham off the telly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, we all know each other.
You've got a role.
Yeah.
But I'm always shocked at how at ease people are. You know, the kind of natural chattiness of people in Ireland.
Yes, heart on sleeve.
Heart on sleeve, yeah.
Well, it's a weird thing. I remember my granny used to do it. There's, you know, she'd be horrified that anyone would know her business. But then when we walked into a shop,
immediately
she would be like, blah, 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 telling the person behind the counter everything. We all look in a mirror. We kind of arrange ourselves, and you do your hair just right, you tuck your shirt in and put it out a bit, and in your head you can believe that's how you look all day. Whereas in fact, that isn't how you look all day. Television teaches you that very, very quickly, where you get to see great rolls of fat in your suit and all that sort of stuff. So I think what'll be interesting about this, far more than a photographer, you are seeing what someone else sees. It's not a captured image, it's a sort of created image, and it's through the prism of someone's eyes.
Okay.
I get to see my face again.
Through the eyes of another. Okay.
This is how the Queen must feel, endlessly seeing portraits of herself. Oh, wow. So not what I was expecting.
Yeah, kind of different this time.
Yeah. I think I look slightly more benign this time.
Yeah.
That looks very summery.
Yeah.
You've captured the mood of the day. I worked on benign today. That was my note for myself, benign. And I like this. It's quite jarring, the contrast between the ink and the pencil. It gives it a sort of three-dimensional quality. It is ridiculous that we might be related. Well, I think, you know, not that we might, we are related. You know, my mother has given it the seal of approval, so I'm pretty confident.
Family reunion at the unveiling. So my dad will come down and meet up with his mum.
With only one sitting left, Gareth has come to get inspiration from some of his favourite artwork at the National Gallery of Ireland, alongside which his final painting will hang.
So this is Le Déjeuner by Pierre Bonnard, who's one of my all-time favourite painters. He's almost like a magician or something, the way he puts together colour. It's a wee bit like that kind of advent of photography influencing cropping, and so you've got half a person there, the edge of a table with a bit of a cake. It's almost like he's too good to be influential, you know. You see some people's work, you can see how it's doable, but for him, I can't really understand how you could make the paintings work. So that's why I just think it's just pure magic, and that's why I love it so much. This is quite a famous Rodin head called Man with a Broken Nose. For a start, he's got a great face. Not only does he make a good sculpture model, he'd probably make a great painting as well. One of the great things about this one is that he's kind of focusing on a blemish, which is a broken nose. It's not that anatomically correct. It's all quite lumpy, but it just is completely convincing. The way the nose has been broken looks like he just could have just squashed it at the end there. A lot of artists like looking for those imperfections. So yeah, so Graham Norton, better watch out.
Gareth has just one more meeting with Graham to work out how best to capture the man behind the entertainer for his final portrait.
At Bantry House in County Cork, it's Gareth's last chance to study Graham Norton before starting his commission for the National Gallery of Ireland. Gareth decided to spend the session taking photos in order to help him decide on the final commission.
Hello. Another lovely summer's day.
I know. Do you think this would be good for you for a backdrop?
I mean, I like it.
Yeah.
It's very Irish. It's very Bantry. Those clouds are amazing over there.
Yeah. You know, looking directly into the camera, or had you any thoughts about that?
No.
No.
I had no thoughts.
I hadn't even crossed my mind.
Zero thoughts.
It can be more contemplative if you're looking away or looking down, or it's because this is holiday, Graham.
Yeah, this is holiday, Graham. Yeah. I'm asleep or drunk.
So did you like the idea of drama from when you were at school? Or?
Yeah, you know, it seemed like the dossiest job you could get. But no one was interested in me acting.
Right, okay. What were they interested in?
Well, they weren't interested in me at all.
Okay, right, okay.
So,
okay. Was that comedy or?
It was anything, I didn't care what it was.
Anything.
The few jobs I had, I played a dead body in a British Telecom training film, which I had to audition for.
See if you could hold your breath for long enough.
And that was in Panto and Harrogate.
Right, okay.
But that was not, because at drama school they train you to be a star.
Yeah, yeah.
They train, you know, no one trains you to kind of go, the coffee's ready, or the people from the village have come to get you. So actually, the reality of being an actor is miserable.
So how did it all happen then? Was Father Ted one of the first things that you did?
Well, it was sort of, yes. After I gave up on acting, I started writing my own stuff.
Yeah.
And I did Edinburgh for about 8 years. I got a posh new agent out of Edinburgh. And the posh agent also represented Graham Linehan and Arthur Matthews, who wrote Father Ted. So she was on the phone to them, kind of going, look, I've just signed somebody Irish. There must be something for him in Father Ted. And I got it, and it went well, and then very nicely they wrote me into a few more episodes.
Being in Father Ted, that's like an iconic, you know,
It
it's
is
like
now.
this. Yeah.
Now people write books and make documentaries about it, and it is the kind of the only cool job I've ever had.
To give Gareth a variety of images, they come inside to the conservatory to finish off the photo session.
So that face is more animated now. There's a hit, so you can just increase it incrementally, can you? Yeah. It's great control. If we could do something with that left hand.
This one?
Yeah, it's just because at the minute it's sausagey because they're coming. Yeah, that's
That's it.
It's really captured my sausagey fingers. It's beautiful.
That's it. I looked on the website trying to work out what you call somebody whose great-grandfather is the brother of your third cousins.
Oh, we're third cousins?
Third cousins.
That's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Oh,
I'm embarrassed for Ireland.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed for Ireland that two people are in a programme together and they're third cousins.
Yeah.
There's me and my sister. My mom has one brother. My dad has one sister. So, you know, we're not a big, one of those huge Irish families. So to end up meeting a relative is mad.
Okay, that's us, I think.
Well, thank you so much.
That was great. I think it went well. So
I really enjoyed it. Thank you very much. Brilliant. All right,
okay,
take care.
thanks.
I'll see you in Dublin.
I'll see you in Dublin.
We're both on the same page that, you know, we're both Irish. We're in Ireland. It's hanging in the National Gallery here. So we'd like it to kind of reflect that. So I'd like it to be the Irish version of me, which is more relaxed.
I like the way he's sitting. It's kind of natural. The hands are good. It's a nice, could be a nice composition. But I would put Bantry Bay in the background. So that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for.
After 3 days of working with Graham in person, Gareth returns home to Glasgow. Before he starts to paint, he does a series of sketches to help him decide on the composition for the final portrait.
I looked through all the photographs that we took on the day. I chose one that was kind of side on like that. Next thing I did was photocopy that like 10 times or something. And then I could play with the composition lots and lots of times. So some of them are more expansive than others. Some include more sky, some of them are wider. If it doesn't work, that's just put in the bin. Do I want him to engage the viewer, or do I want to make a different version where he's more relaxed and he's specifically not engaging the viewer? That's quite a big decision.
While Gareth's studies have been in charcoal and pencil, for the finished commission, he's chosen to use oils.
So I'm going to mix it with like a reddy brown colour to start with, to draw with. This is the good bit. It's the end that's the hard bit, where you're trying to make it all work, but this is the exciting part. The first part of the process is just really getting big blocky shapes and seeing if it's okay, but things inevitably move all the time. It's a bit like you're trying to solve an equation that you don't really know the answer to, but it's exciting because everything's open. This is a pretty big canvas, so when you're working, you're standing very close to it, so you have no idea about proportion. That's why the mirror's here. You just get a bit of distance from it. So when I moved back, the head was too small, so the head's bigger. My work has got a lot of sculptural emphasis, but it's not hard-edged. I love stuff disappearing and being more soft-edged. Having an atmosphere in it is really, really important. Just a feeling of the sitter being there. You've got a picture of what it looks like in your head, and it looks really good at this stage. The reality hasn't dawned yet. You've got to correct and get closer to and scrape off and start again. It's not like a linear thing that you just start and then move closer and closer to the finish. You kind of go backwards and forwards, obliterate and wreck it and fix it. It's the process.
It's the day of the big unveiling, and a crowd has gathered to see the finished portrait.
I'm actually really excited at this point because I've done as well as I could have done, I think. At the start, it was a wee bit dodgy because there were I moved the composition around probably 3 or 4 times, but as soon as I arrived in the composition, I knew it was going to be not total humiliation, so it's always a good sign.
Before the final reveal, one very important family reunion has to take place.
Hello. Nice to see you.
How are you doing? How are you?
Tony. How are you?
This is Gareth.
Hello,
How are you?
Alda. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah. And you tell me we're related. Grandmother.
You're my second cousin.
And so that make us third cousins.
Yeah.
So it's Mummy's granddad.
Yes. My grandmother was one of 14, and she had a brother called James Reynolds.
1874 he was born. And he was married to my granny in 1895 when he was 21.
I think so.
Yeah. That's fantastic, isn't it? That's
Hello.
right.
Hi.
I was just standing back admiring the family resemblance. Everyone gathered around here. I mean, it could be the cause. Apart from the odd change in gender here and
Well,
there.
it'll all depend what song we sing, wouldn't it, Dad, you
Okay.
know?
Well, I'm sure the four of you will be singing, surely.
Just before this gets unveiled, I really just wanted to say thank you to Gareth, because you made this such a, well, until now, such a pleasant experience. I can't speak for a moment's time. I genuinely look forward to seeing it, even though it is my
I'm
face.
excited, yeah.
You're not excited, are you, Gareth?
I'm excited.
You feel sick.
I am desperate to see this.
Okay.
This is the culmination of Sky Arts Portrait Artist of the Year 2017.
That's so good. It's so good. Oh, it's fantastic.
I hate to do the obvious thing, but what do you think of it, Graham?
I really like it. I look so intelligent.
I love it. I was worried because I really love Gareth's charcoal, and I had no idea you could paint like this. It's really, maybe you should have won.
But the other thing is that it captures something about you that gives us access to your inner self that we wouldn't normally be familiar with. And I think that's an enormous thing to have achieved.
I recognise myself in it. That is an expression that's on my face a lot.
It's just not on your programme.
No, exactly. It's not on my programme, but that...
It's just what we wanted.
Yeah, that is what I spend most of my time looking like that.
Yes. You know what? He's painted your soul, Graham.
That's what it is. Whoa. That's what it is, yes. And one of my favourite cardigans.
Yeah. I find the two are often closely aligned.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I love it.
Good. That's a relief. That's a relief.
Even without me in it, that would be quite a nice landscape up to the sea and the sky. It would be lovely.
You should have done it so you could be peeled off.
Congratulations.
Do you
It's
like it?
very good.
you like it?
Very good.
It's
Are
lovely.
you pleased with it?
Yeah, I'm pleased, yeah.
Well, I think you should be very proud of it.
Thank you.
I really do. You've done him proud in yourself.
Sean, are you pleased with the result?
Actually, I'm really delighted. You know, from my point of view, it's the man, not the entertainer, because, you know, he's wearing obviously a lovely old cardigan he's very comfortable in.
He's a very jumpy performer, but this is him really being at rest. And that's very rewarding for someone to look at, I think.
Yes, I think it'll really draw the eye in. And the other lovely thing is it places him in a very Irish context. You know, you often have the rather damp, grey, sort of misty feel, which is very, very beautiful for the colour scales from, you know, blue, turquoisey greens down to greys. And I think Gareth has really captured that brilliantly well.
Having it in here, looking at all the Bonnards and the Picassos and everything, it looks good, I think, and the reaction was good. So I couldn't hope for any more at the end, really. I'm just so happy.